This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Seeking Vengeance by Abbie Zanders, narrated by Aidan Snow. Prologue. "Jesus Christ, no!" Nick cried out. Tears filled the pale gray eyes of the 14-year-old boy, obscured by the curtains of jet-black hair that fell freely about his face. He was thin for his age, but appearances were deceiving. He had more lean, sinewy muscle than his contemporaries, and he was faster than the star sprinter on his junior high track team. Organized sports were not something Nick Milligan was familiar with, though. His muscle and speed came purely from the basic human instinct to survive in a world where the weak didn't stand a chance. His twin sister's eyes were moist as well, but she refused to cry. Crying was for little girls, and she was no little girl anymore. Nick had protected her as much as he could, but there was only so much he could do, no matter how much of a man he had already become. The look of torment on his face was heartbreaking. He'd already suffered so much, hoping that by doing so she might be spared, but in the end, it wasn't enough. While they shared the same lithe, athletic build, Nikki was blossoming into womanhood, and had drawn the attention of the one man from whom Nick had hoped to protect her above all others. "It's all right," she tried to console him. Even when she was about to cross the threshold into hell itself, she had such strength, such courage. "It's not all right," he yelled, making her wince. The last thing they needed was to draw attention to themselves. The back alley was located in one of the nicer sections of town, where even the garbage bins were scrubbed regularly and the pavement was kept free of debris by weekly sweepings. It had afforded them a place to hunker down when they had nowhere else to go. Unlike downtown, the people who lived in the apartments around here would call the police if they suspected something amiss. "Keep your voice down," she hissed, reaching out for his arm. Nick took a deep breath and nodded, though he couldn't see where it made a difference now. There was no place they could hide, not anymore. "We can leave, Nicky," he said desperately, unwilling and unable to accept the ugly truth. "We can run away, just the two of us." "And go where? Do what?" "We'll figure something out." She smiled sadly, far too knowing for a girl her age. "Benny will make an example out of her." "Who cares?" Nick spat. Her pale eyes shone with censure. "You should. She's our mother." "Some mother," Nick sneered, the words tinged with hate and disgust. Charlene Milligan was their mother, only on paper, on the birth certificates filed somewhere in the state capitol, and as their legal guardian when the assistance checks came. Not that they ever saw any of it. The clothes on their backs came to them the same way everything else did, by stealing and scrounging and doing unspeakable things. "At least I'll have a warm place to sleep and a roof over my head," she said. It was little consolation, but winter was right around the bend, and they had to be practical. "Maybe they'll even put us up in the same house." "You have no idea what's going to happen to you, Nicky," he said, his eyes haunted. But Nick did. "You survived?" She lifted her chin and pierced him with those pale gray eyes so like his own. Nick turned away. He hated that she knew what he had been forced to do, the things that had been done to him, all in bartered payment for the money Charlene owed the local drug lord. At one time, Charlene had whored herself in trade, but the years and the regular abuse hadn't been kind to her, and she didn't bring in as much as she used to. So she did the next best thing. She offered up her children as payment instead. For a long time, they hadn't even realized it was wrong. It was the only world they knew. "Don't do this," he pleaded. "It's not like we have a lot of options," she said quietly. "And it's only my body, Nick. He'll never touch my soul." Nick Milligan broke down and cried. He would have done anything at that point if he could have spared his sister the pain and humiliation she would soon face. He cursed the woman who birthed them, cursed her to the worst pits of hell. What kind of woman sold her children, knowing how they would be used? At least he had been promoted. Benny Marscone realized Nick could make him a hell of a lot more money dealing drugs at the schools than as a boy toy for perverts, especially now that he had lost most of the boyish features many had paid top dollar for. But Nikki, she was strikingly beautiful, her features bordering on angelic. Pale skin, pale eyes, jet black hair. She was the picture of innocence, even though she'd spent most of her life on the streets as he had. Somehow she managed to retain a childlike purity about her that was irresistible to the darker elements, and Benny would exploit her for all she was worth. Nikki held him and let him cry into her shoulder as she stroked his back. "I'm strong, just like you. And someday, Nick, I swear to you, I'm going to kill Benny." Her voice was soft, but held a conviction as strong as steel. Nick nodded, wishing it were true, but he knew better. Benny Marscone was untouchable. He didn't just deal with the dregs of society. Benny had the cops, the local judges, and several pillars of the community in his pocket. What could a delicate flower like his twin sister do? "I'd better go," she said, pulling away and wiping at her own eyes. He swallowed hard and nodded, sick with grief, but proud of her courage. He watched her walk down the alley, her head held high until she disappeared around the corner. Then Nick picked up his backpack and followed her out, turning in the opposite direction when he hit the street to make his deliveries. Chapter 1. 10 years later, Pine Ridge, Pennsylvania. "God damn it!" Nick cursed as he hung up the phone. "Nick!" His voice bellowed out clearly from his office, easily heard by the mechanics at work in the 6-bay garage. Nick Milligan received sympathetic looks from the others as he put down the wrench and wiped his hands carelessly on his coveralls. "Yeah, boss," the younger man said, poking his head through the open doorway. There was only a slight hint of cockiness in his tone, a huge improvement from the mountain-sized chip he had sported only a few months ago when Sean decided to take a chance on his sorry ass. Deep down, Sean sensed Nick was a decent enough guy who'd had a lot of bad breaks. According to his application, Nick was pushing 24 chronologically, only a scant few years less than Sean. But there was something about Nick that made Sean think of him more as a kid. Maybe it was the way he moved, or the way he smiled, though his smiles came few and far between. Or maybe it was his inability to respond well to authority. Nick simply hadn't grown up yet, but there was potential. This garage was probably his last chance before he ended up as a permanent guest of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania penal system. That made Sean push even harder, because he really wanted the kid to make it. Once you got past the attitude, Nick was a likable guy, not to mention an excellent mechanic. He had a real future ahead of him. If he could keep his head out of his ass, that was. "Why isn't Mr. Thompson's Benz finished yet?" Sean was proud of himself. He kept his voice even and non-accusatory. His sister-in-law, Taryn, told him he had a tendency to yell first and ask questions later. That, she'd explained, was probably why he'd gone through 4 mechanics in the last 3 months. As much as he liked Taryn, Sean disagreed with her assessment, though arguably they shared the same kick-ass temperament. And while he was more than ready to recognize her innate tendency to act first and ask questions later, he failed to see how that applied to him. In contrast, he was more apt to cite blatant incompetence and attitude problems rather than what Taryn had dubbed his unreasonably high expectations, but conceded, somewhat reluctantly, that Taryn might have a valid point about his quick temper. Sean saw the tick in Nick's jaw, caught the slight narrowing of the eyes. "Don't go there, kid," Sean thought. Every eye in the place was on them. "Don't make me make an example out of you." Sean didn't give a damn what the rest of the guys thought. This exercise was intended for Nick and Nick alone. If the kid was ever going to make anything of himself, he had to learn how to handle shit without losing his temper or mouthing off. Nick had guts, smarts, and some mad skills with cars. Now he just needed the self-control and the maturity to take it to the next level. Self-control was something Sean mastered in. For all intents and purposes, he was the 27-year-old owner and chief mechanic of Callahan Auto in the small northeastern Pennsylvania town of Pine Ridge, nestled among the mountains. It was a quiet, peaceful community that he and his family called home. He was also a former SEAL, just like his father and 6 brothers. What most people didn't know was that once their traditional 6-year commitments to the SEALs had been completed, they didn't stop serving. The family patriarch, Jack Callahan, had formed an elite team of his own. Technically, their special little group did not exist. Realistically, they were called upon frequently to handle situations accountable agencies couldn't touch. They were a team of ghosts, non-existent to all but a few very highly placed believers. There was a lot of freedom, they found, in not having to answer to anyone except themselves. And sometimes, the end really did justify the means. His current problem, however, had nothing to do with terrorists, political madmen, or wealthy puppet masters with no regard for the sanctity of human life and liberty, and everything to do with the kid teetering on the edge of making something of himself and pissing away his last chance. Shane, his twin, was so much better at this kind of shit. Especially when Sean couldn't shake the nagging sense of unease making him restless. It had started a couple of days earlier and had been building since. The last thing he wanted to deal with in his heightened sense of awareness was unhappy customers or ineffectual employees. Attitude problems notwithstanding, Nick was arguably his best mechanic. He went through twice the workload of anyone else. Like Sean, the kid had a natural talent for engines. Perhaps that is why Sean took him under his wing when no one else would hire him. Nick reminded him a little of himself, or what he might have been had life dealt him a different hand. But something was going on with Nick lately. He was off, distracted, not thinking things through like he normally would. And the last couple of weeks he'd started disappearing for an hour here, an hour there, saying only that he had things to take care of. So far, Sean hadn't pushed back because Nick was staying later to make up for lost time. He sincerely hoped it wasn't anything serious. He doubted he'd be able to pull enough strings to save the kid's ass. Even if he could, it wasn't likely that Nick would be particularly receptive to any kind of help. Nick had a hardness and pride about him that made Sean think he would see any offer of assistance as charity, and Nick Milligan did not strike him as the type to accept a handout. Nick stared at him with those freaky light gray eyes, so devoid of color they resembled smoky diamonds. His long, straight black hair was currently tied back and kept out of his face with a Harley-Davidson do-rag. Tall, lean, built for speed, the kid cut a real bad boy look that drove girls wild and worried their fathers, and, from what Sean had heard, with good reason. Sean held his gaze. It was Nick who blinked first. The kid blew out a breath and leaned all of his weight on one leg. "I haven't been able to fix it." Sean raised an eyebrow and moved to the front of his desk. He leaned back carefully, crossing substantially muscular arms over an equally substantial, muscular chest. "That's a first. Want to tell me why?" Taryn would be so proud of him. He hadn't even raised his voice. The kid had the good sense to look embarrassed, which mollified Sean somewhat. The show of humility was a definite indication of progress. "Not enough time. We're swamped, boss. I'm fixing the quick ones first, trying to keep things moving, but—" It was true enough. They were down a mechanic and business was booming. With 3 of his brothers now married, Sean was volunteering for more of the solo-type missions, so he wasn't doing as much himself around the garage either. It was yet another reason why he was hoping to get the kid up to the next level. Sean wanted to feel confident that work would get done when he was away for a few days here and there. As it was, things were backing up. They couldn't keep up with the demand. And the truth of it was that Nick was staying late nearly every night, trying to finish up what the others hadn't been able to. "Let Tommy, Dave, and Joey handle the quick ones. I need you on the bins. Got it? Mr. Thompson's a good customer. He gives us a lot of business." He fixed Nick with a pointed stare. Nick regarded him for a minute, then nodded without another word and returned to the bays. Sean inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Message received. No yelling, and no one got fired. He wasn't quite ready to tell Taryn yet, though. He still had his doubts about the whole kinder, gentler management style thing. Sean returned to the garage a little after 9 that night, feeling uneasier than ever. None of the others, with the exception of his twin, seemed to share his sense of foreboding, though they recognized his and respected it. Sean felt an irrational compulsion to return to the garage, as if whatever was going to happen would happen there. He wasn't surprised to see the lights on in the bay with the bins, or to hear the screaming death metal wailing from the bows in the corner. He'd known the Benz was going to be a real bugger, and had given it to Nick as something of a test. He was slightly disappointed. He'd hoped Nick would pick up on the problem and be done with it by now. But hey, the guy was still learning. It took Sean the better part of an afternoon the first time Mr. Thompson brought in a similar Benz years ago. And something definitely had the kid's attention elsewhere the last week or so. The car was raised about 2 feet above floor level, light spilling out from beneath. The familiar sound of metal on metal told him the kid was still working on it, but Sean smiled. He was working in exactly the right place. Sean turned to head into the public waiting area to grab a Coke from the vending machine before he rolled up his own sleeves and gave Nick a hand, and walked right into Nick coming out of the waiting area with 2 cans, one in each hand. The look on the kid's face was priceless. Classic deer in the headlights. Boss, didn't expect you back tonight." "Yeah, no shit." The warning prickle along the back of Sean's neck was a strong one. The sense of foreboding reached a near fever pitch. "Nick, who's under the Benz?" His voice was low, dangerous. All of his employees knew that no one, absolutely no one from outside was permitted in the work area. The last thing he needed was someone getting hurt by being somewhere they had no business being. It went hand in hand with the nobody works alone in the garage rule, the one Sean had been deliberately overlooking in Nick's case. Nick looked like he'd rather face a pit viper than tell him. For all of his usual bad boy image, Nick was looking more than a little uncomfortable. Of course, Sean's natural badass persona tended to have that effect on most people, but until now Nick had proven to be relatively unaffected. Which told Sean that whoever was under the car was really not supposed to be under there. Without waiting for an answer, Sean walked over to the car and pounded on the side panel. "Get the fuck out!" he growled, yanking the Bose plug out of the wall. A heavy thud beneath the car, followed by the sound of a wrench hitting the concrete, almost made him wince. He wanted to scare the guy, not give him a concussion. Sean placed himself before the front of the Benz, feet planted hip-width apart and arms crossed to provide maximum intimidation while fixing his patented lethal glare. He blinked when the feet came out first. Instead of sneakers or work boots, the feet were covered in black leather boots with silver chains and 6-inch spike heels. The pressure in his jaw increased where he ground his teeth together. Nick was letting a girl under there? A freaking girl? He turned his glower on Nick, who was growing paler by the second. Familiar-looking blue coveralls began to emerge from beneath the vehicle. The boots were attached to legs that seemed to go on forever, followed by ample hips, lots of loose material around a probably small, flat waist, and oh, sweet Jesus, breasts that filled out the coveralls better than he'd ever seen. "What the fuck, Nick?" said a low female voice as the head emerged, a burgeoning telltale red mark on her forehead marring what was otherwise flawless skin the color of a white peach. Not a girl. A woman. The woman took one look at Nick and followed his gaze to Sean. She should have been scared, terrified even. She wasn't. Her eyes might have widened a little, she might have run her tongue along her upper lip briefly, but there was no fear. "This is your boss?" she asked, inclining her head toward Sean as she stood up. The sky-high stilettos put her mouth somewhere around neck level with Sean. Nick nodded. She smirked, and Sean's balls tightened painfully. At least now he knew the source of the ominous foreboding he'd been experiencing. Outside, he remained calm, but inside, his body was in full-scale riot mode. "You're right," she said in that smoky kitten voice. "He does look like a total hard-ass." Nick groaned and closed his eyes. "Shut it, Nicky." "Excuse me," Sean said, his voice even lower, deadlier than before. "I don't think we've met." Light gray eyes identical to Nick's considered him briefly before totally disregarding him. Sean was thunderstruck. No one had ever ignored him so blatantly, and certainly not a woman. Instead, she looked at Nick and began unzipping the coveralls. Within seconds, she revealed a voluptuous body poured into black leather pants and a matching lace-up black leather corset. On her back was a wicked tattoo of a fallen angel, centered so that the wings just kissed her shoulder blades. The flash of perfect flesh exposed between her low-slung pants and too short top gave a teasing glimpse of some spiraling symbols that Sean ached to explore in greater detail with his tongue. She wiped her hands on the coveralls and handed them to Nick. "Ben's is fixed. Was a problem with the modulator, wrong size gap plug. You're good to go." Hands with long, elegant fingers and gloss black nails reached up to pull what looked like a pair of silver chopsticks from the top of her head. Immediately, volumes of shiny black hair fell cascading over her shoulders and breasts. With smooth grace, she slipped the sticks, which Sean now saw were actually metal picks, into her knee-high black leather boots. It was too much. Sean felt as if he was trapped in some kind of surreal dream. No, not a dream. A fantasy. "Hold on there, sweetheart. I'm not finished with you yet." The woman regarded him for a moment, her lids half closed like a lazy panther, before she proceeded to walk right up to him, stopping when her body was only an inch or so from his. Even with the 6-inch spikes, her eyes were barely level with his jawline. A dark, delicate fragrance assaulted him, sending pulsating images of hot, naked sex beneath a full moon in the middle of the woods through his brain. Without a trace of fear, she tilted her head up to look him in the eye. Up close, her eyes were even freakier than Nick's. Crystal clear, multifaceted like master-cut gems, appearing all that much lighter because of the black kohl outlining her upper and lower lids, framed in long, thick lashes. The angle of the tilt made her eyes appear half-closed, as if frozen in ecstasy. She licked her lips, her very dark, red, glossy lips, the color of candy apples and just as shiny. The action slow and sensuous. There were two things going through Sean's mind simultaneously at that point. One, this woman should be scared shitless, but she didn't seem the least bit fazed. And two, she was the hottest woman he'd ever seen. As if to accentuate that point, his heart pounded in his chest and need clawed in his groin. The electricity arching between them had him harder than a steel rod. So this was Nick's boss, the infamous Sean Callahan. Nick talked enough about him, but nothing could have prepared her for meeting him in the flesh. The guy screamed intensity and power and radiated a raw sexuality that called to her most primitive instincts. Without conscious effort, she memorized every nuance of his facial and bone structure. It was a skill she'd developed over the years, ensuring that should she encounter him again, she would recognize him without fail, even if he attempted to change his appearance. Not that she would be able to forget him easily. His very presence commanded her absolute and undivided attention, which annoyed the hell out of her. Nicky, like her brother, had a natural resistance to authority figures. It was a hell of a presence for a simple mechanic. Even as the thought entered her mind, she dismissed it. Sean Callahan was no more a garden variety garage owner than she was a Sunday school teacher. His countenance, the way he held himself, the silent arrogance, they all reeked of Special Forces training. Marines, Navy SEALs, Black Ops maybe, but it all added up to the same thing. Danger. His dark hair, cerulean blue eyes, and strong masculine features reminded her a lot of the guy who owned Body Works, the local fitness center. The resemblance was eerie. Brothers, most likely, she thought to herself. The Body Works guy was younger and broader, but didn't have the breath-stealing badass intensity of this guy. All of this passed through her mind in a second, maybe two. The bottom line, the sleepy little town of Pine Ridge had its share of secrets. It was intriguing, but unless it had a direct correlation to her purpose, none of it mattered. The best thing she could do was just stay the fuck out of his way. And if he knew what was good for him, he'd stay the fuck out of hers. "But I am finished with you, baby," she purred. To further illustrate her point, her hand reached out and covered his crotch. Oh yeah, this guy was made for hot, sweaty sex. One side of her mouth curved upward with a knowing smile, and her hand ran the length of him, cupping his balls firmly through his jeans. Damn. "Nicky," Nick said in a low, warning voice. Her eyes flicked toward her brother, having momentarily forgotten he was there. Her hand dropped away, and the smile was gone in an instant as she stepped back, all the playfulness replaced by a mask of cold indifference. "My debt is paid. I'm out of here." "Nicky, wait." "Sorry, sweetie. Can't be late or the natives get restless." She tossed one more smoky glance Sean's way. "Nice package, by the way." She began to walk away, but didn't get more than a step or two before Sean's hand reached out and clamped around her wrist like a vice, stopping her in her tracks. The corner of her mouth tilted up slightly, though her eyes flashed silvery fire. "Oh, I bet you like it rough, don't you?" she smirked, her voice a husky growl. "Sean, Mr. Callahan, please, let her go." Nick's voice, laced with an edge of panic, cut through the tense silence. "Please." Nick's boss narrowed his eyes, but released the grip on her wrist. She reclaimed her hand and smiled, showing perfect white teeth. "Later, hard ass." Nicky Milligan walked, no, strutted, out of Callahan Auto like she owned the place. She paused just outside, letting the cool air drift over her bare shoulders. Then she took a few steps to the left, out of the reach of the spotlights and into the shadows. There she promptly collapsed against the side of the building, hands gripping her trembling knees while she gasped for breath and fought the urge to cry. She was used to dealing with dangerous, brutal men. Her whole life had been an in-depth study. Sean Callahan was no ordinary man. It had taken every ounce of courage she had not to run from the sheer intensity of those blue eyes. But she'd learned a long time ago never to show fear. Attitude was survival, and she planned on being around for a while yet. With shaking legs, she mounted her cycle and kicked it into high gear, racing down the street as fast as her machine would take her. Chapter 2. Sean stared at the door. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't just seen it for himself. It took him a few minutes to realize that Nick was gathering his stuff. "Want to tell me what just happened?" Sean said. Nick turned tormented eyes his way. The kid opened up his mouth, then promptly shut it again and shook his head. At least Sean now had an idea where Nick's mind had been lately. Hell, Sean was having trouble thinking clearly, and he'd only been in the woman's presence for 2 minutes. He couldn't imagine being around her for any length of time. Christ, his cock was still tingling from her hot little hand, and that was through denim and Hanes. God help him if she actually wrapped her fingers around him. He'd probably turn to ash in her palm. Sean blew out a breath and tried to focus. Okay, let's start simple. Who was that? Nick exhaled heavily. My sister. Holy shit. And then some. Sean had no idea this kid even had a sister. No wonder he had problems. Sean reached over and flipped off the lights. Come on. I think we both need a drink. For a moment, Nick looked like he might bolt instead, but then nodded. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Was that a Ducati? Sean asked as he locked up, his eyes glued to the quickly disappearing taillight down the street. Nick blew out a breath, releasing his hair from its binding and shaking his head like a dog. Sort of. Sean pulled a couple of long necks from the glass-doored fridge behind the bar. Jake's Irish pub was owned by his family. His brothers Jake and Ian took care of most of the day-to-day operations, but they all helped out occasionally. The place had a decent Friday night crowd, but Sean led him toward a quiet back corner usually reserved for close family and friends. Here they could talk in relative privacy. A nod to Jake was all it took to ensure they wouldn't be disturbed. Nick slid into the booth, looking a little worse for wear. That was good, Sean thought. He was less likely to lie that way. So tell me what's going on, Nick, he said, handing him a bottle. Nick shrugged, accepting the cold beer and taking a long pull. My sister's in town. No big. He flicked those freaky eyes at Sean. It was disconcerting to see such light, almost clear eyes against such dark lashes and hair, but Sean was fairly used to it by now. I know I shouldn't have had her in the base, but she's cool. Damn better than anyone else you got working there. He paused. And you do have that no one works alone policy, he added, almost as an afterthought. Sean refrained from pointing out that his rule was intended for employees and skilled mechanics, not for little sisters, even if they did bear a striking resemblance to Kate Beckinsale's underworld persona. Or maybe he was thinking of her role in Van Helsing. Sometimes they overlapped in his private fantasies. She's been the one helping you at night? Nick turned surprised eyes on him, and Sean allowed a small smile. No one can get through that many jobs on their own, Nick, not even you. I figured it was Dave or Tommy, maybe. Nick barked out a laugh and shook his head vigorously. You kidding me? They couldn't find a fuel line with a lit match. So Nick's sister had inherited some of the same mechanical skills, too. With bad girl looks and a body that made his mouth water, Sean's fantasy was only getting better. If this kept up, he was going to have to pinch himself soon. Or fuck her until she couldn't remember her own name. He knew which one would be more effective. He also knew which one was the smarter choice of the two. Looks a lot like you. We're twins, Nick admitted heavily, taking another long drink. No shit. No shit. Sean wasn't sure if Nick viewed the admission as a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe a little bit of both. Sean had a twin, too. He and Shane were identical. Sometimes that was as much of a curse as a blessing. He knew firsthand the pull a twin had on you, for better or worse. If the sister was anything like the brother, a.k.a. a magnet for trouble, well, no wonder the kid didn't know which end was up. She in some kind of trouble? Yeah, sort of. I don't know. Fuck. For a moment, Nick looked lost. She doesn't think she is, but I'm not so sure. Maybe I can help." Nick might have snorted. It was hard to tell. In any event, it wasn't much of a response, and after a few minutes stretched by in silence, Sean figured he wasn't going to get any more for free. He decided to try another angle. "So, how long is she in town?" "Dunno. A day, a week, a month. However long it takes." "However long what takes?" Shane probed. Seconds ticked by before Nick answered. When he did, his expression was like stone, his eyes cold gray steel. "Family shit." It wasn't exactly none of your business, but it was close enough, and it was clear that the kid had no intention of willingly sharing the details. Sean wouldn't push that button too hard just yet, at least not directly. He had a feeling that if he did, Nick would just clam up completely. As it was, he could tell Nick was uncomfortable with divulging just the little bit he already had. Still, it wasn't enough to put Sean off from trying to find out more. "She's staying with you, then?" "Yeah." Nick's features softened slightly. Sean tried to remain patient, reminding himself that Nick seemed to be going through a rough patch, even though the why of it wasn't exactly clear yet. Sean's preferred style of interrogation tended to be more aggressive and involved direct and usually unpleasant physical contact, though arguably it achieved more satisfactory results in a timelier manner. Nick's vague, short answers were fast becoming tiresome. Adding to his edge was the unexplainable need to know. He wasn't sure why it was important, just that it was. "Is that part of the problem? Her crashing with you?" "Hell no," Nick said irritably, then caught himself. "Nikki's great, man. I love having her around. It's just..." Nick scrubbed his face with his hand, and in that instant, he looked a lot older than his physical years. Just what the hell had happened to these kids? Sean reminded himself to ask Ian, the resident expert on digital research, to look beyond the standard background check, only he'd ask him to include the sister, too. In the meantime, Sean signaled Taryn for 2 more beers and waited patiently. Nick wanted to talk, maybe needed to. Sean would let him get to it in his own time, as long as it didn't take too long. Nick was obviously giving his answer a lot of thought, picking and choosing what he could safely reveal. Sean had been through enough interrogations to know when someone was weighing their options, deciding whether or not to lie and to what degree. "She's stubborn, you know. She won't let me take care of her while she's in town. I haven't seen her in... Well, that doesn't matter. The point is, she insists on working, chipping in for food and shit." He snorted again. "She says she doesn't want to be a burden." "That doesn't sound so bad," Sean said, sipping his beer. "She's a mechanic like you, right? Where's she working?" Nick took a deep breath. His youthful features were pinched together, his mouth turned downward like he was in physical pain. "That's what she should be doing," he said. "But she's not. She's working at Angel's." One of Sean's eyebrows raised in a perfect arch. He knew the place, maybe a little too well. Angel's was Pine Ridge's local gentlemen's club. It was a great place to hang out if you were a guy who liked drinking and watching hot, sexy women dance, among other things. While Nicky definitely rocked the Angel's vibe, it was not the kind of place any man would want his sister to work. "Waitressing? Tending?" he suggested hopefully. The servers and tenders wore sexy uniforms, but they still wore something. Nick's look said it all. "No." Fuck. No question she had the body for it, but fuck. Men didn't go to Angel's with pure thoughts on their minds. And there were a hell of a lot of shiny poles and private rooms in the place. Still, if she was Nick's twin, she was 24, definitely old enough to make her own decisions. "She's a big girl, Nick." "That's exactly what she said," Nick spit back, looking at Sean as if he was a rat bastard just for agreeing with her. But she's my sister. Yeah, I hear you. Sean just met her and he was uncomfortable with the thought of her working there, bad girl image and all. The weirdest thing? For as badass as she was, there was something inherently feminine and fragile about her. Maybe it was her eyes. Maybe it was her perfectly formed, delicate features that made him feel that way, but it was there, and it had a powerful effect on his more visceral male instincts. Setting that thought aside, surely it was an effort of the unease he'd experienced all day. She was still something straight out of one of his darker fantasies. But those fantasies were his. The thought of sharing them with a crowd had him clenching his bottle so hard he feared shattering it in his hand. It made no sense whatsoever, but he refused to analyze it. Tonight was all about instinct, not logical reasoning, and he was going with his gut. I mean, it's one thing for her to do that shit in Vegas, you know? Nick was saying, clearly on a roll. It's different there, high-class gigs and all. There's security, it's tight, and I don't worry so much, but Angels, you ever been there? It's insane, man. Sean blinked. Your sister danced in Vegas? Weren't there licensed brothels in Nevada? Yeah, Nick said, his face hardening as if he guessed the natural progression of Sean's thoughts. But that's all, man. And she's good, too, real good, too good for the sorry bastards around here. Nick spoke with the vehemence of a protective brother. Sean hoped, for Nick's sake, that the kid was right. They've got a good crew over there, Sean said confidently, though his mind was racing and his insides were squirming. Something just didn't feel right. He didn't have the gift of reading people like his twin Shane, but he was proficient enough to sense when things didn't line up properly. I know the owner, and he's real protective of the girls. At least the ones that wanted to be protected. Mutual consent was sacred at Angels, and it wasn't a secret. Judging by the severity of Nick's reaction, Sean guessed he knew it too. You don't know Nikki. She might think she's safe, but she's a magnet for trouble, man. Yeah, Sean could believe that. She was simply the female version of the young man sitting in front of him. Definite problem with authority, didn't like to be told what to do, filled with attitude, and carried a chip on her shoulder a mile wide. Sean almost snorted. Maybe he should introduce Nikki to his brother's wives. She had something in common with Taryn, Lexi, and Maggie, but then no delicate flower could ever capture the heart of a Callahan man. Their women were by nature as fierce as the men, even though they presented it differently. The thought sent a strange chill through him, but he shrugged it off. Nick was too caught up in his own troubles to notice. So what was she doing under the bins? Nick had the good sense to look guilty. I told you, she knows her stuff. I work days, she works nights. We don't get to spend much time together. She's been bringing food over to the garage, hanging for a while, helping me out before her shift, you know? It's been kind of nice. Then later, I've been going up to Angels, just to, keep an eye on her and stuff. Sean brought the bottle to his lips and drank. So why aren't you there tonight? Nick's eyes flashed with barely repressed anger. Last night some things got out of hand. Some jack-off wouldn't take no for an answer, and I might have gotten in his face. Ended up getting my ass thrown out, and hers nearly fired. Sean was definitely on Nick's side on this one. Did you do some damage? Nick smiled. Broke every bone in the hand he had on her ass. Sean smiled too. That's the debt she was talking about? Yeah. She's too damn proud to admit it, but that guy was twice her size. Some things a brother's just gotta do. True? Yeah, he knew. That explained the dark circles under Nick's eyes the last few days. At least he wasn't using or gangbanging. His respect for the kid went up a notch. How could he fault him for looking out for his sister? Now I've been banned from the place when she's dancing, and she refuses to quit. What am I supposed to do? I try to get in there again, and they're not going to be so forgiving this time. Nick rubbed the back of his head gingerly. Sean guessed it was probably where one of the bouncers had driven that point home. Not for the first time. Sean was glad he only had brothers. Men were so much simpler. Growing up in a family of 7 boys ensured they all learned how to take care of themselves, but even then, they stuck up for one another when they could. Because that's what family did. But they were guys. Holy hell, he could only imagine what it would have been like if they had a little sister. Sean's protective instinct kicked in a big way. At least, that's how he rationalized the next words out of his mouth. Want me to head up there and check it out? Nick looked at him suspiciously. You'd do that? Why? Sean shrugged. He had no clue. Maybe he was bored. Maybe his life was just too tranquil. Maybe he had some kind of latent, shining knight complex. Whatever. All he knew was he had to do something, and he didn't want to analyze it, because that ominous foreboding was back again, more powerful than ever. Because you're the best mechanic I've got, and I need your mind on the job. Yeah, he'd go with that. It sounded both reasonable and believable, and held some measure of truth. It was enough that he knew that whatever was driving his actions had nothing to do with common sense. Apparently, Nick wasn't buying it completely either. Something passed through Nick's eyes then, something dark and wild. Sean could tell he didn't trust him. The kid was looking for some angle, some beanie. Sean supposed he'd better give him one, or the kid would end up running up there himself and getting himself killed. It was a shame Nick couldn't accept the fact that sometimes people helped each other out with no ulterior motive. Something in Sean's subconscious whispered that the kid was right, but he shushed that inner voice. Besides, if your sister's as good with engines as you say she is, maybe she can help with the overload for a while. Fuck. His own words numbed him. He couldn't believe he was actually saying them. If he hadn't heard his own voice, hadn't seen the reaction of the kid sitting across from him, he would have thought he had a minor brain bleed and hallucinated the whole thing. Christ, you mean that? Nick asked cautiously, excitement beginning to overshadow the darkness. For just a few moments, Sean saw a hint of the real Nick underneath all the jaded tough guy. When Sean didn't answer right away, he saw it drain away just as quickly. The hardness returning with a vengeance. Yeah, right, Nick laughed, but his eyes were colder than ever. You had me there for a minute. Good one, boss. No joke, man. Unless you're yanking my chain about her. Fuck no, Nick said, shaking his head. That bike of hers? She built it, custom, from the ground up. I don't believe it. If that were true, then the girl really was better than anyone he had working for him, present company excluded. Sean's interest went nuclear. This time, Nick's smile was genuine. It transformed his entire face. No shit, boss. Then I want her. In more ways than one. Nick's smile faded a little. What? Sean asked, feigning innocence as he took another pull on the long neck. Surely the kid didn't read minds. It's just... Well, it might be hard to convince Nikki that you're serious. Most guys, they don't take her seriously because she's a girl. They're just interested in... His eyes narrowed suspiciously. Man, the kid had eyes like ice. Sean let his own eyes harden. Gray ice against blue. And Sean was a lot better at it. Do you seriously think I'd put a woman in my garage to get into her pants? You wouldn't be the first. Nick stared hard for a long moment, then dropped his eyes. No, I don't think you'd do that, Nick said, blowing out a breath. But she's my sister, he added, as if that explained everything. It explained enough. Sean relaxed a little, feeling only a very small twinge of guilt. In their brief encounter earlier, the woman had gotten under his skin, and it was starting to piss him off. He was saying and doing things that he normally wouldn't, and the lack of tight control didn't sit well with him. Good mechanics are a lot harder to find than a good lay, kid. Nick nodded. That apparently made more sense to him than the possibility that Sean just wanted to help. True enough. Think you could come by my place tomorrow around 4, maybe? She'll never believe me if I tell her myself. Sure. Sean checked his watch. I've got to get my ass over to Angel's if you still want me to check in on her. What time is she on? Around midnight tonight, I think. Hey, boss. Thanks. Sean nodded and finished his beer, wondering once again what the hell he'd gotten himself into, even as the tingle of anticipation at the thought of seeing her again started spreading through his veins. Chapter 3. Sean left the pub with more questions than he had going in. The only real knowledge he had gained was that Nick wasn't telling him everything, and the parts he was omitting smacked of something dark. The kid was good at keeping secrets, but Sean's training made him an expert at detecting when someone was withholding information. It was in the defensive body posture and the deliberate way swagger injected into Nick's voice. Mostly, it was in the eyes, and Nick's were nothing less than haunted. Sean had seen that look enough in his tours. It was the kind of look a man had when he was forced to watch something awful play out and was unable to do anything about it. A sudden chill crept down his spine. What the hell was going on? And why were his protective instincts flaring to life with such ferocity? Nick was an employee. Sean cared about the kid, wanted him to do well, maybe even felt a personal stake. But that didn't explain the intensity he was feeling, the strong sense of warning, or the clawing need to get involved. That left the sister? Hadn't his sense of unease peaked right before he encountered her? The possibility hit him like a brick to the temple. Oh, hell no. He shook that thought free before it had a chance to take root. He wasn't even going to go there. She was smoking hot, sure, but this was no time to be thinking with his dick, no matter how strong the ache in his balls was. No, he told himself. He needed to get a grip, stop acting like some horny adolescent, and figure out what the hell was going on in his town. He decided to start with Nicky's reason for being in Pine Ridge. What was this family stuff that brought Nick's sister into town? Nick had spoken the word family as if it left a bad taste in his mouth. Was there more to their little unit than brother and sister? And why the uncertainty over how long Nicky would be in town? What kind of situation was open-ended like that? Nick's reaction to Nicky's temp job also raised a few warning bells. Sure. Any brother would have issues with his sister working in a place like that, and they'd be well-founded ones, too. But Nick's concern was a bit too intense to be explained away by simple brotherly concern over his sister's rep, especially one whose 9 to 5, p.m. to a.m., that was as a showgirl in Vegas. Angel's could be hardcore, but Sean knew the owner, and Jason took very good care of his employees, men and women, and even Nick should be able to pick up on that. No. There was a decided undercurrent there, one that had nothing to do with false modesty or suggestions of a little OT between the sheets. Sean firmly refused to consider the biggest question of all. Why did he care so much? Angel's was dark and smoky, just as he remembered. The music was so loud he felt the bass reverberating through his bones. And there were pole dancers. Sexy, lovely strippers on the semicircular stage doing their thing. He shouldered his way through the standing room-only crowd, made his way toward the front, and sat his big frame down beside the table that had just conveniently opened up in the VIP seating area. There were definite bennies to having the boss owe you a few favors. He accepted a drink from the pretty young server. It was on the house, but that didn't stop Sean from giving her a generous tip. The smile she gave him was genuine, probably as much for the size of the tip as the fact that he didn't attempt to grope her. Sean sat down and waited, steeling himself against the nearly unbearable ache that had settled in his balls since some crazy-ass female crawled out of his pit and cupped him there. Shit. He still felt her hand on him, like a fucking brand. That made about as much sense as the fact that he was even here. Eyes and ears open, Sean tried to relax. It was simple recon. Sure as hell beat the rainforest he'd found himself face down in a month ago, covered in mud and crawling with bugs. Weird how he almost felt cleaner there than he did here in what his Irish grandmother would have called a den of iniquity. He smiled at the thought. But that smile faded quickly when he realized that something inside him was changing. Some fundamental shift he couldn't quite identify. Since when had alcohol and beautiful, sexy women started to lose their appeal for him? He knew the answer, but he didn't have to like it. Ever since his brothers started settling down, it was the beginning of the end. Before then, none of them really considered the possibility of a soulmate. Hell, not one among them could comprehend the monotony of a single woman, let alone a lifelong commitment. Lifelong sentence was more like it, and the Callahan boys had no wish for incarceration without possibility of parole. Others laughed at their total disregard for settling down, citing divorce or annulment as a way out if things got unbearable. But the Callahan men took their oaths, all of their oaths, seriously. They believed that if they pledged before God, family, and friends to love, honor, and cherish till death, then that is exactly what they would do. Then Taryn came into their lives, and Jake was lost. Lexi returned to her roots and ended up right where she belonged, in his brother Ian's arms. And Maggie, well, if she wasn't custom-made for Michael, then the sun wouldn't rise tomorrow. They were all changing, realizing that maybe there was a chance for each of them. The only one not thrown by the last 2 years' worth of upheaval was the clan patriarch, Jack Callahan, who had always known the truth of it. That Callahan men, when they fell hard and completely. He'd married the love of his life, and they'd had 7 sons together. Even now, 2 decades after her untimely death, Jack Callahan swore he was still as much in love with her as the day he'd first laid eyes on her. That's what Sean wanted. That's what they all wanted. Until recently, none of them believed it possible. Sean took a long, slow sip from his glass and exhaled. When, if it happened, he wouldn't have any control over it. He just had to make damn sure he was ready, just in case. The first set of dancers was good, but nothing special. The club owner, Jason Michaels, usually had 3 girls on each set, one to the left, one to the right, and one center stage. The first trio was traditionally the tamest, meant for those out for just a little taste and nothing too hardcore. Standard moves, predictable music, traditional costumes. Cute, but definitely not his style. Sean used the time to pound back a few cold ones and give himself over to the music, trying not to think too hard about any of the serious shit that kept niggling at the back of his mind. He wished he could go back to just enjoying himself. Get drunk, watch the girls, hook up afterwards, then go home sated and alone. Yep, that's exactly what he wanted. Simplicity, independence, freedom. The next set of girls was a bit more risque. The music was harder, the costumes more daring, the moves more suggestive. But still no sign of Nick's sister. He checked his watch. Almost midnight. The lights dimmed, and the fog machines created a rolling mist as the stage was prepared for the final act. The minutes ticked by until finally a hush fell over the crowd, and men all across the room found themselves leaning forward in anticipation. Looking around, Sean noticed that the crowd had grown considerably since he'd first arrived, quite a feat since it had been packed then. It started with a low, pulsing bass. Black and red lights illuminated the dance floor, shining up eerily through the fog. For a few seconds, all of the lights went out, and when they came back on, 3 of the hottest women Sean had ever seen were positioned beside gleaming silver poles. Now this is what he was talking about. Black leather held together with the skinniest of cords and shiny metallic rings, suicide heels, gleaming silver chains. Oh, fuck, yes. Sean found himself shifting in his seat, too. The woman on the left side, where he was, drew his attention immediately. Jesus, he thought, as his brain soaked in the image before him. The dancer had the same color hair as Nikki, the same lean, lithe build, the same motherfucking tattoos. She remained on his side of the stage, one of 3 biker chicks dancing seductively along to ball-pounding heavy metal and screaming guitar. Lace thongs, black leather jackets, mirrored shades, high-heeled boots that went up to the thighs. The jackets opened slightly, giving a peek at the black satiny lace beneath. He watched, his mouth slightly open as he found himself wishing he was a shiny silver pole, just like probably every other guy in the place. How the hell did she get her leg all the way up there like that? And that was some serious muscle control there. Sean couldn't take his eyes off her. Her moves were fluid, graceful. Her body, while lush, was extremely toned, which Sean found very attractive. There was something about the way her sculpted strength flexed and danced beneath all that soft, glistening skin that had him harder than iron. Standing still, she was hot. Moving, she was nothing short of supernova. And then, oh, fuck him. The dancers were slinking down the stairs for highlighted lap dances. Sean was all too aware of the surge in male interest around him as the men started reaching for their wallets. A possessive, almost primal growl started rolling through his chest as he saw dozens of hungry eyes glued to Nikki expectantly. Like hell. Nikki's eyes scanned the crowd, slightly unfocused, catching vague physical outlines and smudges of color. She never looked at their faces. Never. It made it too personal, too real. If she didn't look into their eyes, then they weren't real people, and she wasn't really doing this. It was just a job, a means to an end. To find the rats, you had to spend some time in the sewer. Most of the time, she picked well. But there were other times she was not quite so adept. Like that psycho the night before. He'd seemed so normal, just another guy out for a little naughty fun. Medium brown hair, average build, casually but well-dressed. He seemed safe enough. At least until he touched her. Then, suddenly, he seemed much bigger, much stronger than he first appeared, and she saw the touch of madness in his eyes. That's when her blood began to run cold and her skin crawled. The man grabbed her ass hard and ground into her, his rancid breath nearly suffocating her as he told her all the things he was going to do to her. There had been nothing she could do about it, not without blowing her cover. She'd thought security would be on the guy right away, but they weren't. They told the boss later they hadn't realized the extent of the situation. Nick was there within seconds of seeing her face, though, pushing through the crowd to get to her, and Nikki heard the sickening crunch even before the guy's strangled scream. That caught the security guy's attention, and they took care of things from there. But the damage was done. Afterward, when they were all called into the manager's office, she played her part well, pretending it was difficult to speak coherently. Not that it mattered in the end. The night manager seemed more concerned with the fallout than anything else. Nick was banned from the premises for disorderly conduct, and she was reprimanded for inciting the situation and not following proper procedure. Assholes. The owner, at least, took the situation more seriously, taking the time to speak with her before her shift. Unlike the night manager, he seemed like a decent guy. He apologized for what happened and for not being there personally to handle the matter. He also said that Nick was welcome any time, just not while she was performing. The security guys were reamed out for not being on top of things, and she was assured they would be watching more closely from now on. Those assurances eased her anxiety somewhat, but she'd learned a long time ago that a man's word wasn't worth shit. Nicky wasn't sure what happened with the douchebag manager, but he wasn't anywhere to be found tonight. Maybe he'd been fired, or at least reassigned to weeknights. There was some small measure of satisfaction in that, at least. Hoping tonight would not be a repeat, she locked herself somewhere safe inside her own mind and let her body go, telling herself that it was just a job, nothing more. This was a necessary evil, part of the role she had to play to get what she'd come here for. She'd done a lot worse for a lot less in her lifetime. But even as the lights and the music changed, signaling the interactive portion of the show, another tiny part of her soul died. Again. She wondered how much more she had left. The sight of a crisp $100 bill raised in the air caught her attention. It almost made what she was about to do worthwhile. Almost. She didn't need the money anymore, but growing up in the streets having to struggle for everything was deeply ingrained in her psyche. She took a deep breath and reminded herself why she was here. God, how she hated this. Just like most of the other women who worked here. Some were putting themselves through school, others were trying to feed and clothe their kids. One or two actually liked it, but they were definitely the exceptions. She wouldn't be doing this forever, she reminded herself. Only as long as she had to, and not a minute more. This, too, would soon pass, and she'd be off to whatever was next. Hopefully it would be something that wouldn't warrant scrubbing herself in the shower for a good 30 minutes in scalding water afterwards, even though she knew the dirtiness she felt could not be washed away. Maybe, after this, she'd disappear for a while, someplace out in the middle of nowhere where she could be alone and chuck her fingers at the rest of the world. Until then, she would shut the hell up and make the best of what she had. Nicky pasted on the sexy smirk that had become second nature and got herself back into character, fighting her inner revulsion and summoning the courage for what she needed to do. Quick glances left, right, and center told her that security was in place, watching. She snagged the hundo out of the air and turned her back to him, swaying her ass suggestively before him. For $100, she'd give him a good show. She put both hands on her cheeks and undulated for all it was worth, circling seductively with the music. If nothing else, her job made her take uber good care of her body. Jason, the owner, was pretty decent about it, too. He had some kind of arrangement with the local fitness place that allowed the girls to work out there for a discounted rate. That was a good thing. Body Works was a great place, but it wasn't cheap, especially on a week-by-week basis. Seductively, she brought her hands to the edges of her leather jacket and began to peel them away, slowly revealing shoulders, then upper arms, upper back. Her breasts were barely covered by black satiny lace that concealed very little. The silver and black links of the choker chain she wore accentuated the light, peachy smooth skin. A matching belly chain wove around her bare stomach, dangling provocatively toward the area covered by her skimpy black lace thong, clearly revealing the spiraling hip tat as she unlaced her leathers and slithered out of them. Only then did she turn around and straddle her fan, sliding her barely covered sex along his muscular thighs. Her arms grasped at rock-hard biceps until she was snug against a massive iron arousal. At least he was built. It didn't justify what she did, but it did make it more palatable, as well as easier to let herself fantasize, because that was the only way this could work. If she allowed herself to see them for who and what they really were, she could never fake the desire needed to pull off a successful lap dance. Fat, sweaty guys doused in polo were the worst. But this guy was really smacked together. Every point of contact revealed more hard, solid male muscle. He smelled good, too. In fact, the scent was rather unique and familiar. In a rush of excitement and dread, Nikki actually looked into the face of the man she was practically dry humping. Luminous blue eyes bore into hers. An expression so hard and fierce it could have been carved from marble. Him. Sean knew the exact moment she recognized him. Up until then, she'd been smooth, practiced. Fire and ice raced through his veins as he realized that she did this every night. The only thing keeping him sane at that moment was the fact that her eyes were dead. Nikki's body was there, but her mind was somewhere far, far away. He'd seen that look more times than he could count. It was one he wore often, one he'd seen in his brother's eyes when they were forced to do something they didn't want to do, but had to. Somehow that thought comforted him a little. If she'd actually been enjoying this, he would have walked away and not looked back. But she didn't. Christ, she hated it. He could sense it, feel it with a certainty he dare not question, and that gave him hope. When she saw it was him, her eyes blazed with life, her body tensed mid-stroke, and her lips parted slightly in surprise. Several emotions passed through her face in seconds, and he felt every one of them acutely. Initial shock, then fear, then embarrassment. It took only a few seconds for her to recover, and then she began to pull away. She was going to bolt, going to leave him, but he wasn't going to let that happen. Before she could throw herself from his lap, his hands came down like iron cuffs over her thighs in warning, trapping her in place. Her eyes widened. He saw a flash of panic. He was aware of the security guy closing in on his right, and another not too far off on his left. He could kill them both instantly, without hesitation, if they tried to interfere. "Finish it," he commanded, his voice a rough, erotic whisper. Sean's hands eased a little, and the panic in those smoldering eyes gave way to something else. Determination, lust, hunger. She signaled off the security guys, then dug one hand into his shoulder and wove the fingers of her other through his hair and smiled. Then she tilted her head back, giving him a perfect view of her rock-hard nipples poking through the lace, and began to ride him in time with the music. Sean's eyes darkened to a deep sapphire blue as he felt the hot moisture soak into his jeans. He saw the telltale flush in her cheeks and the widening of her eyes, heard the softest of feminine moans, even over the pounding music. At first he thought he'd imagined it, but then realization dawned, following closely by a swell of triumph rising up within him. He flexed his hands to draw her gaze back to him. He had to look in her eyes to know for sure. Her smoky light grays were still a little dazed, and the telltale flush blossoming on her cheeks told him everything he needed to know. Oh yeah, she had. The fog cleared all too quickly. The soft smoke reverted back to the cold steel he'd seen before. Her features hardened, and her chin lifted in defiance. Sean amended his assessment. She had come, but she'd hated herself for it. Well, too damn bad. The music began to wind down, and she eased herself from his lap. Sean took great pride in the fact that her legs were shaking, and she was forced to lean on his shoulders for a few seconds before collapsing. His big hands curled around her small waist to steady her. "Give another man a lap dance, and he dies," Sean threatened quietly as he leaned forward, tucking another 50 into her thong for show. To everyone else, it simply looked as if he was giving her an extra tip, but he felt her quiver beneath the discreet stroke of his fingers. "Fuck you," she said just as quietly. A smile pasted on her face as she gave him the customary kiss on the cheek. "Count on it," he breathed as she moved away. Chapter 4. Nikki felt his eyes boring into her back until she disappeared behind the curtain, fighting the urge to collapse.
"Wow, must be beginner's luck,"
Sherry congratulated her with a wink backstage.
"You got a Callahan. I got a middle-aged banker with a paunch."
Nikki tried to smile and wave it off, but inside, she felt like she was going to throw up. What the hell was he doing here? Had Nick sent him? As if she didn't hate herself enough. Those brief moments of orgasmic pleasure evaporated quickly, leaving nothing but the reality of burning shame. Dancing for nameless, faceless strangers was one thing. It didn't mean anything. But dancing for her brother's boss? It made her feel vile, dirty, ashamed. Why? Why did she care? Why did she actually get wet when those big hands held her? That never happened before. God, she was still shaking. Maybe, she thought hopefully, he didn't notice. Then she remembered the wicked smile on his face, the heated warning he gave her. Oh yeah, he knew. Damn. She plopped herself down in front of one of the small vanities in the dressing room, seeing and hearing little of the activity around her, willing her heart to stop pounding against the walls of her chest, her legs to stop quivering. With some effort, she began to remove the glittery stage makeup, smearing the thick cream over her face. It was a one-time thing, she told herself. It was over. She got carried away, but that was all right, because it totally fed into her naughty girl persona. Tomorrow night, she'd draw an even bigger crowd, and she would stay the hell away from one steel-bodied, blue-eyed hard-ass. "You, in my office. Now." The quiet but deep voice rang through the dressing room, instantly capturing the attention of every girl there, but his intense glare was directed only at her. The owner of Angels, Jason Michaels, stood in the doorway. No one who didn't know him would have guessed him for what he was based on his appearance. He wore dark blue jeans, a black Oxford, and running shoes. He was average height, trim, with boy-next-door good looks, blonde hair and brown eyes all the way. The ladies guessed his age at around 30-ish, but it was hard to be more specific than that. He rarely made a personal appearance on the floor, preferring to handle business from his office. When he did show, it was usually not good news.
"Can I get changed first?"
Nikki tried to inject some of her trademark cockiness into her tone, the look of irritation almost as well rehearsed as her patented eye roll. "No." Jason tossed her a cape from the nearby hook, then turned abruptly and walked toward his private office, clearly expecting her to follow. The silence was deafening in the normally bustling room. With a huge feeling of dread in the pit of his stomach, Nikki followed behind, not even bothering to work up the bluster. After the day she'd had, running on minimal sleep, following up dead leads, the incident at the garage, then the debacle tonight, she didn't have the strength. "Sit." Jason took a seat behind the massive cherry wood desk and poured out 2 glasses of brandy. Nikki remained by the door, shifting her weight slightly from one leg to the other. It was a habit she had tried hard to break, this subconscious preparation for fight or flight. It was as much a part of her as her strong survival instinct. "I said sit." he repeated, more firmly this time. Nikki stiffened at the authority in his tone. Her chin lifted slightly and her spine straightened. "Nikki," he exhaled, his tone not quite as sharp. "You look like you're going to pass out any second. Please, sit down, have some brandy, and tell me what the fuck is going on." After a few long moments of hesitation, Nikki moved forward and did as he asked, though she remained perched on the edge of her seat, ready for immediate flight should it become necessary. Jason looked pointedly at the glass he'd set out for her and waited until she took a sip before continuing. As a general rule, she didn't drink, and never while on the job, but a swallow or two of the high-quality brandy might help calm her frayed nerves a bit. Nikki watched him carefully through guarded eyes, waiting for him to get down to it. It was a control thing, she knew. She'd dealt with enough men to know the ones who liked asserting their authority. At least Jason was fairly low-key about it. While she waited, she took the opportunity to study him. They had only spoken twice before. The first was on the day she was hired, but that was more of a one-way interview than an actual conversation. She had been on stage auditioning, and he'd been sitting in the dark, watching. The second time was earlier today when he spoke to her about Nick, but that meeting had been down in the bar prior to her shift in the midst of setup and in the presence of the bouncers. Now it was just the two of them in his office. Given the total lack of external noise, it was probably soundproofed. The private space was not at all what she would have pictured for the owner of a gentleman's club. Instead of garish colors and lewd art, the office was done in neutral, soothing colors that tended toward darker browns and forest greens and had soft, ambient lighting. It looked professionally done. The polished cherry desk matched the small personal bar. The chairs were covered in comfortable and stylish sable leather. A few abstract prints brought some welcome splashes of color to the area, but even they tended toward the subtle. Overall, it was remarkably understated and simply done, yet very pleasant. The man was just as surprising as his space. Young, well-built, attractive, with golden blonde hair that looked slightly tousled and rich, dark eyes, he looked more like the boy next door than a sin merchant. It was no wonder half the female staff was infatuated with him. She could see the appeal, but he wasn't really her type. He was a little too all-American, too mainstream for her taste. Probably drove a BMW, listened to classic rock, vacationed at the beach. All good things, but not her style. Not that she ever dated. She avoided that like the plague. But when she did allow herself to fantasize, the men were always darker, bigger, more dangerous. More like a certain hard-bodied bad boy with wickedness glowing in his crystal blue eyes and a cock the size of a... Oh, hell. So not going there. Across the massive desk, Jason seemed to be searching for the right words. Clearly, he had something to say and didn't quite know how to say it. As attractive as he was to watch, Nikki was too tired to play games. She just wanted to go home and forget this night ever happened. "Am I fired?" she burst out. He regarded her, his face interested but otherwise unreadable. "That was quite a show you put on tonight." The words were spoken casually, but his eyes, a warm, chocolatey brown, revealed curiosity and just maybe amusement mixed with irritation. Her eyes widened a bit. Had he seen? Of course he had, she reprimanded herself. There were security monitors on the wall to the left of his desk. Nikki had the presence to drop her chin a hair when she responded. "That is what you pay me for, isn't it?" Jason's lips quirked slightly. He looked way too comfortable in that chair, as if he knew something she didn't. She hated that feeling. It never boded well. "Ah, an overachiever," he chuckled. "Seems to me that was about more than money." He raised the glass to his lips again, never taking his eyes from her.
It's supposed to. Seem like it, that is.
The quirk turned into an outright smile. So you're a consummate professional, is that it? All about pleasing the customer? Nikki clenched her jaw, felt the heat rise in her cheeks. It was a wonder she didn't crack a tooth applying that much force.
Are you telling me that's a bad thing? She ground out defensively.
In one of the private viewing areas, hell no. But out there among the masses? Fuck yes. His eyes flashed to the monitors again. Hers followed. The place was still packed. She could see why that might be a cause for concern. Any other night, and they'd be steadily filing out after the big finale, hopefully with smiles on their faces and their pockets a lot lighter than when they came in. But tonight there was a different kind of energy on the floor. The men were more wired than usual, over-anxious. Jason leaned forward slightly and pressed a button on the sleek-looking black box at the edge of the desk. Ben, inform the ladies that we'll pay time and a half for anyone willing to stick around for another hour, but keep them on the stage. No more lap dances, no exceptions. And tell security to keep their eyes open. After receiving a gruff acknowledgement, Jason turned his attention back to her. Look, you're a great dancer, Nikki. But I don't need the hassles. First your brother goes Rambo on a customer.
He was protecting me, she interrupted.
Jason shot her a warning glance. That's what I pay security for. Color rose in her cheeks and flames danced in her eyes.
Then maybe you don't pay them enough because they suck at it.
They would have handled it, Nikki. They wouldn't have allowed any harm to come to you.
Bullshit.
Jason exhaled heavily and rubbed his eyes. He was clearly reaching the end of his patience. That made two of them. I'm not arguing with you about this, Nikki. You are not the first girl to get groped. Call it an occupational hazard, if you will. Surely you've had to deal with things like this before. He didn't give her an opportunity to respond before continuing. I have a business to run. What concerns me more is what occurred tonight. That's likely to cause me problems. I can't allow that to happen again. It's one thing for your brother to go all night in shining armor, quite another for Sean Callahan to do so. There is a big difference between a fractured hand and a room full of dead bodies. It would be bad for business and mean a whole lot of paperwork that I would just as soon avoid.
What the hell does Sean Callahan have to do with anything?
Why don't you tell me, Nikki? He countered. He pushed another button and brought up her lap dance. Another tap, and the image froze. Nikki gasped. Is that what everyone saw? Her fingers tangled in Sean's short, silky hair, the other hand digging into his shoulder. Her eyes were closed, lips parted, her head thrown back in ecstasy. Sean's eyes were on her, his focus absolute, his expression fierce. A potent combination of heat and shame rushed through her. She tossed back the remaining brandy in her glass, stalling for a moment until she could get herself back under control.
Nothing. He's just a guy trying to get his rocks off, that's all.
Jason snorted. Yeah, right. Nikki glared at him. Inside, her mind was working on damage control. Instinct told her that beneath those puppy dog eyes and all-American smile was a clever, intelligent man. And intuition told her that he was trying just as hard to figure her out as she was him. He wasn't the run-of-the-mill adult entertainment pimp. There was far too much intelligence and cunning in those soft brown eyes. Once again, she had the distinct feeling there was a lot more to Pine Ridge than appeared on the surface. And again she reminded herself that it was irrelevant beyond the fact that there was another male around whom she would have to be especially careful.
So, what you're telling me is, hypothetically speaking, of course, is that it's all right to tease men into a frenzy, but not to take any pleasure in it?
Not that she would ever admit to such a thing. Stripping was a lot like acting, really. None of it was real. It was all smoke and mirrors to create the desired effect. The lights, the music, the costumes, the stage, the props, they were all part of the scene. The men paid for a good show, and she gave them what they wanted. And if, on rare occasions, she wasn't faking the whole I get off on being bad thing, what of it? No one was the wiser.
Never admit to anything.
Yep, that was a plan. He smirked. There's nothing hypothetical about it. And I think you're smarter than that, Nikki. Unless, maybe he was talking about something else. Had someone come to him about the questions she was asking? She was very careful with whom she spoke, but nothing was foolproof. There was a fine line between appearing garden variety curious and ferreting out intel. No, she reasoned, this had to have something to do with tonight. Nikki didn't believe in coincidences. She wondered what, if anything, happened after she'd gone backstage. Had Sean done something? The look in his eyes had been intense. His warning echoed through her once again. Maybe some asshole made a snide remark or commented on her performance, and Sean reacted. She suppressed a shiver. Between what her instincts told her about Sean and Jason's comments about what might have happened, Sean's warnings were not to be taken lightly. He had this dark aura about him, this sense of intensity, of danger, that threatened to draw her in like a moth to flame. All the more reason she had to stay the hell away from him. Dare she ask? No, she decided. She'd only be asking for trouble, and it might suggest an interest she did not have. She had enough problems without making more for herself. She was overreacting, that was all. Too much excitement, not enough sleep, post-climax lethargy, and a reduction of brain function. It all amounted to the same thing. Jason had to be referring to her behavior specifically. If there had been trouble on the floor, she wouldn't be sitting here now in his office with a brandy in her hand. Nobody called you to their office and gave you a drink to tell you that someone else fucked up.
So I am fired.
I want you off the floor for a while. She dropped her eyes, looking at the hands clenched in her lap.
Shit.
This is what happened when she forgot herself, when she allowed her own selfish thoughts to take over, even for a few minutes. And to what end? It hadn't even been real. Oh, she'd thought it was at the time, but now that some of the fog left her mind, she could see it for what it was. Sean had sought her out, waved that bill around, knowing she wouldn't pass it up. And she'd taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker. It was nothing but payback for her little handshake in the garage, and no less than she deserved, she figured. Mess with a man like that, and there were bound to be consequences. Now she had to try and salvage what she could. There was too much at stake to bail out now, no matter how much she might want to. She was too damn close.
It won't happen again.
No, Jason agreed. It won't. Nikki had a choice to make. Stand up and walk the hell out of his office, or swallow some of her pride and stay. If she walked out now without having achieved what she came for, then the past few weeks of PDH, public displays of humiliation, were for naught. It chafed, but there really was no other choice.
I need this job, Mr. Michaels.
His eyes widened slightly, as if surprised. She was kind of surprised, too. Her voice hadn't held even an inkling of the defiant tone she was trying so hard to squelch. I'm not firing you, he said finally. Yet.
But you just said...
Jason held up his hand. I said I don't want you on the floor for a while. In the meantime, perhaps there is something else you could do. Nikki's eyes widened further, then narrowed angrily as his words registered. She stood up so quickly it startled him. There were limits, and then there were hard limits.
Shove it up your ass, Mr. Michaels. I'll scrape gum off the sidewalks before I whore for anyone."
His eyebrows shot up in surprise.
"Excuse me?"
"You heard me." She turned and was almost at the door before he stood and took 3 long strides across the room.
"Hold it right there."
His voice was deep and angry. He shoved the door closed before she had a chance to slip through and looked down into her face. She glared right back up at him, giving him her fiercest fuck off and die stare.
"Don't make me hurt you,"
she warned in a low growl. Her mind was already playing through the series of moves that would most efficiently take him down.
"I strongly suggest you don't try."
Her eyes flashed, but she refrained from inflicting any damage just yet.
"Pull that self-righteous stick out of your ass and just listen for a moment, will you? I'm not asking you to do any such thing. That part of the business is strictly a matter of mutual consent. Understand?"
"What?" She blinked. "Then what are you talking about?"
"I was thinking you could work the bar. Can you tend?"
"Oh, not very well," she stumbled, taken aback by his offer. "I mean, I worked in a small-town bar for a couple of months once, but it was nothing like this."
"We can train you."
Nikki thought about it. It could work. Bartenders heard more gossip than pole dancers, and while she would still probably be expected to wear ridiculous, skimpy clothes, at least she'd be behind the bar and out of immediate groping reach. She had to play her part, though.
"How does the pay compare?"
she sniffed, crossing her arms.
"The base pay is significantly lower, but the potential for tips is much higher, based on increased customer interaction."
"Can I have a day to think about it? My mind is a little fried right now."
"Sure," he said. "I wouldn't want you to start on a Saturday anyway. Too busy. If you're interested, come by Monday around 4. She nodded.
"Thanks."
Then she breathed a sigh of relief as she walked back to the dressing room. "Satisfied?" Jason twisted the lock on his office door and turned around as Sean slipped silently from the private bathroom. "Yeah," he grinned. "You did good, JC." Jason sighed. He should have known the minute Sean Callahan showed interest in her she was trouble. Hell, he'd learned a long time ago that it was a good idea to stay far away from anything the Callahans showed a particular interest in, but especially women. And his little tete-a-tete with Nikki Milligan only reinforced that little gem of wisdom. He walked back over to his desk and poured another brandy. Generally, Jason allowed himself 1 drink at the end of a stressful night. Tonight he was making an exception. He didn't bother pouring one for Sean. "What the hell have you gotten yourself into now?" he asked his old friend. "Don't know what you're talking about," Sean shrugged, but he couldn't completely hide the wicked intent in his eyes. When Sean barged into his office an hour ago, he had been very specific. No more interactive show segments with Nikki. If Sean wasn't such a good friend, and he hadn't owed Sean a few favors, Jason wouldn't even consider it. Nikki was a gold mine. She drew the men in, no doubt about that. Attendance had risen in the couple of weeks she'd joined the staff, and that was no coincidence. The atmosphere was more electric when Nikki was around. And yeah, it heightened the tension, but Jason had no doubt he could handle it with a few more well-placed men. Keeping her out of the show was going to hurt his bottom line. He'd told Sean as much, but Sean wasn't the least bit sympathetic. Hell, after watching the show those two had put on, Jason couldn't really say he was surprised. He'd had his eyes glued to the monitor during her performance, every bit as enthralled as those down on the floor. A woman in the throes of pleasure was impossible for any healthy man to ignore, and Jason was no exception. "Right," Jason scoffed. If Sean didn't want to come clean, it was no skin off his nose. They really had a hell of a lot of secrets between them. One more wouldn't matter. "But we're even now. True?" "Yeah, we're good. Later, JC. Jason shook his head as Sean carefully whistled his way down the corridor to the private exit. The two of them went back a long way, and Jason had never seen Sean so proprietary over a woman. Sean wasn't exactly a flowers and roses kind of guy, prone to romantic gestures. He smirked. Seeing his badass friend so smitten was amusing. He'd always known that when Sean fell, it would be hard. The funniest thing was, Sean probably thought he had it all under control. Sean was going to have his hands full with this one, though. Nikki wasn't like the other women who worked at Angel's. Usually, understanding their motives was easy enough. Kids, college, mortgage. But none of those seemed to apply in Nikki's case. Whatever drove her wasn't so obvious. A drug habit, maybe. Instinct told him no. She kept herself in excellent shape, and her focus and control were unquestionable. Supporting someone else? Again, not likely. A background check listed only her brother as next of kin, and he had his own job in town. Working for Sean Callahan, no less. Even more intriguing than her underlying motivation was the woman herself. Stunningly lovely with her dark hair and unusual eyes, he could easily picture her in an elegant ball gown at a gala premiere. Yet she wore the whole bad girl persona like a second skin. She came across tough as nails on the outside, but sometimes, like those few minutes when she thought he was firing her, he had the impression she was as fragile as fine crystal on the inside. If anyone could reach her there, that was. Jason sighed heavily and resumed his seat behind the desk to start going through the night's receipts. Whatever her deal was, she was Sean's problem now. The thought made him smile. Nikki's mind was whirling as she made her way back to the dressing room. Those dancers still remaining looked at her questioningly, hoping for some scoop, but she refused to meet their eyes. It didn't take long to don her street clothes and grab her few personal belongings. There was no sense leaving anything here if she wasn't sure she was coming back. Nikki peeked cautiously out of the club's back entrance. Club security kept things pretty tight, but there were usually a few losers out there, hoping to get lucky. It looked strangely empty, though. With a sigh, she pulled down her baseball cap and pushed the door open slowly, her senses on high alert, half expecting someone to appear out of the shadows. She gripped her keys between her fingers in one hand and fisted a small roll of solid steel in the other, just in case, as she walked quickly across the lot. She saw him by her bike, leaning against the gleaming black and silver Harley parked next to it. She ignored him, mounting her quasi-Ducati as if he wasn't even there, glad beyond measure when her badly shaking legs didn't give out on her completely. As far as she was concerned, they were even. She'd invaded his space, he'd invaded hers. Tit for tat, end of story. "Aren't you even going to acknowledge me, Nikki?" His deep male voice caressed her as tangibly as if he reached out and touched her and made her tingle in all the right places. It evoked a small but potent echo of the sensations that had rippled through her body only an hour ago, and it pissed her off. "It meant nothing," she bit out, cursing herself for saying anything, for even feeling the need to. She heard his soft chuckle, hating how it made her nipples so goddamned hard. "Somehow I don't believe that. Or do you come for every man you give a lap dance to?" "Get over yourself." White, hot fury and embarrassment burned through her so hot she half expected to turn to ash right where she stood, taking him with her. No such luck. Sean remained where he was, blue eyes glowing, radiating that sexy, arrogant manner that oozed dominance and made her crazy. She'd never met a man she felt was strong enough or worthy enough for her to even consider voluntary submission. And goddammit, she wasn't about to start now. Nikki kicked the bike hard and took off like a bat out of hell. Visions of his intense blue eyes raking over her possessively followed her all the way home. Chapter 5. "So you're on babysitting duty today, huh?"
Maggie carried a big plate of warm cookies over to the table, along with a quart of whole milk. She slid carefully into the seat adjacent to his, her expression tight. "Yeah, kind of," he said with a sheepish grin. "But you know I love you, right?" "You love my cookies," she corrected on an exhale, but her smile was genuine. As an only child, it had been quite a culture shock for Maggie to find herself as part of a big family when she hooked up with his brother Michael, but she was adjusting nicely. One of them was almost always with her now whenever Michael got called into the hospital. He didn't like leaving her alone at their farm when she was already 3 days past her due date, especially when he worried that her irrational fear of doctors and medical procedures in general might keep her from getting to the hospital on time. "Hey, Mags, you okay?" "Yeah, I'm awesome," she said, sounding slightly winded. "I think your nephew's going to be a linebacker for sure." She grimaced as she rubbed her belly and blew out measured breaths. Sean grinned boyishly. "Can I?" "Knock yourself out." Sean gently placed his hand over Maggie's distended belly. She guided him to the side. His hand visibly jumped. "Holy shit, Mags! That kid's strong." "Yeah, tell me about it," she said, wincing. "I think I might need my ribs taped after the delivery, though. Ever since he turned, he's been doing a number on them." Within a few minutes, she exhaled and gave him a grateful glance. "Thanks, Sean. I think he recognizes your voice already. He does that whenever he hears you and refuses to calm down until you acknowledge him." "My pleasure. These cookies are awesome, by the way." "Thanks. This waiting is driving me crazy, so I've been baking up a storm. So, are you going to tell me about her, or do I have to wait to get the dirt from Taryn?" He should have known. Maggie didn't miss anything. She was also the only one Sean could talk to. She never laughed or made jokes at his expense, always listened, always had time for him. Her little farmhouse in the country had become the place to go when any of them needed to get away from the rest of the family for a little while. Helping out Michael was just a bonus. He would have found himself here regardless. Plus, her cookies rocked. Sean grinned. "Not even Taryn knows about this yet, Mags." "Ooh," said Maggie excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "An exclusive. I'm honored." "You should be. But I'm not sure there's that much to tell." "Start with the basics. What's her name?" Maggie rubbed her belly, both hands making large circles, her breaths deep and even. "Nikki." Pretty. Is that short for Nicole? Nicolette?" Sean frowned. "Not sure." Maggie waved it off. "Doesn't matter. Where did you meet her?" "The garage, actually." "Car trouble? That's what brought Taryn into town, right?" Maggie sharply sucked in a breath. "Another kick," she explained when Sean looked at her suspiciously. "Yes to Taryn, but no to Nikki. She's visiting her brother, Nick. He works for me." "Nick and Nikki?" "Yeah," Sean smiled. "Twins." "You've got something in common with her already then, huh?" She shifted on her seat. "So, I'm guessing she's gorgeous, probably a perfect size 6. She looked down ruefully at her big belly. "She is beautiful, Mags. Sexy as hell, too, full of fire." He paused, a frown tugging his lips downward. "She's working up at Angel's while she's in town." "No wonder she caught your eye. I hear Callahan men really go for exotic dancers," she joked, reminding Sean of how she and Michael had met when she danced at Ian's bachelor party as a favor to a friend. "She's something else. I've never met anyone like her. I want to throttle her and kiss her at the same time. And when the other guys were watching her dance, I wanted to kill every one of them. That's not like me, Mags." Maggie looked at him thoughtfully. "Michael told me once that something just clicked inside him when we met, that everything changed. Maybe that's what's happening to you, too. Maybe. I don't know. I can't explain it, Mags. One second everything was fine, life as usual. The next... Hell, it was like a grenade went off. No, make that 3 grenades. One in my head, one in my chest, and one in my pants. And what about her? Does she feel the same way about you, do you think? That's what he loved about Maggie. No smart-assed comments, no words of doom or salvation, just acceptance and genuine interest. He couldn't conceive of talking to anyone else about this. His brother, Michael, was a smart and very fortunate man to have her. He thought about her question as he chewed a few more cookies, washing them down with a healthy swig of milk. Ah, whole milk. He knew she kept it around just for him and his brothers. She only drank soy herself. Maggie was the best. He filled her in on the little bit he knew, leaving out the explicit details, but it was enough that she got the idea. Maggie blew out a breath and seemed to relax a little, then looked at her watch. Sounds like the real thing to me, Sean. You owe it to yourself to at least find out. He nodded. Except I think she despises me. He probably shouldn't have grinned when he said it, but damn. He liked the fire in her eyes and the way she challenged him. Nikki Milligan was definitely a woman who would keep him on his toes. There is a very fine line between love and hate. If I had to guess, I'd say she's probably scared stiff. Yeah? Fear was definitely not the first thing that jumped into his mind. Lust, maybe. Anger, probably. Defiance, absolutely. Yeah, I felt exactly like that around Michael when I first met him. Still do sometimes. When it hits you hard, and... She paused briefly. You just don't know if you can handle it. She clenched her teeth and sucked in a breath. Mags? Sean reached out to her, and she latched onto his hand, as if it was a lifeline. His eyes widened as the realization hit him. Oh, fuck, you're in labor, aren't you? She nodded, breathing through the pain. Maggie, we gotta call Mick. She shook her head vehemently. First one takes forever. Rather be here as long as I can. Hate hospitals. Sorry, Mags, I love you, but... Sean whipped out his mobile and hit the speed dial. Mick, yeah, Sean, listen. Yeah, I think so. Hang on. He looked at Maggie. Did your water break? She nodded. Yeah. When? Maggie looked at the clock. 10 minutes ago? She shook her head. 10 of 8, she blew out. The clock read 9:15. Holy shit, Mags! Mick, she says her water broke over an hour ago. Sean was forced to hold the phone away from his ear. Even Maggie could hear her husband cursing a blue streak on the other end. He mentally replayed the last half hour, seeing her shifts and grimaces in a new light. He'd been so preoccupied with thoughts of Nikki he hadn't recognized them for what they were. Yeah, about 2 to 3 minutes, I think, Sean said, his eyes sharp and accusing. Uh-huh. Got it. Sean pocketed the cell. Oh, Mags, he is so going to paddle your ass for this one. She nearly collapsed in relief as the pain ebbed away and smiled weakly. That's what got me into this mess in the first place. Despite himself and the worry he felt for her, he smiled. Come on, Mick's waiting for us at the hospital. I thought you were the nice one, she complained in a breathless whoosh as he helped her to her feet. I gave you cookies. Maggie struggled to walk on her own, but the next pain had her nearly doubled over. Sean slung her bag over her shoulder and scooped her up easily into his arms. Sorry, babe. Common misconception. Shane's the nice one, and I'm under strict orders here. Hey, you've got one hell of a grip, you know that? He got her settled into the car as quickly as possible, then took off like a bat out of hell.
"Have you thought about asking her to work at the garage?"
Maggie asked in between dog-like panting breaths as Sean drove expertly down the mountain roads at speeds that probably shouldn't be attempted below 10,000 feet. He glanced over to see her gripping the dash with one hand and the door with the other. It took him a moment to realize what she was talking about. "Nicky?" "Yeah, I was thinking about it. Even brought it up as a possibility to Nick, see what he'd think. If she's really as good as Nick says, I'd be stupid not to. But I don't know. There's a lot of testosterone in the garage. I might have to kill one or more of my guys, and I really don't know if it's a good idea to work with someone I'd like to get involved with."
"Yeah, could be a problem." "Sean?"
"Yeah, Mags."
"Hurry!"
He pressed the gas pedal to the floor and engaged all 12 cylinders of the sleek black Jag. Sean whipped up to the emergency room entrance in a perfect horizontal slide to where Michael was waiting with his preferred team. The door was opening before he even came to a complete stop. "How are we doing, sweetheart?" Michael asked, his calm, soothing voice at odds with the quick, efficient way he moved. Incapable of answering, she looked at him with wide eyes, her knuckles white from where they gripped the seat. "There's hardly any time between them now." Sean's voice held the unshakable calm of his brother's, though his body was tense, coiled. "She didn't tell me she was in labor, Mick," he added on. "Why am I not surprised?" Michael muttered. As Maggie gasped for breath, he placed his hands gently along her belly. "That's a big one," he said as another intense contraction ripped through her. With his big body blocking her from view, he slipped his hand beneath the cotton dress she wore and gave a tight smile. "You do like to test me, don't you, baby?" She clenched her teeth, stubbornly refusing to cry out against the pain that was ripping her apart from the inside.
"Wasn't bad. Till now. Had time."
"Well, sweetheart, we're out of time. This baby is coming now, and I mean right now. Look at me, Maggie. Look at me." He waited until her eyes met his. "Breathe. Don't push, no matter how much you want to. Got it?" She nodded, her face growing paler by the second as she fought against her body's natural need to push. Michael looked over his shoulder at the staff, awaiting his orders. "After this one, we get her into the first open room in the ER, got it? We're not going to make it up to OB." Sean paced the waiting room with the others, who'd been arriving non-stop as the news spread. They'd already received word that Maggie delivered within minutes of their timely arrival, a 10-pound, 6-ounce strapping baby boy, and were anxiously awaiting further information. They had yet to speak with Michael. He insisted that both Maggie and the baby undergo thorough examinations afterward, under his watchful eye, and was unwilling to compromise. A somewhat harried-looking nurse came in finally and told them that Maggie and the baby were being relocated to the 6th-floor maternity ward and would be able to have visitors shortly. The relief on the nurse's face was apparent. Within the hour, they were fighting back their grins as they neared the room en masse. Maggie's voice was clearly audible in the hallway.
"But why not?"
Maggie was saying, exhaustion coloring her voice.
"I'm fine. The baby's fine."
"Maggie?" Michael's voice responded patiently. "It's just one night, just as a precaution." "It's ridiculous, that's what it is," she answered. This from the woman who almost gave birth in a car because she was too damn stubborn to get to the hospital like a reasonable woman. "It's a natural process, Michael. Women were having babies thousands of years before modern medical centers. It wasn't uncommon for women to give birth in the fields and get right back to work." "You don't work in the fields, Maggie, and this is not the Middle Ages."
"We've been here nearly 3 hours already. Please, Michael, take us home."
Maggie's total and complete dislike of hospitals and the medical community in general, her husband excluded, was well known. So it surprised no one, Several of them chuckled silently, though all were wise enough to wipe the grins off their faces the moment they caught a glimpse of Michael warning them to not, under any circumstances, encourage her. Michael beamed proudly as they entered, effectively silencing any more pleas from Maggie, at least for a little while. "Come and see our son." One by one they took turns admiring the latest family addition. With a shock of black hair and intense blue eyes barely visible through his half-open lids, there was no doubt as to which side of the family he took after. "Jesus, Mick, he looks just like you."
"He's a Callahan, no doubt,"
said Taryn with a mischievous glint in her eye.
"But really, if you're going by looks alone, any one of you could be the father."
That drew a chorus of laughs. Taryn knew every bit as much as she did that the bond between a Callahan and his cry was unbreakable.
"It must be Michael's," Maggie teased, "because he's definitely taking after his father. All the nurses are already falling all over him. They just can't seem to keep their hands off him."
Her eyes twinkled fiercely.
"I just might need to take someone out soon, if it continues." "I've got your back, sister," Taryn winked.
Michael shot her a look, but nothing could diminish the look of pure joy on his face. Chapter 6. A good hour later, Sean made his way down to the lobby, the grin still on his face. Maggie had let each of them hold the baby. He still couldn't get over how small the boy had been in his large hands, even though everyone insisted that a 10.5-pound baby was considered large. Michael had boasted proudly that his son dwarfed the other newborns for the entire 5 minutes he was in the nursery before Maggie insisted he be returned to her side. Sean chuckled. Maggie was quite possibly the sweetest, most open-hearted woman he knew, but she was ferocity personified when it came to protecting her family. A slight twinge had him absently rubbing his chest. Michael was a lucky son of a bitch. A casual glance toward the coffee shop had him doing a double take. Nikki sat in a booth at the far end, head down, looking as if she was about to do a header into the cup of coffee that sat in front of her. At least he thought it was Nikki. Sean's steps slowed. He instinctively kept out of her direct line of sight, but she never once looked over his way. Yes, that was definitely Nikki. He would recognize that delicate, feminine profile anywhere. Every curve, every line was already etched in his memory. His hands twitched and flexed, doing a little remembering of their own, like how they felt against her toned, smooth thighs as she straddled his lap and clutched at his shoulders. And how fucking hard it had been to keep them there when there were so many other places they wanted to be on that gorgeous body. He tucked those thoughts away for later when he felt himself hardening right there in the busy lobby. What was it about this woman that so threatened his self-control? There was something decidedly different about her today, and it was more than just a lack of makeup and a sexy getup. She seemed more natural, more real. Looking at her now, it was hard to envision the seductress that damn near brought him to his knees the night before. The change both confused and intrigued him. Sean didn't realize she wasn't alone until he saw her head bob, as if in agreement, saw her lips move in response to whomever sat across from her. Why was she here? Who was with her? And why did she look so damn sad? He should probably just keep walking, but something wouldn't let him. Not allowing himself to think too much about what he was doing, he followed his instincts and slipped into the gift shop, angling himself slightly behind the large display of magazines and paperbacks available for purchase. From this vantage point, he could catch occasional glimpses of Nikki, but she would be hard-pressed to spot him. It only took a moment or so for Sean to recognize Nick's voice as well. Hushed and low, it carried easily once he zeroed in and concentrated on them and them alone. It was a skill that had served him well in the field. Sean felt only a momentary flash of conscience for eavesdropping, but the strong warning in his gut overrode it. There was something going on with those two, and Sean had more questions than answers. He silently justified his actions by reasoning that if he didn't know what the problem was, he couldn't help fix it. Nick was his top mechanic, and Nikki was... well, he didn't really know what she was yet, but he figured that if he could help, he would. "You're too fucking soft," Nick said harshly. "That's why you always get hurt." Nikki hung her head. What could she say to that? Nick was right. "I can't believe you're here," he continued. "Why do you even care?" Nikki ripped pieces from the paper napkin, rolling them into little balls with her fingers and letting them drop onto the table. A cinnamon roll sat untouched off to the side. Nick pointed to it. Nikki nodded and pushed it toward him. Seeing her mother unconscious and hooked up to all of those tubes and machines eliminated any appetite she might have had. "The same reason you do," she answered. "Because she's our mother." "Don't kid yourself, Nikki," Nick said coldly. "That woman could go straight to hell for all I care, and I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep over it. She was never a mother to me, to either of us, but especially not to you." He ran his hand through his already disheveled hair. Hanging loose, it was almost as long as hers. "Christ, Nikki, how can you even look at her after what she did?" "Shove it up your ass, Nick. You're the one that fucking texted me, remember?" "Yeah, because I thought you should know. Because I knew you'd be pissed if you found out I knew and didn't tell you. Not because I wanted you to do anything about it. She doesn't deserve it." "You want me to go? Fine, I'm out of here." She had just about enough of people trying to push her into the shadows, tell her what she could and could not do. Nikki grabbed her bag and made to get out of the booth, but Nick's arm reached out and grabbed her. "You know I didn't mean that." "Christ. You make me fucking nuts." He blew out a heavy breath. "I'm not ready for you to leave yet, Nikki. Please." Nikki slid back into place, her head lowered as she took another sip of her coffee. Silence stretched between them for 1 minute, then 2. "Did she even recognize you?" Nick said softly. "Does she even know who you are?" "Does it matter?" she asked quietly. "What matters to me is you, Nikki. God damn it, I can't stand to see your heart ripped out every time that woman fucks up and you think you can save her. When are you going to realize she doesn't want to be saved? Maybe she wants to die. God knows she's been trying hard enough to make it happen." How many times had she been through this? How many times had Charlene sworn she was going to clean herself up and do better? Nikki hadn't seen her in years, but she'd made sure that Charlene had a decent place to live, that her bills were paid off when Charlene didn't have enough. Nick didn't know that, though. Neither did Charlene. No one did, nor could they. Despite her best efforts, a single tear fell onto the table, absorbed by the little paper spheres. "Oh, fuck, Nikki. Don't do this." "I'm sorry, Nick," she said, wiping at her eyes but not looking up. "I have to. I know it doesn't make any sense, but I just want her to know she's not alone." Nick sighed heavily. "Yeah, I know. Do what you gotta do." Nick slid out of the booth and gave his sister a quick kiss on the top of the head. "Just promise me you won't do anything stupid like blow town again without saying goodbye, yeah?" She nodded wearily, but her eyes didn't meet his. "All right, I have a few things to finish up at the garage. Why don't you head back and crash for a bit? Christ, you look beat." "You're working today? It's Saturday." "I know, but I promised Sean I'd have this Escalade done for pickup first thing Monday. Shouldn't take more than a couple of hours. I'll be home well before your shift. Hey, we'll get a pizza tonight, yeah? Anything you want on it." Nikki sniffed and nodded. She should be working tonight. Saturday was undoubtedly the best night of the week. Men were ramped up in weekend mode with a full day remaining for recuperation before having to face the grind once again. It was when she made her biggest tips and had the greatest chance of getting the information she needed. And what would she be doing? Hanging out in her brother's apartment, scamming his clothes while she scarfed down takeout and watched crappy movies on cable. She couldn't bring herself to tell him that she'd been benched yet, though. That would only bring up questions, and she'd have to explain what happened, and she just wasn't ready to do that. Nick would hear about it soon enough. Even from the gift shop, Sean could see the pain in Nikki's eyes, feel her hurt, making his own gut twist in the process. Should he? Probably not. But damn, she looked so lost, so fragile. Maybe it was all the warm and fuzzy still flowing through him from his visit upstairs, but there was no way he could not go to her. Before he even realized it, his feet were carrying him in her direction. Nikki. He said her name softly, afraid to startle her. She looked up, surprised, and he caught his breath. For just a moment, she looked so young. Her crystalline eyes were wide, her expression unguarded. There was none of the heavy makeup she'd been wearing last time he'd seen her. Her hair hung in soft waves, layered and uneven around her face. Even the faded Levi's, Reeboks, and hoodie made her look more like a young woman than the sexy vixen that had straddled his lap the night before and ridden herself to climax. It didn't last long. As soon as she registered who it was who had spoken her name, her face hardened into the scowl he knew so well, and she matured before his eyes. "What do you want?" she practically hissed. "May I sit down?" She looked as if she'd rather have a root canal. "It's a free country. I was just leaving anyway." "Please," he said, as he slid into the seat across from her. "Don't go just yet." His long legs extended under the table. It was a deliberate move on his part. She'd have to crawl over them to extract herself. She exhaled heavily, but remained where she was. He decided to count that as a small victory. While he hoped that she might open up to him, the realist in him knew it was unlikely. He was not normally a patient man, but he would try to be for her, and he looked forward to the challenge of earning her trust, starting now. Nikki avoided his eyes as he ordered coffee and a sandwich, shaking her head when he offered to get something for her as well. "Well?" she asked, once the waitress had left. "Are you stalking me now? They have laws against that, you know." "My brother and his wife just had a baby," he said. "I drove her to the hospital." "Oh, congratulations then, I guess." The server came by with a clean mug for Sean. He didn't miss the way Nikki's scowl deepened when the pretty young thing filled his cup and completely ignored Nikki's. "How about a refill for my friend?" he prompted. The server offered an embarrassed smile, mumbled an apology, and topped off Nikki's cup as well. He probably shouldn't have taken as much satisfaction as he did in the way Nikki's eyes glared at the waitress. If he didn't know better, he might think Nikki was actually jealous. "Boy or girl?" she asked finally when the waitress moved to the next table. "Boy," Sean answered, grinning. "Big guy, too." He told her a little about the baby and Maggie and Michael. She listened, brows perpetually knitted, but refrained from any further comment. They sat in silence for a few minutes, a silence that should have been more awkward than it was, until his sandwich came. This time, Nikki didn't acknowledge the server's presence at all. It was rather disappointing. "That them?" she asked, her eyes following the group passing through the lobby. Sean followed her gaze. Sure enough, he saw his father, brothers, and sisters-in-law moving toward the exit. "Yeah." "Shouldn't you be with them?" "I'll catch up with them later." If he hadn't been studying her so closely, he might have missed it. It was quite subtle, really. But for those few brief seconds while she was watching his family, something very raw and painful flickered over her features. It was gone before he had a chance to fully process it. "Hey, you okay?" Sean's voice pulled her back. "Why wouldn't I be?" she snapped. That quickly, the implacable mask was back in place, decorated with that scowl with which he was becoming so familiar. That's what he wanted to know. But he wouldn't press her now. "You look tired." Nikki shrugged noncommittally. "Are you working tonight?" Of course he knew she wasn't. "No," she answered, without further explanation. "Well," he said easily, polishing off his sandwich. "Maybe it's for the best." Her eyes narrowed, and he could see her connecting the dots. It didn't take long. "You?" That weariness in her features changed almost instantly into something far darker. He held her gaze, neither confirming nor denying her suspicions. He didn't even attempt to fake innocence. The sooner she understood, the better. "You tried to get me fired." "Why?" she asked, her voice low but decidedly venomous. "I didn't try to get you fired." Technically, it was true. He'd just had a little chat with his buddy Jason and reminded him of some owed favors. He might have suggested that Jason take her out of the spotlight, or that it might be prudent to keep her off the floor and away from the throngs. He might have hinted at the possible problems that might occur if anyone laid their hands on her. But that was entirely different than trying to get her fired. Nikki, however, didn't seem convinced. "I needed that fucking job, cowboy." No, he wanted to argue. She really didn't. What she needed was a job that required a decent amount of clothing and no physical contact with other men, preferably under his watchful eye. However, given the way her eyes were shooting daggers his way, perhaps that was not the time to share his opinion with her. Instead, he shrugged slightly. "Everything happens for a reason. Maybe this is an opportunity, a chance for something better." She snorted derisively. "Yeah, because I have such marketable skills. Nick tells me you know your way around an engine. Ever consider doing something with that? You're not really that stupid, are you? Because I have to tell you, you seemed a lot smarter than the average caveman." Was there a compliment in there somewhere? She made the cutest sound of feminine indignation, then clenched her jaw and bit out the single-word denial. "No." Undeterred, he bit back a grin. "Seriously, if you're half as good as Nick says you are, I could use your skills in the bays. What do you think?" "Use my skills in the bays?" she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, there's a euphemism I haven't heard before. At least it's a tad more original than the usual dipstick and rod references." "You think this is a come-on?" "I think you're delusional if you think for 1 minute I'd believe you were serious about offering me a job as a mechanic." Sean glared at her, frustrated by her apparent inability to take him seriously about this. Granted, there was a very strong sexual attraction between them, but the offer was a bona fide one. And when he decided to have her in his bed, he would, regardless of where she was working. He probably should have foreseen this. Nick had warned him of her likely reaction. She'd probably dealt with her share of assholes over the years, enough that she was more than justified in her assumptions, as long as they applied to somebody else. He didn't play games when it came to his garage, but she hadn't been around long enough to know that, so he could cut her a little slack. And okay, maybe he had come on a bit strong, but it was hard not to when she affected him like she did. Never before had a woman gotten into his head and under his skin quite so quickly. At least the weariness in her face was gone, replaced by burning passion. Or was that hatred? It was so hard to tell sometimes. Either way, her intensity made him harder than hell. Good thing he was not easily deterred. He leaned toward her and dropped his voice. "And I think you should presume to know what I'm thinking." "Fuck you." Sean's mouth tilted up in a half smile. The woman lit a fire in his blood. He could feel it now, racing through his veins, burning him from the inside out. The illogical and sudden vehement need to care for her was close to being eclipsed by his need to get her beneath him naked. "Maybe later. You look like a good stiff breeze would knock you over right about now. And what I've got for you is a whole lot harder and stiffer than that."
"You have a hell of a lot of nerve," she hissed. "After your little stunt last night, you expect me to believe you're interested in my mechanical prowess?"
"My little stunt?" he said in mock disbelief.
"Sweetheart, seems to me I was just sitting there, minding my own business, enjoying the show. You're the one who came for me. Remember?" She shot him a look that had his dick hard enough to pound nails. No woman had ever managed that with a look before. It was exciting as fuck, and Sean loved a challenge. But she was running on empty, and he knew it. Nikki flinched as if she'd been slapped, her pale cheeks flaming. "Well," she said, her voice as icy as her light gray eyes, "I'll never make that mistake again." With that, she pushed at his legs and wrenched herself out of the booth, landing 1 or 2 solid connections with his shins in the process before making her exit and not looking back. Yes, she would, he thought as he dropped a 20 on the table. Multiple times, in fact. Chapter 7. Nikki went back to her brother's apartment. As exhausted as her body was, her mind refused to calm. Every time she closed her lids, she was plagued by luminous blue eyes that spoke of possession and hunger. The same eyes he'd had last night when she'd mounted and ridden him in the middle of a packed house. The same eyes that only a few hours ago had been searching and curious, as if he was trying to figure her out. Yeah, she thought. Good luck with that. She and Nick learned early on to keep the really important stuff inside. Knowledge was power, and she'd be damned if she gave anyone that kind of power over her ever again. She was not helpless, she reminded herself, stoking the slow-burning anger into a blaze. No matter how much Sean Callahan's velvety voice stroked her nerves into a lusty frenzy, no matter how badly her skin burned with the need for his touch when he was around, no matter how strongly his scent made her mouth water and long for a taste, she was in control of her life, and she was making a conscious choice to stay as far away from him as possible. Because the truth was, Sean Callahan was the only man she'd ever met who might actually have the power to destroy her, and she had too much goddamn stuff to do first. The sneaky bastard had gone behind her back and spoken to Jason Michaels. She was sure of it. God knows how long she'd zombied out in the dressing room before Jason came and demanded her presence in his office, but it was plenty of time for Sean to have left the floor and seek him out. But why? Yeah, Sean wanted her. She'd seen it in his eyes and felt the proof beneath her lap. But so what? Most of the guys there were jacked up. It was just par for the course. If she gave a guy, any guy, the same show she'd given Sean Callahan, he would have shown the same level of interest, right? Maybe. Probably. But Sean Callahan was the only one arrogant enough to go to the club owner. And then this morning, Sean had spouted all that bullshit about having her work in his garage. But if he really expected her to believe he wanted her for her mechanical skills, then he wasn't nearly as smart as he thought he was. Was he so full of himself that he thought she'd appreciate his meddling, seeing it as some heroic effort to save her or something? Had Nick suddenly gotten all chummy with his hard-ass boss and appealed to him for help? It was no secret Nick hated the fact that she was working at Angel's, and she understood why. It hit just a little too close to home and brought back memories they would both rather forget. Yeah, they had escaped Benny's clutches, but the pain of their childhood would always be there. The scars went too deep to ever go away completely.
which was the real reason she'd come to town in the first place. Word on the street was that after dropping off the face of the earth for a while, Benny Marscone had resurfaced and set up shop just outside of Pine Ridge. He had changed his appearance, changed his name, but it didn't matter. She would find him, and she would make good on the promise she'd made to Nick all those years ago. Nick didn't know that, of course. He thought she was simply in town to see their mother. That was partially true. Despite the past, despite everything that had happened, Nicky didn't believe Charlene should die alone. But there was more to it than that, too. Charlene Milligan had always been part of Benny's inner circle. If the rumors were true and Benny was operating in the area, Charlene might just have that last piece of crucial information Nicky needed to find him and put him down for good. No, Nick didn't have a clue. Not about her so-called job, and not about the real reason she was in Pine Ridge. And Sean Callahan should just keep his gorgeous, tight ass out of her business. She bit her tongue so hard she tasted blood. It was apparent Sean had already formed an opinion of who and what she was, though he was smart enough to pretend otherwise. Fine. She'd play her little part, fulfill the role he'd already assigned in his head, just like she'd done with Jason Michaels. Living up or down to other people's expectations was what she excelled at, and it was so much easier than revealing any of her true self. God, it had been so long. She wasn't even sure who that was anymore. If he only knew what she was capable of, she thought. It might be worth telling him just to see his reaction. She quickly dismissed that idea. The brief satisfaction she'd get wouldn't last long enough to make up for the amount of proverbial shit that would hit the fan. No, she decided. It was best to stick with the plan and forego the momentary thrill of putting Sean Callahan in his place. Playing the part was easy. She'd been doing it for so long it was second nature to her now. Over coffee, she'd given quite the performance too. And he'd bought it. All of it. He really believed she was nothing more than an exotic dancer. That's what she wanted, right? So why did she feel disappointed? Nicky threw the pillow against the wall and let out a string of curses that would have raised a few eyebrows from a construction crew. She was finished thinking about Sean Callahan. Period. She put in her earphones and maxed out the volume on her phone. There was nothing like a little screaming death metal to get a girl's head in the right place. 2 hours later, Nicky breathed a sigh of relief. Nick's apartment was spotless. Everything had been scrubbed, disinfected, and polished until it shone. And the multiple runs up and down the 3 flights of stairs to the basement laundry had turned out to be a decent workout. With a sense of satisfaction, Nicky headed for a shower. The hot water felt heavenly over her tired muscles as she washed away the smell of Pine Sol and Clorox, replacing it with the honeyed vanilla-scented body wash. She took her time, languishing in the steamy shower until the water finally turned cold. Only then did she force herself to dry off. Without bothering to don underwear, she pulled on a pair of Nick's freshly laundered sweats and a Hanes tee, wondering for the 1,000th time why men's clothes were so much more damn comfortable than women's. She towel-dried her hair, letting it hang loose to dry into natural waves. It felt so good to be clean and comfortable. With a little food in her belly and an hour on the sofa, she might almost feel human again. A huge billow of steam wafted out as she opened the bathroom door. The smell of fresh pizza had her stomach growling in no time. Thank God, Nick was back, with food. "I hope you got me veggie," she called out, padding barefoot into the small living/dining space. Pizza toppings were a constant source of contention between them. Nick always wanted the all-meats, Nicky the all-veg. Nick usually won out, and Nicky contented herself on eating the crusts and scrounging from her ever-present stash of fresh fruits, nuts, and peanut butter. Home-cooked meals were not a priority, but then, as Nick said often enough, you didn't miss what you never had. "Yeah?" Nick said, his voice smooth as he handed her a beer. She took it gratefully, then paused with the bottle halfway to her lips when Sean stood up from the sofa in an old-fashioned gesture. To his credit, his lips twitched only slightly, though he wasn't as successful at keeping the amusement out of his eyes.
"What the fuck is he doing here?"
she asked, suddenly all too aware of what she was, and was not, wearing. It shouldn't have mattered, really. She'd worn far less the night before. But without her costume, without her makeup, she felt strangely exposed. She swore Sean's eyes glittered when her traitorous nipples hardened to granite pebbles beneath the soft white V-neck. Thankfully, his eyes rose quickly and locked on her face instead. No, shit, that was even worse.
"Sean's cool, Nikki. Chill. Here, this is for you."
Nick handed her a white box. She looked at it as if it might bite her.
"Go on, open it."
Suspiciously, she lifted the lid. The heavenly smell of onions, mushrooms, black olives, and 3 different kinds of peppers smothered in cheese hit her full on. So that was it. Nick and Sean were joining forces, no doubt thinking that between the two of them they could make her see reason. Nick had been on her case about working at Angel's the minute he found out, and when he realized he wasn't making any headway, he'd involved his boss. Nikki had a sudden, vehement urge to throw the pizza at him, at both of them. But as aggravated as she was, her hunger won out. She would eat first and battle later. Nick flashed her a cocky smile when she took the box over to the far corner and sank down into the large chair there, no doubt thinking he'd won the battle. She would not correct him. Yet. With the box propped in her lap above her crisscrossed legs and the lid open, Nikki concentrated on her pizza and ignored them. Within a few minutes, they seemed to forget she was even there, digging into their own pizzas. Sean seemed to share Nick's penchant for the heart-stopping, artery-clogging, flesh-topped variety and beers. She snorted in another wave of indignation. Why didn't guys have to watch their calories like women? If she ate like that all the time, she'd really be out of a job. But them? They looked like they spent hours a day in a gym without even trying. Yet more proof that God was a man.
Bastards.
Nikki ripped into the extra cheese, smothering her groan of delight as she pondered the injustices of the universe while Nick and Sean talked about the garage. She couldn't remember when she had been so hungry. Then again, she couldn't actually remember the last time she had eaten sitting down. Usually she was in motion, running late on her way somewhere to do something. Passivity did not come naturally to her. Even now, her foot bobbed in steady rhythm to the songs that were always in her head, keeping her relatively sane. It took her a while to realize that their conversation had stopped and both men were staring at her.
"What?"
she asked, swallowing the last of her 4th piece. Nick had a smug half-smile on his face, but Sean was gaping at her in disbelief. "Where do you put it all?"
"Excuse me?
I've never seen such a tiny woman eat so much." Nikki muttered something distinctly unladylike, not to mention anatomically impossible, and grabbed another piece. Nick laughed, and even Sean smiled. Nikki really hated when that man smiled. It sent strange sensations into her chest and made certain parts of her clench and unclench rhythmically. Thankfully, Nick turned on some kind of sporting event and they went back to ignoring her. The incessant drone of the announcers conspired with the heavy food and comfortable clothes, and soon Nikki drifted off. When she opened her eyes again, the room was noticeably darker and all the pizza boxes and beer bottles had been cleared away. A soft lap blanket had been tucked around her legs, a pillow beneath her head.
"So?"
Nick's voice drifted over from somewhere on the other side of the room.
"You gonna offer her a job?"
"Already did," Sean answered quietly.
"When?"
"I happened to run into her earlier. She told me to fuck off."
"I expected as much. She didn't believe you were serious, right?"
"Right."
"Well," Nick sighed, "it was worth a shot. Fuck. I guess I need to wake her up for a shift.
Let her sleep, Sean said. Jason pulled her off the floor. Nikki held her breath through Nick's stunned silence.
No shit?
No shit. She told me earlier today. That wasn't exactly true, Nikki thought. She'd never actually given him any details, just accused him of trying to get her fired, which meant he'd just proven her theory that he'd known all along.
Fucking A.
Either way, she felt a compelling urge to shove one of those long necks right up that fine, chiseled ass of his. Chapter 8. After leaving Nick's, Sean went back to the hospital with some flowers for Maggie and to hit up his brother Michael for some information. A few well-placed inquiries were all it had taken to discover who Nikki had been visiting there earlier that morning. There were definite benefits to having your brother on staff. Sean held his nephew tucked against him as Maggie dozed on the other side of the hospital room. "I'm surprised you're still here," he said to his brother. "How did you get Maggie to agree to stay the night?" "A compromise," Michael said. Sean grinned. "A compromise, huh?" "Yeah. Ryan stays in the room with us. Maggie wants to breastfeed and flipped out when she discovered one of the nurses was giving him formula anyway." Sean noted that Michael had positioned himself between Maggie's bed and the door and recognized it for what it was. A precautionary measure against anyone who might be foolish enough to attempt to take Ryan back to the nursery again. It was probably a pretty smart move. "So, what have you got there?" "Doesn't look good," Michael said quietly as he glanced over the medical records he'd pulled up on his laptop. Sean nodded. He didn't have a medical degree like his brother, but he understood enough to have guessed that much. "Time?" Michael blew out a breath and stretched his shoulders. "Hard to say. With damage like this, she could be gone in an hour or hang on for weeks. If I had to guess, though, I'd say a few days, a week at most." Well, Sean had answers to at least two of the questions he'd been asking. He now knew what the family stuff was that had brought Nikki into town. Her mother was hospitalized for a drug overdose and not expected to survive. He also now understood the indefinite duration of Nikki's visit. At 40, Michael told Sean, Charlene Milligan had the stats of an 80-year-old, the result of a lifetime of drug and alcohol abuse. "Thanks, Mick. I appreciate it. What's your interest, anyway?" Sean didn't answer right away. Michael inclined his head thoughtfully. "Ah, so the rumors are true. Do you want to talk about it?" Sean shook his head, handing the sleeping baby back to his father with a final light kiss to the baby's unbelievably soft, down-covered head. "Not yet." He flashed a look over at Maggie. It was selfish of him to wish she was awake, he knew. But Maggie had a very clear way of looking at things. And sometimes, as in the case of his brother's ill-fated mission several months earlier, she was able to see things that no one else could. "Sean, thanks, man, for taking care of Maggie today." Sean grinned and shook his head, remembering their mad dash to the hospital that morning. It already seemed like ages ago. "She is stubborn, isn't she?" Michael grinned and kissed the top of his son's head. "You have no idea. But she's coming around, and she certainly makes life exciting." "I heard that," Maggie murmured sleepily, making them both chuckle. "Because it's pointless, Nick," Nikki was saying. Ever since he'd gotten up this morning, Nick had been trying to convince Nikki to take Sean up on his offer. "Give him a chance. He really is a decent guy, tough but fair, and we could work together." Nikki raised an eyebrow. She hadn't seen her brother so genuinely excited about anything since they were kids. And even more surprising, Nick never had a good word to say about anyone. Maybe, just maybe, she admitted reluctantly, Sean Callahan was having a positive effect on her brother. Regardless of what she thought of him, she had to give him props for that. Still, she wasn't entirely convinced that taking a job at the garage was in her best interests.
I still haven't made up my mind about the bartending job. I could make a hell of a lot more in tips.
Nick frowned. She'd explained Jason's offer earlier. Nick clearly wasn't happy with her holding any job at Angel's, but admitted that bartending was better than dancing.
True, but you wouldn't like it as much as working in the bays. And guys won't be pawing at you all the time.
I've seen the guys you work with, Nicky said doubtfully. I'm not so sure that's true.
I'll kill them if they lay a hand on you,
he growled. He was even starting to sound a little like Sean.
Which is yet another reason why this is not a good idea. Just try it, Nicky. What have you got to lose?
My heart. My soul. The words popped into her mind. She ignored them. She was fairly certain both had been lost a long time ago. One had been frozen out of necessity. The other, well, she wasn't sure she ever had the other in the first place. Despite leading Nick to think otherwise, Nicky had been giving Sean's offer a lot of thought. So far, Angels hadn't provided the leads she'd been hoping for. Jason Michaels ran a pretty clean place. And as far as the private BDSM club he ran there, he had very specific rules. Everyone involved was over 21, underwent frequent health screenings, and was there purely by choice. Drug-free, consensual adult playtime was definitely not Benny's style. She wasn't completely ready to give up on Angels, though. Someone might know someone. There was no reason why she couldn't do both as long as she was careful. And, she reasoned, just as much information was probably exchanged in a garage as in a bar. It might actually get her closer to her goal. Yes, it was risky, but she'd never expected it to be easy. And unless Charlene regained consciousness, it was her best option.
Okay,
she breathed, still not entirely convinced she was making the right decision.
I'll talk to him, see what he's offering.
Nick embraced her so hard it almost made it worth it.
You won't be sorry, Nicky, I swear it,
he grinned.
We are going to show this town just what a couple of bastards are capable of.
Here's the deal, Sean said, seated in his office. He didn't normally open the place up on Sundays, but he'd made an exception when he received Nick's call. I'll give you a trial period, 1 week. You do well, and the position's yours. She turned those pale, silvery eyes on him. He felt the force of it right down into his chest. Liquid diamonds. That's what they looked like, moving and swirling with currents of energy all their own.
Part-time days, she said, blinking once.
It's a full-time position.
I can do more in 4 hours than most men can in 8.
There was no arrogance in her tone. She simply spoke the truth. If her skill was anything like her attitude, he didn't doubt it. He also knew that she had accepted Jason's offer to tend at Angel's at night, so he understood at least one of the reasons behind her request. It wasn't ideal, but he could work with it. He appeared to consider her offer, studying her intently. He gave her credit. She never once broke eye contact, meeting his gaze head-on. No one had ever done that before besides his brothers, and certainly never a female. It made him harder than hell. Christ, he wanted to pound his chest and mount her like a fucking animal. Finally, he nodded, compartmentalizing those thoughts for the time being. All right. 1 week, 4 hours a day, Monday through Saturday. You start tomorrow. Nicky blinked. Clearly, she hadn't expected him to go for it. You serious? Sean nodded. Don't expect any special treatment, though. You pull your own weight. She smiled. The effect was startling. Fair enough. Over the next week, Nicky took more than her fair share of abuse from the guys. Sean was tempted to intervene several times, but he forced himself to simply observe. He had to know she could handle herself. And handle herself she did. She ignored most of their taunts and comments, but was just as prone to give as good as she got. It became clear right off the bat that she didn't take shit from anyone. And not once, Sean was pleased to see, did she appeal to her brother or to him for help. Several times, in fact, he had seen her planting a well-placed index finger in her brother's chest, telling him to back off and let her handle things on her own. That didn't sit well with Nick, but surprisingly, he listened. As a mechanic, she was invaluable. Often, she had only to listen to a vehicle for a few minutes to zero in on a problem, and had an impressive knowledge base when it came to some of the higher-performing models. Over the course of the week, she had grudgingly earned some respect from the others, even if they weren't keen on admitting it. It was nearly the end of the first week when it happened. Sean had asked the guys to come in a little early to get their thoughts on her. When Nikki pulled in a good half hour before her shift was supposed to start, she plowed right into the back of Sean's Shelby. The damage to the muscle car was minimal. She'd been all but stopped when the front tire of her bike made contact with the bumper, but Nikki had never been more embarrassed in her life. While the others gaped in shock, Nick hung his head. Sean glared at her but said nothing as she sputtered apologies and promised to fix everything. The reason for the accident, unfortunately, was all too obvious. Sean had been talking to the others, his form-fitting thermal molding to his perfect back, his arms extended upward, showcasing his magnificent physique as he grasped the lift above. Nikki had been so distracted by the sight of his finely chiseled back and arms, not to mention the perfect fit of those well-worn jeans around his narrow hips and powerful legs, that she neglected to fully engage the brakes in time. The situation got only worse later that morning, when a couple of guys mysteriously disappeared, only to return dressed head to toe in coveralls, complete with hats, boots, shades, and gloves, snickering as they struck poses in and around the bays. Nikki made a point not to look at any of them. When she glanced at Sean, who had wisely remained in the office all morning, he only shook his head. Nikki strongly believed the old adage that turnabout was fair play. So she left for lunch and returned in high heels, skin-tight leather pants, and a push-up cami that sat several inches above her waistline to showcase the spiral tat and the cascading, glittering navel ring. "That's enough," Sean said, grabbing her by the upper arm and escorting her into his office after the third car was damaged and one of the guys had to go to the emergency room for a crushed hand when Dave inadvertently closed the hood of an SUV on it. He angrily tossed her a set of coveralls. "For Christ's sake, put these on. You made your point. Take the rest of the day off." Anger filled her eyes as she yanked the coveralls over her legs and slid her arms into the sleeves. "You didn't tell any of them to go home early," she bit out through clenched teeth, tilting her head toward the work area. "They didn't distract you enough to make you hurt yourself," he growled. "I'm running a business here, not a goddamn peep show. Save it for angels, sweetheart." The flush rose in her face, across her neck, down through her chest. She tilted her chin defiantly and set her shoulders back. In response, Sean rose to his full height and looked down at her. She was so fucking hot, hands on hips glaring up at him. From this angle, he could just about see the dark, rosy edges of her nipples peeking out of the push-up through the unzipped coveralls. Her chest was heaving in outrage. It had been all he could do to stay in his office when she'd shown up, dressed like he imagined her in one of his fantasies. He'd wanted to gouge the eyes out of every man who dared to look at her, then carry her out over his shoulder. His dick had been rock hard all week, the ache in his balls worsening with every shift. But this was too much. Something in him snapped. A second later, his hands were around her upper arms, yanking her against him. His mouth descended upon hers, teasing it open with the force of his tongue, taking instant and total possession of her mouth. The exquisite taste of her exploded in his mouth and made him groan as he demanded more. After the initial shock, he felt her open to him, felt her tongue sweeping against his, felt her hands splayed against his chest, nails curling into his flesh like claws through his shirt. The sensations overwhelmed him. He palmed her ass and pulled her up against him, grinding his iron-hard cock right where it wanted to be. Colors burst behind his eyes as a raw, primal need bubbled up inside, consuming him, demanding that he bend her over the desk and take her right then and there. He felt her body tense against his, felt her ass clench in his large hands as he rocked against her. The softest cry left her lips and went right into his before her body relaxed. He knew that sound, knew that look on her face. He'd made her come again. Alarm bells rang in his head. It took him a while to realize that the sound was the repeated honking and hooting from within the bays as the men watched through the wall of the glass separating them from the office. Except for Nick. Nick looked like he wanted blood. Somehow Sean managed to break away and look down. Nikki seemed just as taken aback as he was, but before long, the shock in her eyes changed to fear. Real fear. "Get the fuck out of here," he growled, pushing himself back. His voice was rough. It was a struggle not to grab her, pull her back, and finish what he started. Nikki didn't hesitate. She grabbed her jacket and ran for the door, nearly plowing over a customer in the process. Seconds later, he heard the sweet purr of her homemade Ducati as she tore from the garage like a bullet. Minutes later, he heard the angry wail of police sirens, even as he registered Nick cursing up a storm and mounting his own bike in pursuit. Nikki crouched low and opened up the throttle, moving so fast that everything around her became a blur. She gave herself over to it, relaxing, letting her natural instincts take over. If she thought too much about it, she would wreck the bike, kill herself, and probably take out several innocents in the process. It was only when she had exhausted herself, when her legs and arms were numb from the biting cold and her death clutch on the machine, that she finally slowed and began to look for a place to pull over. She found one near the top of the mountain, an old hunter's trail by the looks of it. She coasted to a stop, then dismounted, walking the bike back far enough that it couldn't be seen from the road. What the hell had happened? She'd never lost control like that. From the moment he touched her, she was lost, unable to stop what her rational mind knew was total insanity. He could have done anything, and she would have been powerless to stop him. Something about being in Sean Callahan's arms disabled her defenses and melted the cold, hard shields she'd built over the years. What made him stop, she didn't know, but she was glad at least one of them had been able to. It was one kiss. Just one kiss. One totally claiming, life-altering kiss from the only man in this world who had the potential to shatter her soul. But it had been enough to know that she could never, ever let it happen again. She needed to finish up what she came here for and get the hell out. Sean sat alone at the far end of the bar. He tossed back the shot and relished the burn, replaying the event in his head. What the fuck had happened? He had never felt such a sudden, vehement loss of control. He likened it to cruising along on his Harley, sun shining, road clear, wind in his hair, perfectly content, and getting instantly and cripplingly blindsided by a Mack truck. She was just a woman. A woman. His lead mechanic's sister, for Christ's sake. So what if she was the hottest, sexiest, softest, best-looking, tasting, smelling female he'd ever come across? He ran his hand through his hair, stopping after the third or fourth time when he realized what he was doing. It was a gesture he'd seen his brothers adopt one by one. Jake, the weekend Taryn showed up at his pub. Ian, the night Lexi returned to Pine Ridge, and Michael, the day after he'd first driven Maggie home. He'd abused them mercilessly about it, but each of them had simply smiled knowingly, as if being driven to such distraction was a badge of honor, as if they were the lucky ones. The implications hit him solidly and without warning. Oh, hell no. "Did you see that?" Jake smirked, nudging Ian. Ian's grin was far too wide and knowing. "Yep, sure did." "Fuck you," Sean replied miserably. "Sean's found his woman." "Welcome to the club, brother," Jake said with a grin. Sean decided to repeat the sentiment, since they obviously hadn't heard him the first time. "Fuck you." "Oh, yeah," Ian laughed. "He's got it bad." "I do not need this shit from you dickheads right now," Sean growled, getting up from the corner bar stool where he had parked himself 2 hours ago. Jake and Ian howled with laughter. Sean's scowl deepened considerably. "What's so funny?" Taryn asked, walking in with Riley. The little girl immediately put her hands out to Sean, whose face softened instantly at the sight of his niece. "Unc Sean!" she squealed in delight as he lifted her up above his head, bringing her back down to rain sloppy kisses on his cheek. It still amazed him how she always managed to tell him and Shane apart when most adults had difficulty. "Sean's doing the hair thing," Ian informed Taryn gleefully. Sean ignored him and blew raspberries into his little niece's belly, making her giggle. "The hair thing?" Taryn asked, bemused. As one, Jake and Ian turned and demonstrated the move in perfect synchronization, causing a wide grin to spread across Taryn's face. "Sean fuera cry," Jake said, laughing. Sean found his heart. "That's awesome," she said. "When do we get to meet her?" The laughter followed him as he handed Riley back to her mother with a scowl and promptly left the pub. Chapter 9. By Saturday morning, Sean still had no idea what he was going to do. He watched Nikki from the shadows of his office as she slid beneath another vehicle. She hadn't spoken a single word to him, or to anyone else that he could tell, since arriving at dawn. Judging by the dark circles beneath her eyes, she hadn't slept much. That made 2 of them. Nikki had proven herself more than worthy of the job. Nick hadn't been exaggerating when he said his sister was great with engines. She was an excellent mechanic, a damn hard worker, too. For the most part, she kept her head down, her mouth shut, and her hands busy, which was more than he could say for some of the others. She was a distraction, though. No question about that. Sean never realized how much time a mechanic spent bent over or on his back. It was impossible to look out into the bays and not see at least one of the men watching her. Hell, it was hard for him to tear his eyes away from her. It didn't help that with each glance his mind and body conspired together and imagined all the things he could be doing to her. And he swore that if she bent over that low-riding sedan one more time, he was going to send everyone home, shut the bays, and take her right then and there. The woman threatened his control like nothing ever had. Similar thoughts had probably occurred to his mechanics as well, and that filled him with a possessive rage that bordered on frightening. For the few hours Nikki spent there each day, testosterone permeated the air. She might be getting through jobs quickly, but the others seemed to accomplish very little until after she left. Even Nick was feeling the pressure, spending more time warning off the wolves and waving big, heavy wrenches around threateningly. Sean fuera cry. The words echoed in his head. He tried to deny it, but it was becoming increasingly difficult, especially when every fiber of his being hummed pleasantly with the thought that Nikki was his, meant for him and him alone. Just the memory of her body against him had his skin burning, and that had been through several layers of clothing. What would happen once he had her naked beneath him? He wanted her so badly it hurt, a physical pain that manifested itself both inside and out. That, more than anything else, was the determining factor in his acceptance of who and what she was to him. It was strange, he thought, how surrendering to that realization almost felt like a relief. Not so with Nikki. She seemed to have no trouble whatsoever ignoring and avoiding him and everyone else. Given the amount of work she was going through, her mind was just as focused and functional as ever. After the little stunt he'd pulled yesterday in his office, he'd be lucky if she willingly got within 3 feet of him again. And that was simply unacceptable. Shaking his head, Sean took a deep breath and tried to sort it all out. To achieve an objective, a clear set of goals and parameters was essential. The ultimate objective: to ingrain himself in every cell of the woman's mind, body, and soul until he was her world. That was going to take some time, so he focused on shorter-term goals, the first of which was to have Nikki around him as much as possible. That was priority 1. She was a hell of a mechanic, a good worker, and was bringing in jobs. Never mind the fact that being in close physical proximity actually soothed the baser parts of him, sexual desire excluded. It simply made good business sense to keep her on board. On the negative side, the battle to control his possessive urges was reaching critical levels. More than once he'd had to stop himself from putting one of his men through the wall for something they'd said or done, not to mention that he'd almost done the same to a couple of customers who opted to hang around while their cars were being worked on. His customer waiting area had practically been standing room only since word got out about Nikki working the bays. And as good as her output was, the others were suffering in her presence. Sean had never understood the can't have your cake and eat it too mentality. What was the point of having cake if you weren't going to eat it? Nikki was staying. That was non-negotiable, but the terms of her employment were about to change. When he locked up the office at noon, he asked Nikki to join him for lunch. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Why? Because we need to talk about your future here. Can't we do that now? She cast a sideways look toward the bays where at least 3 other guys were still working. She was worried about being alone with him again, and it thrilled him to no end. In his opinion, that was a clear indication that what he was feeling was mutual. If it wasn't, she'd just tell him to fuck off. I never talk business on an empty stomach. Her thoughtful gaze raked him from head to toe as she considered his offer. He fought the urge to preen, though he couldn't help but stand a little taller and puff out his chest. You buying? His grin grew. Oh yeah. She didn't like it, but she felt just as compelled to be near him as he did her. He could see the struggle in her liquid eyes, in the way she fought her body's natural angling toward his. The feeling of not being alone was so heady, he wanted to throw a fist pump into the air. Yep. Seconds ticked by as she warred with herself. It felt like an hour. Sean knew he'd won when she took a deep breath and her posture sagged slightly, as if she was either unable or unwilling to continue to fight. Either worked for him. All right. Half an hour later, they were seated in the back corner booth at O'Leary's Diner in Birch Falls. Why this place? She asked. She'd probably expected them to hit the local IHOP just down the street from his garage. When he'd ushered her into the sleek black Shelby, now meticulously restored to perfect condition, he'd seen her surprise when they went in the opposite direction and crossed the river into Birch Falls. To her credit, she'd played it cool. Best cinnamon rolls ever, he replied with a smile. Not to mention he had an ulterior motive. He was not above stacking the deck in his favor, not for something he really wanted. Nikki watched with mixed horror and fascination as Sean put away a half-pound burger, thick-cut fries, coleslaw, 3 cookies, and 2 of the largest cinnamon rolls she'd ever seen. Only after the last plate had been cleared away and the waitress brought a carafe of coffee and 2 mugs did he sit back and regard her with those icy blue eyes. "You're a hell of a mechanic, but you're too much of a distraction. I can't offer you the full-time mechanic's position, but I have something else in mind that will benefit us both." Her features, relatively relaxed up to this point, hardened, and her eyes flashed, reminding him of steel blades. "You had to bring me all the way out here to fire me?" she hissed, her voice low. She reached into her pocket and drew out a 5 to cover the unsweetened tea and bowl of vegetable soup she'd had, slapping it onto the table. "You think it's okay as long as you buy me lunch? Fuck you, Callahan." God, he loved the fire in her. He just wished it was channeled into something more pleasurable. "You're not listening, sweetheart," he said calmly, pushing the 5 back toward her. "Close that sweet little mouth before I shove something in it and just listen, will you? Day shift won't work, we've already established that. But evenings will." That shut her up, but not for long. "Evenings?" "Yeah, you'll have the place practically to yourself." Nikki's eyes narrowed. "Why? So you can attack me without witnesses? No thanks. I'll take the pervs at Angel's any day. Oh, wait, that would be you too, wouldn't it?" His groin pulsed. "Don't kid yourself, baby. You came for me both times, and I mean that quite literally. You wanted it every bit as bad as I did." Nikki scowled. White flames danced in those beautiful, pissed-off eyes. She wanted to deny it, but she couldn't. Triumph raced through his body, but it was short-lived. "I'll pass. Besides, I've already got a job working nights." Sean withheld his growl, but just barely. Declining his offer was simply not acceptable. He wanted her near him and away from every other male on the planet, even if that meant doing something insane. "What if I promise not to do anything, unless you ask me to?" he whispered. "No touching, no kissing, no accidental brush-bys. You have my word." She snorted derisively. "Yeah, right. What do I have to do? Put on some skimpy little outfit while you watch me work and jerk off in the corner?" No. Hell, if he thought that might alleviate some of the ache he felt around her, he'd be tempted to try it. But he already knew damn well from the past few days of experience that nothing done at his own hand would help. "Though I might consider it if that would get you off." She averted her eyes, but not before Sean caught a glimpse of the guilt in them. Nor did he fail to notice the crimson flush across her cheeks. The same one that sent a shooting pain up through his groin as he realized that she had at least thought of something along those lines. A vision of him standing over her and doing wicked things while she watched had his cock throbbing painfully. His eyes bore into hers, leaving her feeling penetrated and breathless. How could he do that? It was like he was fucking her with his eyes. She could practically feel him inside of her, and it felt way too good. Nikki blinked and swallowed hard, imagining him pinning her with that icy hot gaze while he fisted himself. Had he known that she'd envisioned him doing exactly that? That only last night she had dreamed of working in the garage alone at night, looking up to discover that he'd been palming himself as he watched her, then stalking across the floor to take care of them both. That it had been the most recent in a series of vivid, erotic fantasies that had plagued her each night when she closed her eyes since the first night she'd met him. Just sitting here with him was sending her hormones into overdrive. Even from across the table she could feel the heat, the strength radiating off him in waves, battering her defenses as if they were made of tissue paper. God help her, she was getting wet again, She clenched her thighs with determination and summoned every last bit of resistance she could muster.
Yeah, well, don't hold your breath. She edged her voice with steel to mask the slight tremble beneath it.
His lips curled. Apparently, she hadn't masked it enough. He was watching her closely. Damn. Still, she couldn't shake the image of him coming to her hard and heavy in his own hand, looking to her for relief. She shook her head. Hard. When she amassed enough courage to look at him again, the fiery glow in his eyes had calmed, leaving them that perfect, deep blue that she wanted to lose herself in. His patient, waiting expression gave away nothing. Quit your job at Angels. Work for me.
You're serious?
He nodded. I never say anything I don't mean, Nikki. Her mind tried to process his words while her traitorous body angled toward him like a freaking magnet. She forced herself back rather abruptly, earning another quirk from those full male lips. To his credit, he refrained from commenting. She probably wouldn't have been able to stop herself from slapping that arrogant smirk off his face otherwise.
You want me to leave Angels and work evenings alone in your garage, no strings attached?
It simply sounded too good to be true. Nothing ever came for free. The question was, what did he want?
What's in it for you?
Not alone, he clarified. Make no mistake, I will be there. No one works alone in my garage. It's a safety policy, he added when he saw the disbelieving scowl. And it applies to everyone.
What about Nick? He could work with me,
she suggested, blurting out the words before she could stop herself. She couldn't possibly be considering this, could she? True, she'd accomplished what she wanted to at Angels, and was thinking of quitting soon anyway. As it turned out, the information she'd gleaned from keeping her ears open at the garage was proving to be more useful than what she was hearing at the club these days, but he didn't know that. If she worked evenings, she could follow up on some of the more promising leads during the day. Sean shook his head. He's my best mechanic. I need him on days. She gave a barely perceptible nod. She hadn't expected him to go for it, but it was worth a shot. And as for what's in it for me, he continued, his eyes luminous. I get a day crew that can concentrate on something besides the constant ache in their balls, thanks to you. Not to mention a skilled mechanic and the pleasure of your delightful company every evening. Do we have an agreement? Her mind reached frantically for something, anything that would give her a valid reason to say no. She had nothing. Her lips tightened. Sean Callahan was trouble with a capital T, and she was insane for even being within a mile radius of him. Willingly placing herself in his hands was beyond stupid. But the cold, hard truth was that he was getting her through each day. He gave her something to think about besides her shit life, and for a few hours each day she needed that. He was her escape from reality, and without even realizing it, he was keeping her marginally sane until she could accomplish what she'd come to Pine Ridge for. She did like working on engines, too. It was a gift she and Nick had shared from the beginning. Maybe when this was all over and she had her own little place somewhere, she'd build a little shop and tinker when she was between jobs. Pick stuff up from a junkyard at random and see what she could do with it. Yeah, that sounded nice. But that was later, and this was now. The real question was whether or not she could be in the same place with this man, alone, night after night, and retain her sanity. He promised he'd keep his distance, but could she? Finally, after exhausting every other possible option as not viable, she nodded. Great, he said. The grin he gave her turned her insides to something fluid and warm, like melted chocolate. And what she wouldn't give to have him dip into her. She shook her head, dispelling the notion. That was not going to happen, not in her waking moments anyway. Sean withheld his fist pump and the great big hoo-yah burning to break free, but just barely. You start tomorrow. Be at the garage at 6. Everyone else is usually gone by then. She nodded, suddenly looking very tired again. Now, he said, are you ready for your signing bonus? The weariness was gone instantly. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. Signing bonus? Yeah. Come on. He stood and held out his hand for her. When she made no move to join him, he dropped his voice and leaned in farther. Don't you trust me, Nikki? Or is it yourself that you don't trust? He felt her tense, felt the air around her electrify with his soft-spoken challenge. She stood, crowding him when he refused to take a step back. Tilting her head to look up into his face, she said, You do not scare me. He laughed then, a low rumble deep in his throat. Then you're the first, baby. She was so close he could feel her heat, smell the honeyed vanilla of her hair, and realized his plan was beginning to backfire as his own control was severely threatened. He stepped back enough to allow her to exit the booth, but placed his hand possessively on her lower back as he guided her toward the exit. He nodded to an older man seated at the counter. Dedo, Sean said, nodding. Conlon O'Leary, Sean's maternal grandfather, was the owner of the small diner. Conlon smiled and nodded in return. Then he looked at Nikki and winked knowingly. Do you know him? Nikki asked as they emerged into the sunlight. Yeah, Sean confirmed, but didn't expand on that. She'd probably suspect a conspiracy if he explained it to her. Where are we going? Nikki asked, trying hard to hide her curious interest and failing. You'll see, was all he would say. Within minutes, they pulled into the parking lot of Big Mo's, the custom cycle shop where his cousin-in-law Kyle McCulloch worked. Kyle was nationally known for his genius in creating custom machines and was married to Sean's cousin, Lena. Anyone with Nikki's penchant for mechanics and bikes would know Kyle. It was like a basketball fanatic getting to spend an afternoon with LeBron James. Sean felt no guilt whatsoever in using his family connections to gain a few points in his favor. A cycle shop? Nikki asked, bemused but clearly interested. Not just any cycle shop, Sean told her as he nodded to Mo and led the way into the employees-only back room. He kept her moving, afraid that if he had to endure the lusty glances Mo was shooting Nikki's way, he might do some damage. Sean! A feminine voice shrieked only seconds before a massive blonde wrapped him in an affectionate hug. It's so good to see you! Hey, Lena, Sean chuckled, returning her embrace. He was more than a little pleased to see the flash of a scowl across Nikki's face before she could hide it. Nikki was jealous. There was no reason for her to be, but he'd take it. I'd like you to meet someone. Lena, this is Nikki, the one I was telling you about. Nikki, meet my cousin Lena. Nikki nodded in greeting, but her confusion was as obvious as her relief. Hi, Nikki, Lena said cheerfully. Come on back, Kyle's waiting for you. Nikki looked questioningly at Sean, but he just smiled and indicated that Nikki should follow Lena. Is she always so cheerful? Nikki murmured out of the side of her mouth so only Sean could hear. Yeah, he grinned. Perpetual sunshine, that one. But don't be fooled. She's every bit as tough as a Callahan, even though she's technically from the Connolly side of the family. His grin grew as he leaned closer. And her tat's a lot bigger than yours. The area right around Nikki darkened considerably. She turned to see what, or rather who, had cast her in shadow. Sean bit back a smile as she looked up, and up, into the face of the very large man standing there. Even he had to admit Kyle cut an imposing figure. He was dressed in black jeans and a black t-shirt stretched taut across a massive chest, with long black hair and black shades, despite the fact that they were indoors. Her lips parted in shock. "Sean, man, been too long." The biker dude and Sean clasped hands in greeting before the man turned to her. "And you must be Nikki," he said in a voice that rumbled like a Harley and a grin that showed perfect white teeth. "I'm
Kyle McCulloch,"
Nikki whispered, her eyes huge. Kyle's grin grew. "Sean tells me you know something about bikes. Says you built a custom that rivals a Ducati, that true?" She nodded mutely. "Sick. You'll probably appreciate this then." Kyle led her over to where he was working on a new custom. She looked to Sean, but he just smiled and waved her on. Within a few minutes, she'd regained her speech and was talking with Kyle as if they'd been friends forever.
"She's awesome,"
Lena said to Sean, offering him a Coke. The two of them stayed back, watching.
"She's the one, huh?"
Sean nodded. "Yeah, I think so." Lena laughed at this.
"You think so? Sean, if you could only see the way you look at her. There's no doubt. Does she know yet?"
"No." He ran his hand through his short hair. "She's going to fight it. I can feel it."
Lena put her hand on his arm. "That's probably one of the reasons why you find her so irresistible. None of us like to do things the easy way, do we? But don't worry. If she's your cry, she won't be able to help but feel the same, even if it does take her a bit longer to realize it."
Sean sincerely hoped she was right. Chapter 10. It was much easier working evenings with Nikki, especially since their trip to Birch Falls. She even smiled occasionally. The effect was nothing short of dazzling. Lena had called to tell him that Kyle was impressed with her and said he'd be willing to offer her an apprenticeship at Moe's if she was interested. That was a first, Lena confided. Kyle had never done that with anyone, but Nikki had demonstrated a lot of raw, natural talent. Sean hadn't shared that with Nikki yet. He would, when the time was right. But for now, he enjoyed having her all to himself. It was just the two of them. He didn't have to worry about the other mechanics or a constant stream of customers. The radio played in the background while they worked together in companionable silence. He loved to be able to glance up and watch her whenever he wanted without having to limit himself. True to his word, he kept his distance. Nikki showed no indication that she would ask him to do otherwise, which was expected, but disappointing all the same. They spoke little. The tension was there, though. He was certain he could feel her eyes on him when she thought he wasn't looking. After so many years in ops, he knew the feeling of being in someone's sights all too well. Too many times the little hairs on the back of his neck tingled, his mind cleared, and his adrenaline levels surged in preparation for fight or flight. He knew it was Nikki, and not a sniper, because along with the tingles and adrenaline, his cock would swell and harden until it throbbed painfully. Thank God that had never happened out in the field. Despite that, though, being close to Nikki brought a peace to Sean that he didn't quite understand. Yes, he wanted a hell of a lot more. If he didn't bury himself in her body soon, he was quite sure several parts of him might spontaneously ignite and turn into ash. But being in the same physical space at the same time, listening to music, hearing her hum along occasionally, was comforting. Seeing her, being close to her for those couple of hours each day, was something Sean looked forward to. Nick appeared one night, his face sober. He came in from the softly falling snow, his black hair plastered over equally soaked clothes, as if he had walked the whole way from his apartment, and stood just inside the door. "Nikki," he said. From the look on his face, it was easy to guess what had happened. Charlene Milligan had finally succumbed. Under Sean's watchful eye, Nikki pulled herself from the car she was working on and met her brother at the door. Nick quietly spoke a few words to her. Sean's suspicions were confirmed. She shook her head, nodded, shook again. With a kiss to the top of her head, Nick left. For several long moments, Nicky didn't move. Unable to stay away any longer, Sean crossed the distance between them. "I'm sorry, Nicky." Nicky turned into him without a word, buried her face in his chest, and cried silently. He held her, wishing he could do more, knowing he couldn't. "I have to go," she said. "I know. Take all the time you need. Anything you need, you let me know." She nodded and sniffed, mumbling her thanks before leaving. It was all Sean could do to let her. She didn't realize it yet, but she was his, and he was going to be there for her, even if that meant giving her the space she needed. Nick didn't show up for work the next day, but Sean hadn't expected him to. He knew Nicky was busy making all of the necessary arrangements for their mother, and assumed that Nick would be with her. Around 6 o'clock, Nicky showed up unexpectedly at the garage. Sean was on his feet before she even stepped over the threshold. "What are you doing here?" he asked, immediately regretting his words when he saw the hurt in her eyes. She shielded it quickly, but not quickly enough. Clearly, she had misunderstood. "I was just about to lock up. Thought maybe we could pick up some takeout, have a quiet night, if you're up for it," he added. "Yeah?" she asked, turning those silvery eyes up to his, faded rims of red beneath the glossy black lashes. Her hair was down, falling loosely about her shoulders. Blatantly absent was any hint of the hard-ass biker chick he'd become accustomed to. Faded Levi's, black top with a couple of buttons open, jean jacket. The little jewelry she wore was tame even by Catholic school standards, and the blush that played across her skin was natural. "Yeah." He put the last of his files into one of the boxes on his desk and grabbed his jacket, then set the codes on the security panel and turned out the lights. "You like Chinese?" he asked, taking her small hand in his. It felt cold. She made no attempt to pull it away. "Chinese is good," she answered quietly. "Your place?" She shook her head. She didn't want to go back to Nick's place and face her brother, assuming he was even there. She couldn't. She'd buried their mother today, and she'd done it alone. Nick hadn't bothered to show. Nicky could understand his bitterness. She had a fair amount of it herself. What she didn't get was how Nick could have bailed on her. Charlene was dead. It didn't matter what he thought of her anymore. But Nicky was still here. And today she'd needed her brother. Sean tugged lightly on her hand, leading her to a set of concealed steps on the side of the garage office. Another few punches of a cleverly hidden control panel and he was leading her upward. She'd never really given much thought to what kind of place Sean would have, but if she had, she would have pictured this. His apartment spanned the entire length and width of the garage below, an airy, open space. It was sparsely furnished, but what was there was oversized and comfortable, the colors dark and rich. A U-shaped couch faced a big wall-mounted flat screen with a gigantic glass and black coffee table in the middle. Beneath the television was a bank of equipment that housed more electronics than the local Best Buy. She recognized a Blu-ray and a DVR. She couldn't even begin to guess what some of the other stuff was. Off the living room was an octagonal game table with raised seats all around. Beyond that was a small kitchen of white tile and stainless steel, separated from the larger space by a half wall and several bar stool-type seats. Directly to the right was a bathroom that, judging from the little bit she could see, was almost as big as the living room of the apartment she shared with Nick. And beyond that, a closed door that most likely led to his bedroom. She tried not to think about that. On the walls hung an eclectic mix of framed pictures in various shapes and sizes. Nicky recognized Sean in quite a few of them, along with several other men of similar build and coloring that she guessed to be his brothers and father. The photos spanned his lifetime, with some pictures clearly having been taken when he was no more than a boy. The most recent looked like it had been some kind of celebration, Sean with all of his brothers, their wives, and their children. She recognized Lena and Kyle. It was a world as foreign to Nicky as outer space, but she took comfort in the fact that Sean was surrounded by people who loved him. She'd only ever had Nick, and, as today had clearly proven, that was not always a sure thing. But these people, they made a real family. It was the way they looked at each other, in their smiles and in the love captured in time by a camera lens. She was quite sure that when they lost one of their own, they would be there for each other, and she was glad for that. Sean took her jacket and hung it on one of the dozen or so hooks just inside the door, then guided her over to one of the bar stools and pulled a stack of takeout menus from a drawer, placing them in front of her. "Whatever you want," he told her, reaching down to extract a bottle from the small bar that must have been on the other side. He poured a few fingers of a deep amber liquid into 2 glasses while she made her decision, then called it in.
"Did, Nick make it in today?"
she asked as they settled in to await the food. Sean frowned. "No. I assumed he was with you."
"No."
"Oh, Nicky. I'm sorry," he said, reaching over to pull her against him gently. She offered no resistance. She probably should have, but it just felt too damn good. "You should have called me. I stayed away because—" "Ah, fuck, baby. I'm sorry. No one should go through that alone." She sniffed, then nodded. She would never have called him, but she appreciated the sentiment just the same. And he was here now, holding her, lending her his warmth and strength. It was more than she'd ever had before. For whatever reason, she started telling him about the urn she'd selected, the pretty one with the engraved roses. Charlene had always loved roses. When Nicky and Nick were little and their mom was in one of her more infrequent sober phases, she talked about having a home someday where they could plant all kinds of rose bushes. Nicky told him about the quaint little chapel and the nice white-haired minister who had spoken a few words on her mother's behalf. Nicky had never been inside a church before. She had no idea if Charlene had ever belonged or even believed, but it had seemed like the right thing to do. Sean listened patiently, silently, doing little more than stroking her arm and holding her. That was okay. She didn't want him to answer. She just needed someone to listen. The food arrived. They sat on the floor and ate. They drank, they talked, about everything, about nothing. And when Nicky grew silent and her head rested against the sofa, her eyes closing as the exhaustion finally overtook her, she was vaguely aware of Sean gathering her into his arms and tucking her into his bed. Then he kissed her lightly on the forehead and closed the door softly behind him. Nicky could feel him watching her as she perched in the deep windowsill, waiting for dawn to break over the horizon. His gaze was unlike that of any she had ever known. It was a physical thing. She could feel it even now, winding around her as plainly as if he had cocooned her against him. Each look had its own distinct feel, she was learning. When he was angry, his eyes flashed, each one like a slap, followed by the sensation of a vice closing around her. When he was playful, his eyes danced, giving her little tickling caresses across her skin. And when he was sexually aroused, which seemed to be most of the time, she could vividly imagine his tongue laving its way over the most sensitive parts of her body, while other, harder parts of him pressed against her, the taste of him from the single searing kiss they'd shared bursting in her mouth. Not for the first time, she wondered if he had this effect on every woman he met, or if she was somehow special. Nikki gave herself a mental shake. She was turning into such a sap. Everything about him screamed alpha male, calling out to her female instincts at the most basic of levels. So dark, so intense, and with a sexual pull stronger than gravity. And she certainly wasn't alone in this. She would have to be blind not to notice the attention he drew from anything lacking a Y chromosome.
He's gorgeous, and he's probably had more women in his bed than I could count.
Then another little voice said,
Funny, he probably thinks the same thing about you.
Well, he wouldn't be the first. It wasn't such a bad thing, really. That assumption kept the nice ones away, and she had no use for the nice ones. They always thought they could change her, fix her, as if she was some leaky faucet or squeaky door. They meant well, most of them. But Nikki had no desire to be worked on. Sadly, some things just couldn't be fixed. The best she could do was hope to cover up the damage and keep people far enough away that they wouldn't notice the little cracks and defects that led to the total devastation within. It was remarkably easy to keep people at bay. As long as they felt like they'd made an honest effort, they could rest easy at night, knowing that they had at least tried. Then they'd leave her alone and she'd be fine until the next Good Samaritan came along. Sean Callahan was proving to be more tenacious than most. He kept coming back. Did he want to fix her too, she wondered? Or did he just want to fuck her? Probably the latter, her practical side said. Men like Sean were used to getting what they wanted, no matter how sweet or attentive he was being at the moment. Everything was a means to an end in his world. Nothing was done without purpose. They were very much alike in that respect. She'd do just about anything to achieve her goals as well. The more she ran, the harder he'd pursue her until he got what he wanted. It was all about the chase for him, the conquest. Getting something he couldn't have. And once he did, the thrill would be gone. He'd have no further use for her. But wasn't that what she wanted? To be left alone? All she had to do was give in, give him what he desired, and, if she was honest, what she desired, too. It wouldn't be so bad, would it? He certainly seemed like the kind of man who had some serious skills. They could pleasure each other, an erotic dance of give and take that would leave them both sated, and then they could move on, right? No. It was a lie. No matter how she tried to dress it up or rationalize it away. She could feel the ice already melting around her heart, and that was a bad thing. Sean would hurt her. Really hurt her. Not in the physical sense. Those wounds didn't last long. Bones mended, bruises faded, wounds closed. But heart damage. That shit stuck with you forever. And if she ever did sleep with Sean Callahan, for any reason, she'd be laying herself out in the open for total annihilation. Because he was different. She could actually feel herself changing around him. Thinking crazy thoughts, like how maybe she wouldn't have to shoulder everything alone. That maybe she was more than a quick fuck or permanently damaged goods, that she could have a life with someone like him. That terrified her more than anything.
This is the most magical time of day, don't you think?
She asked softly, belying the turmoil within.
It's almost like, for that 1 minute it takes for the sun to just break the horizon, anything is possible.
Anything is possible, he said, his voice just as soft, tender, as if he actually believed that.
Jesus,
Nikki thought.
What if he did?
She forced a smile while inside a magnitude 8 quake rumbled through her. "You don't believe me?" It was a statement, not a question. And, oh shit, he was so much closer now. Close enough that she could feel the intense heat radiating from his body, scent the unique aroma of male soap and shaving cream and Sean. "I believe that you believe," she said, turning back to the window, because if she kept looking into those deep blue eyes, he was going to drag her into his land of make-believe too. A shiver ran through her. Sean slid behind her, wrapping around her like a blanket, his fragrant heat soaking into her. It felt far too good. He guided her back against him so that she could feel each strong, steady beat of his heart drumming through her back and into her chest. She resisted for a moment, then surrendered to it. Even she deserved a little comfort sometimes, right? And she wouldn't let it go any farther. It was just that she was so very cold, and he was so very warm. "What do you wish for?" The question surprised her so much she barked out a laugh. "What's so funny?" he asked against her ear. She fought the moan that threatened to bubble up at the feel of his hot, mint-scented breath against her skin. "Wishes," she answered, as if she would ever waste time on something so irrelevant. Wishes were for suckers, for those not strong enough or smart enough to cope with reality. They signified false hope and were counterproductive to getting off your ass and actually making the effort to change your own life. The lesson was hard-learned and ingrained into her very soul. Wishes didn't stop beatings or rapes. Wishes didn't give you a mother who tucked you in bed at night with a kiss instead of selling you to her drug-dealing pimp. Wishes didn't keep your brother from dealing and whoring himself to put food in your belly. Everyone wishes for something, Nikki. Not me. There were goals, things she set her mind to. She would accomplish those and move on. She would not waste time wishing for things that could never be a reality for her. A nice home, a loving husband, a family who cared. Chapter 11. That was one of the saddest things he'd ever heard. Sean subconsciously pulled her closer, wishing he could just absorb her into himself. The feeling extended deeper than he wanted it to. Maybe, on some level, he'd hoped that she might wish for him. "There's nothing that you want?" he asked in disbelief. "I didn't say that. But there's a difference between wishing and wanting." "Yeah? What's that?" He breathed in deeply, inhaling the scent of her hair. He'd never thought moonlight had its own scent before, but it did, and it was right here, in this woman that had somehow weaved herself into his very soul. Wishing is for things you can't get on your own. Wanting is for things you can. She relaxed into him, unclenching her hands and laying her palms against his thighs. Through the sweats, he felt the warmth of her hands, and every time she touched him, a new set of nerves fired to life. It felt good. "I have no use for wishes," she whispered. Sean closed his eyes. If she kept touching his legs like that, he was going to have to excuse himself again. Apparently, a little DIY and a cold shower was not enough to get him through more than a few minutes in her presence. "Then what do you want, Nikki?" The question came out huskier, breathier than he'd intended. But hell, she was making those circles on his thighs that were driving him crazy. His face was buried in moonlight, and her warm, soft flesh was pressing against him. Before he could process her response, she was out of his grasp and on her knees before him, tugging the sweats over his hips. Stunned at her speed, her boldness, he was powerless to do anything but watch as she positioned herself between his legs. Nikki licked her lips hungrily as she ran her hands up and down his inner thighs. When her eyes met his, he could have sworn they glowed with silvery light. She pulled away briefly, just long enough to whisk the shirt over her head and bare her upper body. The feel of her skin against him sent shock waves of need through him. Nikki, whatever plead he would have made was choked off as she took him in her mouth. All thoughts, questions, and potential protests were gone the second the hot, wet heat surrounded him. She was wildly aggressive at first, her nails like claws digging into his hips, pressing him back as her teeth warned him against trying to pull away from her. Only when he sank into the chair and groaned did she begin to change her methods.
"Look at me."
Her voice, deep and throaty, thick with desire, reached through his lusty haze.
"Look at me, Sean. Watch me take what I want."
Sean forced his eyes open and found it hard to breathe. Her dark hair splayed across his lap. Her glowing silver eyes captured his as her dark pink lips sucked the tip of him. Satisfied that she now had his full cooperation, her hands slid forward for better purpose. She made love to him with her mouth. There was no other way to describe it. Her full, moist lips slid up and down the length of his shaft, now so hard and engorged he could barely stand it. Her wicked tongue laved him, stroked at his sensitive flesh, rocketing him further into bliss. Her soft hands tugged at his balls, pulling them gently but firmly as she took him into her mouth and sucked lightly at first, then increasing the hungry demands of her pull. It was so fucking hot. A moan left his lips as her other hand was suddenly around him, squeezing and stroking, spiraling up and down, her delicate fingers not long enough to completely encompass him. Sean's fingers tangled in her silken black tresses, cupping the back of her head. Soft, feminine moans floated up to him, making him burn even hotter. Her full breasts pressed against the inside of his legs as she moved between them, positioning herself to take him from different angles until he reached his limit. Her silvery eyes no longer held his, her lids half closed in desire as she focused solely on the task of pleasuring him. "Nikki, baby. I'm going to come, sweetheart." He forced the words out. A ragged, breathy string of words just barely discernible. Nikki pulled harder, stroked faster, until the first jet of his release exploded across her tongue. Then she leaned back and pumped him with two hands simultaneously, capturing the rest on her breasts. When he was finished, she took him back in her mouth, licking him clean. This time, her strokes were ultra-tender. Her eyes, half shuttered, were dazed in the pleasure that he felt, as if she was the one being loved. It hit him then, amidst the waves of ecstasy rippling through him. She loved him, too. Sean pulled her into his lap, needing to feel her against him until his heart stopped hammering in his chest, until he could breathe again. He tucked her head into his neck and held her close. When his legs were strong enough, he picked her up and carried her into his bedroom. He laid her out on the bed, gently removing the remainder of her clothing. Her eyes followed his every move as he caressed and kissed every inch of her skin, leaving no spot untouched. He took his time, tasting, sampling, teasing. By the time he rose over her, she was shaking. "Condom," she whispered when he pressed the head of his shaft against the hot, drenched entrance of her sex. Sean frowned. He didn't want to use a condom. He didn't want anything between them. Nicky was his, not just now, forever. Clearly, she hadn't accepted that yet, but she would. He would make sure of it. Until then. Dutifully, he reached over to the night table beside his bed and extracted a foil packet. With well-practiced fingers, he sheathed himself and slid inside her. It was better than he had ever dreamed. Any doubts that Nicky was his soulmate were blown away as he sank into her. This woman was made specifically for him and him alone. He was convinced of that. He set the initial rhythm to slow and easy, long, languorous strokes that filled her completely and soon had her panting, curling her nails into his ass, silently begging him for more. When he knew she was close, he withdrew completely, only to plunge again with a full, thorough thrust. He pumped inside her, bringing her to spectacular climax, basking in the feel of her clenching around him, riding her and elongating her orgasm as she sobbed his name. With Nicky taken care of, he gave himself over to release. The haze of ecstasy that fogged her thoughts dissipated suddenly. Nicky grabbed his biceps as he sank against her, her eyes opening wide as the sudden rush of thick heat filled her.
Sean! Oh my God, I think it broke.
Icy terror coursed through her veins, even as her mind tried to reject the hot, thick seed within her, to ignore the sensation of pulsing jets against her inner walls.
Sean!
She said louder, pushing frantically at his arms and chest in an attempt to get him off of her. He blinked once and looked deep into her eyes with something she couldn't quite recognize. Whatever it was definitely not the same paralyzing fear she felt.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God,
she panted, struggling to get out from under him.
Did it?
She asked, already knowing the answer. Reluctantly, Sean pulled back enough to allow her to move. As she moved away, he turned slightly. He looked down at the condom in his hand, then back at her.
Oh, fuck,
she said, seeing the truth in his eyes. It was unnecessary, though, because she could very clearly feel the proof. It's all right, Nicky, he said gently. She stared at him blankly. All right? No, it was not all right. It was most definitely not all right. She reached for her clothes. Shit. Where was her shirt? Oh yeah, in the living room.
Where's the nearest pharmacy?
Why? He asked, his voice darkening, following her into the bathroom.
I've got to go.
She cleaned herself off the best she could, then shimmied into her clothes. When was the last time she'd had her birth control shot? Shit. Her mind was a jumbled mess. She couldn't remember. Why couldn't she remember? Nicky, we need to talk about this.
No, we don't, she insisted. This was stupid, so fucking stupid,
she mumbled almost incoherently as she attempted to slide between him and the door frame. He trapped her there and forced her to look at him. Her eyes were wide with terror and anger and regret, and none of those things belonged there. Her body trembled. The pads of his fingers against her neck confirmed a rapid heartbeat. Christ. She looked like a caged animal in full-on panic mode. Yes, he said, gently but firmly. We do. There was a knock at the door. Sean growled as Nicky made another move to slip by him. Leave it, he said. This was much more important.
Sean! Hey, Sean, I need to talk to you, man.
Nick's voice called through the door.
Oh, fuck,
Nicky muttered again. If it had been anyone else, Sean wouldn't have even considered answering the door, but the rage he felt at Nick for what he'd done wouldn't let him ignore it. Go into my bedroom, close the door, and wait for me, Sean commanded. We are not finished. For a moment, he didn't think she would comply. Then she nodded her head and went. Sean pulled on a pair of jeans and answered the door. "Nick?" The kid looked like he hadn't slept in days. He was wearing the same clothes Sean had seen him in 2 days earlier. There were dark circles under his eyes, his skin was pale, and his pupils were no more than pinpricks. Sean narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Can I come in?" Nick asked, shifting his weight from side to side. Sean stepped to the side, giving him room to enter. As he did, Sean sniffed, instantly registering the lingering sense of alcohol and weed smoke, but judging by the kid's eyes, he'd gone more hardcore than that. Sean was pretty sure if he rolled up Nick's sleeve, he'd see a few holes that hadn't been there before. Nick looked around briefly, his eyes widening when he spotted the bank of electronics. When he turned back to Sean, he found a hard, intense look that warned him not to even think about it. Nick cleared his throat. "I'm looking for Nikki." "Lose her, did you?" Anger flashed in Nick's eyes, but the kid apparently had managed to retain enough brain cells to tuck it away. "She didn't come home last night." Sean was about to point out that there probably wouldn't have been a problem if he had bothered to be there for his sister. But before he could, Nikki stepped out of the bedroom. She took one look at her brother and the shape he was in. "Oh, fuck, Nick. No." "Nikki?" he said, surprised to hear her voice. "You promised, Nick," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "What are you doing here?" Nick asked, his voice growing stronger. When she didn't answer, he looked at her, then Sean, then back at her, as it became clear. "Fuck!" "I buried our mother yesterday, Nick," Nikki said, her own voice taut with the strain. "And I did it alone." "So you came to him? To him?" Nick's eyes were wild. "Where else was I going to go? Where were you? Damn it, Nick, not again. I can't go through this again." "Did you fuck him, Nikki? Did you?" Faster than he would have thought possible, Nikki lunged toward Nick and pushed him back, hard. "Fuck you, Nick. I so don't need your shit right now." Nick reached out to grab her, but she was much quicker than he was. She spun around and bobbed up behind him, kicking him in the back of his knee once, taking him down to the floor. "Enough!" Sean bellowed. He reached out and pulled her away from Nick, out of striking distance. She tried to shrug away, but he held onto her arm in such a way that each struggle twisted her into a painful position. He leaned down and spoke quietly in her ear. "Calm down, Hellcat." She stopped fighting him, thank God. Nick, however, looked more pissed off than ever. Sporting a nice rivulet of blood where he had split his lip, he staggered to his feet. Sean pushed Nikki out of the way when Nick charged him. The kid might be lean and wiry, but he was no match for a trained SEAL. With a smooth, practiced move, Sean easily caught and subdued him. "If you ever speak to her like that again, I'll beat you myself," he growled into Nick's face. Nick's body slumped as the fight drained out of him. "How much, Nick?" Nikki asked warily as her twin hung his head and tried to catch his breath, not an easy thing to do when Sean still had his arm around Nick's throat. "Oh, fuck," she murmured once again. "Let him go, Sean. He's done." Sean wasn't convinced, but Nikki looked up into his eyes. "Please." It was a softly spoken request, one filled with more pain than he ever wanted to hear in her voice again. Reluctantly, he released Nick, who crumpled and just barely caught himself before he hit the floor. Nikki went to his side, attempting to help him up. "Come on, Nick. Let's get you home." The weariness and resignation in her voice led Sean to believe this wasn't the first time she'd done this. "I'll come with you," he said. "Just give me a few minutes to change." She looked as if she was going to argue with him, but she didn't. Thank God. "Take your time," she said, blowing out a breath. "Mind if I try to get some coffee into him?" "Hell no. Help yourself." With one last warning glance at Nick, who now looked like he hadn't the strength to be a threat to anyone, Sean disappeared into his bedroom. He finished dressing quickly, grabbing a shirt and some socks. He could hear them talking in the living room. They were speaking too softly for him to make out exactly what they were saying, but by the tone of their voices, he knew it wasn't good. Satisfied that they both seemed to have calmed down and he wouldn't be forced to intervene in the next minute or two, Sean moved toward the back of his walk-in closet and popped the latch to reveal the hidden exit. Pulling out his cell, he hit the speed dial. He only had to wait one ring before the call was picked up. "Ian, man, I need you to run some shit for me. Nicholas and Nicole or Nicolette Milligan." He cursed himself for not knowing her first name. It seemed like the kind of thing a man should know about the woman he probably just impregnated and planned to marry. "Yeah. Thanks, man. I need it like yesterday, hear me?" "Yeah, it's important." "Right. Fuck you too. Later." Sean had no doubt that despite Ian's grumblings, he would get on it right away. Ian was just a little testy because it meant he had to crawl out of his nice warm bed and his nice warm wife. Sean couldn't blame him. Now that he knew how it felt to be inside his woman, he wanted to spend as much time there as possible. Including right now, as a matter of fact. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to happen. He'd like to blame Nick, but he couldn't, not completely. Nikki was already trying to bolt before her brother had shown up, although Sean was confident he could have calmed her down and gotten her back in bed. She was scared, he got that. From the little bit he had pieced together of her life so far, he wasn't surprised. It didn't take a psych degree to know she didn't want to end up like her mom, pregnant and alone. What she didn't understand was that she wouldn't be alone. He would never abandon her or their child if they'd just created one. A chill went over him when he remembered her earlier question, asking about the nearest pharmacy soon after she realized what had happened. She couldn't possibly be thinking about the so-called morning after pill, could she? Did they sell that shit over the counter now? He didn't think so, at least not in Pine Ridge, but it wasn't worth taking the risk. No matter what, he'd have to make damn sure she didn't get anywhere near a pharmacy. Her brother, well, that was a bigger problem. He'd suspected that at one time the kid had been into some bad shit, but he'd been clean for as long as he'd been working at the garage. Sean was sorry to see him slip. No matter how much Nick claimed apathy, his mother's death probably pushed him over the edge, but that was no excuse. Sean could only hope it was a one-time relapse and he'd get back on track. He'd do whatever he could to help, but the decision was ultimately no one's but Nick's. Nikki obviously cared a lot for her brother, but if the kid didn't wise up, Sean would ensure that Nikki didn't go down with him. Sean tucked away his cell phone and re-emerged into his bedroom. He could no longer hear their muted voices. It was quiet. Too quiet. A sudden, urgent fear gripped him. He pulled open the door, only to find them already gone. Sean cursed and grabbed his jacket and keys. The quasi-Ducati was still there, parked where she had left it. The beater Nick drove around town was gone, though. And now that he was thinking more clearly, that made sense. Given Nick's condition, it would have been stupid to trust him on her bike. Sean took a deep breath and forced himself to calm. Nikki had control of the situation. She'd obviously been through this kind of thing before. Hopefully, she'd left for no other reason than to get her sorry-ass brother home and sobered up. Compulsion made Sean cruise the CVS parking lot anyway, then the Rite Aid, then the Walgreens. He was relieved when he saw no sign of Nikki anywhere. He finally spotted the car parked in front of Nick's apartment building. From the next block, Sean briefly caught sight of Nikki helping her brother up the steps to his apartment. He pulled over and sighed. What the hell did he do now? He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to follow them into that apartment and do whatever he could to help his woman. Something warned him that she might not be too keen on that, given this morning's events. Maybe it was better for him to give her some space, let her do what she needed to do. She'd already proven she could take care of herself. Sean thought again of the lightning-quick lunge and sequence of moves he'd seen her execute, and even then, he had the distinct impression she'd been holding back. She was poetry in motion, graceful, efficient, and potentially deadly. Definitely not something you would expect from your standard Vegas showgirl or gifted grease monkey. Given the shape Nick was in, he'd keep her busy for a good part of the afternoon, more than enough time for Sean to do some digging. He'd be back later with an offer of food and support and whatever else Nicky needed. And if she had any more ideas about going somewhere without him, he'd soon set her straight on that. His patience was at an end. Chapter 12. "Hey, Sean," Lexi greeted with a big smile when he appeared at the pub a short while later. Judging by the empathy in her eyes, Taryn had already filled her in. He gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. "Hey, Lex. Sorry about this." "Don't sweat it, sweetie," she said, handing Sean a cup of coffee. "He's in there working on it now." "You really are a goddess, Lex," he said affectionately. She laughed, blushing. Lexi was the master chef at the Celtic Goddess restaurant, named for her unique menu of Celtic and Greek cuisine based on her mixed heritage. She made no secret of the fact that she was not comfortable with the name, so, as their sister, they all teased her about it. "Come on, he's expecting you." Lexi led Sean into Ian's office, then quietly closed the door behind her as she left. The cursory glance Ian spared him when he entered the room did not bode well. Neither did the sobriety in Ian's expression or the distinct downturn of his mouth. "What have you got?" Ian's fingers moved like lightning over the keyboard as his eyes processed screen after screen, moving through them so fast it was hard to believe he could absorb any of it. "It's fucked up, Sean. Really fucked up. What did you get yourself into?" Sean sank down heavily beside him, mentally preparing himself. "Give it to me. Let's start with the mother. Charlene Milligan died 2 days ago right here in Pine Ridge after being brought into the hospital after a massive drug overdose several weeks ago. Bad shit, too. We're not talking the usual recreational pharmaceuticals." Sean nodded. He already knew about that part. "History of indulgence, drug use, prostitution, theft, domestic violence. Had 2 children, twins, Nicolette and Nicholas at age 16, father unknown. The kids were taken away and put into the foster system when they were around 5. Nicolette. Her name was Nicolette. That young? The first time. Apparently they didn't fare much better in the system. They kept running away from their foster parents and returning home to Charlene. Each time it took months before the law could take them away again. No one wants to take kids away from a biological parent, even when the mom's a real piece of work. Doesn't look like the foster homes were much better, actually. Anyway, you get the basic idea. I've got all the details here for you to peruse later, but I can tell you it's not pretty." Sean nodded. He would go through all of it later, but he needed the highlights now. "Tell me about Nick." He wanted to hear about Nikki last, sensing that whatever Ian had to say about her wouldn't allow him to absorb much else. "Classic troubled kid. Scored really high in aptitude tests, genius level or above, especially in science and math, but never applied himself. Had a couple of run-ins with the law, petty theft mostly. There are a lot of hints that the kid was a user, maybe even a dealer, but he was never officially busted. If I had to guess, I'd say the kid had some friends in high places." "And Nikki?" Ian's face darkened. "How much do you know about her?" Sean shrugged. "She's intelligent, spirited, great with engines like her brother. Worked in Vegas as a dancer 6 months before she came here." Ian's frown deepened. That was never a good sign. "Why?" Sean asked. "What did you find?" Ian took a deep breath and exhaled. "I found a marriage license." Whatever Sean had been expecting, it wasn't that. "She's married?" "Widowed." Something about the way Ian said it chilled Sean's blood. "Just tell me." "Here, check this out." Ian pressed a few keys and sat back far enough so that Sean could clearly see the 2 PDF documents Ian had brought up. One was a marriage license for Nicolette Milligan and Brian McMahon. Sean looked at the date and did a quick mental calculation in his head. Nikki would have been just 16. The other was a death certificate for Brian McMahon. Sean sucked in a breath when he saw the date. It was the same. What the fuck? It was a miracle he managed to get even those words out. Official reports say McMahon was shot execution style. General consensus was it had something to do with a local drug dealer, but no one could ever pin anything on him. And Nikki? Eyewitness accounts say she left the scene in an ambulance that was subsequently involved in an accident. Nikki never made it to the hospital. What happened to her? Officially, she was never in the ambulance. She simply ceased to exist. No footprint anywhere in the system until she showed up in Vegas 6 months ago. People did not just fall off the grid for 8 years and suddenly appear again, not without some help. Sean knew it, and so did Ian. What is she into, Ian? Ian shrugged. That I don't know. Yet. But I will. Nikki sighed when she heard the knock at the door, the instant thrum in her body telling her exactly who it was. Frankly, she was astonished it had taken him this long. She expected him hours ago. Quite honestly, she wouldn't have been surprised to look behind her when she'd first brought Nick home and seen Sean standing right there ready to follow them in. Sean Callahan was big and strong and cocky, and his arrogance alone would have justified his presence, at least in his own mind. He was also a good man who cared more than most, fought for the underdog, and had a definite bold streak of chivalry. The arrogance, the cockiness, she could handle easily, but this compassionate stuff was some dangerous shit. She should never have allowed this morning to happen. The moment she woke up and found herself alone in Sean's bed, she should have gotten herself the hell out of there. Things would have been so much simpler if he had just fucked her last night instead. Then she could blame the alcohol or the vulnerability that came with burying her mother while her twin was off getting high. But no, he hadn't taken advantage of her. He'd held her, listened, said comforting things, cleaned her up and dressed her in one of those soft, worn shirts that smelled like him, the bastard, before putting her in his bed and leaving her there while he wrestled that fine, huge body onto the sofa. Show no weakness. Nikki took a deep breath to steel her nerves, then opened the door a few inches. Even though she was expecting those laser-like eyes, they still gave her pause. Now, at least, she understood how other people felt when they looked into her eyes. May I come in? Nikki stifled the shudder the sound of his voice sent through her. All her traitorous body could remember was how that voice sounded when it was filled with desire and arousal and pressed against her skin. Aloud, she asked, "Do I have a choice?" "No, I'm just being polite." "Well, don't," she said, stepping back to allow him to enter. "I have no use for it." "Just like wishes, then," he murmured softly. Nikki ignored the poignant look, the one that offered her peace and comfort, and God knew what else, turning away and putting space between them. Sean stepped into the room, sucking up most of the available air. At least that was how she explained her sudden difficulty in drawing a full breath. "How's Nick?" She exhaled heavily, too weary to conjure up any false pretense. Sean had already seen the shape he was in, and had undoubtedly put the pieces together. There was nothing to be gained by trying to pretty it up. "He finally crashed. He's sleeping it off." "He's done this before?" Sean asked. Nikki didn't answer, pointedly looking away when she saw the brief flash of hurt in his eyes. The temptation to tell him, to unload all of the anger and hurt and frustration onto his broad shoulders was strong, but she fought it. If she had even the slightest hope of making it out of Pine Ridge intact, she had to be strong. Her silence hurt more than it should have. Then again, he understood something she obviously didn't, that they were meant to be together, and that meant trust and sharing. So far, it looked like that was going to be a hard thing for her to accept. He shouldn't be surprised. None of his brothers had it easy when they'd found their women. Taryn had run away from Jake, risking her life instead of entrusting him with the knowledge that she was the daughter of a murdered U.S. senator, the only surviving member of a powerful political family held captive and then stalked for 10 long years. Ian almost lost Lexi and his firstborn when she decided not to share her life-threatening medical condition with him, believing he was in love with her stepsister, both of which could have been resolved if they had only talked about it. Maggie nearly died because she withheld the seriousness of her injury from his doctor brother. Then Michael almost bought it because the poor bastard couldn't think straight when he thought he lost her and took risks he never would have otherwise. That didn't bode well for him, did it? When he looked at it from that angle, he saw a disturbing pattern emerging, all based on the woman's inability to grasp what the men seemed to realize fairly easily. When a Callahan man found his true soulmate, there could not be an alternate ending. They would end up together, and this whole deny and run thing just made things that much more difficult. Sean ran his hand through his hair, beyond caring what it symbolized. He was past denial and ready to accept the truth, but Nikki was not. And if the pattern held true, Nikki would probably try to flee before he could. His entire body tensed when he saw the small canvas pack sitting there beside the door, ready to go. "Going somewhere?" he asked, completely abandoning all pretense. His voice was too soft, too knowing. She followed his gaze, then cursed herself for not putting the pack in a less obvious place. She wasn't usually that careless. Then a tiny voice deep inside her mind whispered a truly disturbing possibility. Maybe she'd wanted Sean to see it. Maybe some part of her wanted him to stop her. She shook that thought off. It was beyond ridiculous. She did not want to stay here, and she had no further use for the very hot, very sexy alpha male currently making her wet simply by looking at her. She tried to pull off a casual shrug. It's time. Now that she had the last final piece of the puzzle, there could be no more stalling. She only wished the information hadn't come from her own brother. How ironic was that? That weeks of discreetly sniffing around for information weren't as effective as her brother's sudden backslide. Benny was using a different name now, and he'd changed his appearance too. But nothing would save him. Is it? His voice was softer, his body closer. She hurried to put some distance between them, then drew up her head and met his stare head-on, drawing forth every rational reason why she had to get the hell out of Dodge. 1, her mother was gone, and Nikki's obligation to her, real or imagined, was complete. 2, Nick had his own life now, a good job, and people who would look out for him. If she stayed here, she would only hold him back. She was a constant reminder of what once was, and what he needed was to get beyond that and look ahead. 3, Sean Callahan was beginning to look at her like he was interested in more than a quick tumble or two. There could be nothing more between them, not now, not ever. And 4, by this time tomorrow, Nikki Milligan would once again cease to exist. I buried my mother. Got the added bonus of hauling my brother's drugged-up ass home before he killed himself or someone else. Oh yeah, and I got to fuck the big, bad, hard ass while I was here, too. I think I've accomplished pretty much everything I possibly could in this Mayberry town. Except for killing the bastard that ruined our lives. Sean's jaw clenched right along with his fists. Son of a bitch, it was starting already. Something about her was different. Her face was harder, colder. Her eyes were like polished steel. Even her voice was different. There were no traces of amusement or anger or desire, not even sadness. Just a cold indifference that chilled him to the bone. And it was all bullshit, he realized suddenly, wondering why he hadn't seen it earlier. This was nothing but another superbly played performance, one of what he expected were several false personas she adopted as needed. He had seen the real Nikki, the one who had nestled against him last night on the floor while they ate Chinese and talked. The one who could get lost in the mechanics of an engine, the one who'd made love to him this morning with her mouth and her body. Those were all the genuine article. This Nikki was no more real than the sultry pole dancer or the badass biker chick. Taryn had done it. So had Lexi and Maggie, because they all had some fucktarded idea that by leaving they would be doing the best possible thing for the people they cared about most. Sean's heart stuttered in his chest, then stopped beating entirely for several long ticks of the clock. Was it possible that Nikki cared for him the way he did for her? Oh, he knew she would realize it eventually, but maybe she already had, and that was why she was swinging so hard in the other direction now. His blue eyes bored into hers, searching. There. The silver flickered, softened for just a fraction of a second before hardening again. It was all he needed. Fine. If she wanted to play that game, he was in. He could do big and bad, too. And she wasn't going anywhere. Not quite, he said, allowing a hungry look to seep into his features. It wasn't difficult. Being anywhere in the vicinity of the woman made him hot and hard. Hell, physical proximity didn't really matter at all. Just thinking about her did it for him. Yeah? She asked, tilting her chin with arrogance even as she took a step back. Like what? Sean crossed the room in 2 long strides. He cupped the back of her head with one hand and thrust the other between her legs while taking full and thorough possession of her mouth. She resisted, her nails like claws curling into his chest, drawing blood, but he persisted, his tongue insistently probing until she relented and opened for him. He dominated her, his grip like iron, demanding the very breath from her lungs and replacing it with his own. I haven't finished with you yet, he said huskily several minutes later when her eyes were sufficiently dazed and her body suitably pliant. Hell, he would never be finished with her. What did you have in mind? Her voice was sex personified, a low, throaty purr he could never get enough of. I haven't tasted you, he breathed as his lips skimmed her jawline. And I need to taste you. The whimper that escaped was purely unintentional. With his skilled hand cupping her sex through her jeans, massaging, teasing, and those hard, sensuous lips moving over her face and neck and, oh God, licking that spot just behind and below her ear, she had even less success with holding the full body shudder that racked her. Like I tasted you? She reminded him purposely, knowing the words had their intended effect when he growled deep in his chest and slipped his hand into her jeans, thrusting 1, then 2 fingers into her sex, sending her into instant climax and drenching his hand with her slick juices. She clutched his biceps and bit her lip to keep from crying out. She would not give him the satisfaction, but Sean had other ideas. He withdrew his fingers from her and brought them to his lips, suckling them like it was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. His icy blue eyes darkened until they resembled perfect sapphires. Oh, sweetheart, he said with a wicked grin. I'm not just going to taste you. I'm going to feast on you for hours. He kissed her then, hard and possessively, forcing her to taste herself upon his lips and tongue. Her knees were so weak Sean had to hold her upright as he began to lick and bite his way down her body. Nick, she murmured, as Sean began deftly working the jeans off of her hips with one hand, never lightening up on the onslaught with his mouth.
Can't while he's here, she panted.
Then we'll go to my place, he said, returning to nuzzle her neck. He liked that idea anyway. He had more than a few items that would assist him in keeping Nikki around. Handcuffs, silk binding ties, some hemp rope. He answered her full body shudder with one of his own.
Can't leave him alone.
Sean pushed forward until her back was against the wall, using his significantly larger mass and strength to pin her there while he fished the cell phone out of his pocket. Holding her in place with one muscular thigh wedged between her legs, he thumbed the smartphone screen until someone answered. Because his face was so close to hers, she heard the person on the other end clearly. "Sup?" The voice sounded like an echo of Sean's. "Need you to babysit." "Now? I'm just about to—" "Now!" Nikki managed to hear a few mumbled curse words. She wasn't even sure they were English, before the connection broke and Sean returned his full attention to seduction. Minutes passed, or maybe days. Time was irrelevant when Sean Callahan decided to dominate her mind and body. While her body seemed to have no trouble obeying him, her mind shut down to everything else but interpreting the sensations with which he was inundating her. It wasn't until there was a knock at the door that she realized Sean had never mentioned their location to whomever he had called.
I need to get the...
Before she could finish her sentence, the door opened and Sean walked in. Nikki blinked as she peered hard over a broad shoulder at the figure now inside the apartment. No, that couldn't be right. Sean had his hand under her shirt and was doing magical things to her left breast.
You're a twin?
She gasped, color rising up in her face when it came out sounding like a breathless orgasm. Guilty. Sean chuckled against her throat, smug male satisfaction in his power over her evident. Sean pulled back enough to fix her jeans and smooth down her shirt, keeping her blocked from his brother's view. His twin stood patiently just inside the door, content to look around and acclimate himself. Nikki sensed he was analyzing every possible entry and exit point, items that could possibly be used as weapons, etc. She knew it because it was exactly what she did every time she walked into an unfamiliar location. Nikki, Shane, Shane, Nikki. Sean made the introduction brief. Shane's mouth curved into a familiar half grin while his blue eyes sparkled mischievously. She's who I'm supposed to babysit? Thanks, bro. And it's not even our birthday. He winked at Nikki when her eyes widened. Not her, dickhead, Sean growled. Her brother, Nick. He's crashed in the bedroom coming down off some shit. To his credit, Shane's only reaction was a slightly elevated brow. Nikki stared at Shane. She knew she and her twin shared a lot of the same features, but these two were so alike it was almost freaky. Still, if she looked very closely, she could see that Shane held himself a bit differently than Sean did. She instinctively knew that Sean was the more aggressive, while Shane was the more polished of the two. Both, she knew to the depths of her soul, were lethal. Keep looking at him like that and I'm going to get jealous, Sean warned seductively in her ear, reminding her of exactly who was going to be fucking her very soon by pressing his iron-like manhood against her hip. Nikki broke free of her fascination. Nice to meet you, Shane, she said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Shane smiled easily. Under different circumstances, Nikki could see herself liking him. You too, Nikki. He shot Sean a knowing glance. Go on. I got this. Thanks, bro, Sean said, already tugging Nikki toward the door. Chapter 13. The minute Sean had her over the threshold, he slammed the door and pressed her up against it. Within seconds, he was on his knees, and she was naked from the waist down, hands tangled in his black, silky hair. He lifted one of her legs over his shoulder and devoured her, burying his face in her sex. His hands explored, caressed, pinched, and massaged. Nikki felt like she was caught in a maelstrom, dizzy and weightless and completely at the mercy of a true force of nature. There was no fighting it. She held on to him and let herself get swept away. Sean brought her to climax twice before he relented, scooping her up and carrying her limp form to the bedroom. The bed was so soft, it felt heavenly beneath her sensitized body. Worn out from the 2 powerful successive orgasms, she melted into the mattress and the coolness of the smooth cotton sheets. Through slitted eyes, she saw Sean grinning smugly as he methodically removed the rest of her clothing. She offered no resistance whatsoever when that skilled, talented mouth played with the parts he exposed. He moved away only long enough to remove his own clothing, then straddled her hips. The hairs on his corded muscular thighs tickled and teased her bare skin. The heavy weight of his erection pulsed against her lower belly while he pinched and plumped her breasts to attention. Nikki closed her eyes again, reveling in all of it. At least until she felt the silk wrapping around her wrists. Instantly alert, Nikki's eyes flew open. "What do you think you're doing?" Her post-orgasmic lassitude evaporated quickly as she struggled against her bindings. Sean moved quickly and efficiently, thwarting every one of her attempts to free herself. Apparently, he'd had some training too. "I'm going to fuck you, Nikki," he told her huskily. The pure heat in his glowing blue eyes made her squirm. No man had ever looked at her like that before. Like he worshipped her. "I've made you come once by my hand and twice by my mouth. Guess how many times I'm going to make you come with my cock, baby."
3?
She tried to sound sarcastic, but her voice came out far too needy to pull it off. "That's right, baby. A fucking trifecta. And then, if you're a good girl, I might let you rest a little before I do it all over again." Sean was nothing if not true to his word. He was an insatiable, tireless lover. For as demanding as he was also a very considerate lover. Even with all of the passion, he never once hurt her, and for every release he allowed himself, he gave her 3. Only hours later, when she convinced him that he could not possibly wring another orgasm out of her without rest and food, did Sean finally curl himself around her, tuck her tightly up against his body, and close his eyes, allowing her to sleep. "Where do you think you're going?" Sean asked sleepily, reaching out and pulling her back to him without bothering to open an eye.
"To the bathroom,"
she said, yawning for effect. She was really tired, but it might be her best chance to slip away quietly. "Fine. I'll give you 5 minutes, and don't even think about trying to sneak out. I've got the doors and windows wired."
Son of a bitch,
Nikki thought a few minutes later. He really did have every possible exit wired. She set herself gingerly down on the commode with her head in her hands and sighed. It looked like she wouldn't be leaving just yet. In a way, it was a relief. She was too damn tired and too well sated to put any significant effort into anything besides crawling back into bed and snuggling up to the only man to whom she had willingly surrendered. It wouldn't last, of course. She could never allow that. But for right now, she simply couldn't summon the energy or the will to do anything about it. "I missed you," Sean murmured quietly when she slipped back into bed. His arm wrapped around her as she nestled her back against his front. Her only response was a soft, contented sigh. "What the hell are you doing here?" Nick demanded when he finally emerged from his bedroom nearly 8 hours later and looking like hell. "Where's my sister?" Shane looked calmly over the screen of his laptop and sipped his coffee. He'd seen Nick Milligan before, but doubted he would have recognized him in this condition. "Nicky's fine. You, however, are a different story. Grab a shower. You reek, man. And take a cup of coffee with you. Then we'll talk." Nick narrowed his eyes, or at least tried to. They were barely more than slits, so the attempt had little effect. "She at your place?" "She's back at the apartment over the garage," Shane said carefully, knowing that Nick thought he was speaking to Sean. "She safe there?" Nick asked. "No place safer," Sean said truthfully. He'd seen the look in his twin's eyes, and knew that nothing would ever hurt Nicky as long as Sean drew breath. At least as long as she didn't do something stupid, as all the Callahan mates seemed prone to do at this stage. Nick nodded, satisfied, and poured himself a cup of coffee before heading toward the bathroom. Nick was still moving slowly when he re-emerged, but looked a damn sight better than he had earlier. He'd showered and shaved and had changed into a clean pair of jeans and a concert tee. Shane was waiting for him in the small kitchen. "Feeling better?" "I've been worse," Nick answered, pouring another cup of coffee and grabbing one of the donuts from the box on the counter. "I just wish Nicky hadn't had to see that. Fuck. I hate the look she gets in her eyes, like someone cut out her heart or something." "She loves you." "Yeah," Nick snorted. "She always has. You'd think she would have wised up by now. She's too soft. I keep telling her that, you know, but she doesn't listen." At Shane's raised eyebrow, he added, "Oh, I know she comes off all hard-ass and shit, but she's not. No matter how many times I mess up, she's always there for me." He exhaled, the look on his face one of pain. "I can't say the same." "Why weren't you there?" Shane asked in that quiet way he had. "At the funeral. Why'd you make her go through that alone?" Shane, like all of Shane's older brothers who'd been at the pub earlier, knew what had happened. And because Sean claimed her as his, she automatically became part of the family as well. Nick's expression hardened, then dissolved. "I wanted to be. I really did, but... shit, I don't know. I just couldn't bring myself to pretend like I'm sorry the old whore is dead, and I knew that would hurt her." "She was your mother," Shane said, a trace of anger in his voice, unable to completely hide the shock of a son speaking of his mother that way. "Don't kid yourself," Nick spat with a snarl. "She gave birth to us, but she was no mother. What kind of mother beats her children, forces them to steal, sells them for Christ's sake?" "She tried to sell you?" "Not tried to. Did. And not me. I brought in too much money. She needed me to feed her drug habit." Nick was watching him closely, gauging his reaction, and Shane couldn't completely hide the revulsion that little bombshell elicited. "Oh, Nicky didn't tell you that, huh? Guess I'm not surprised. She doesn't like to talk about it, not even with me." "How old was she?" There was a brief but brilliant flash of anger through Nick's expression before it drained away. 14. Jesus Christ. Ian's research had her disappearing at 16. She'd been someone's property for 2 years. Nick laughed bitterly. Yeah, he was no help. Since Nick seemed to be in a talkative mood, Shane thought he might be willing to discuss other things, too. "Tell me about Brian." Nick tensed. "She told you about Brian?" Shane neither confirmed nor denied it, just continued to look at Nick with expectant eyes. "Yeah, she must have," Nick mumbled more to himself than Shane. "How else would you know?" "Tell me," Shane prompted, when another minute passed and Nick still said nothing. Nick dropped heavily down into a chair. Brian was different from the rest of them. He liked Nicky. I mean, really liked her. Brian was a runner like me, and for that reason alone she wouldn't have anything to do with him. But he was persistent. Couldn't stand what Benny was doing to her. "Benny," Shane interrupted. Nick's face twisted in disgust. "Benny Marscone. The pimp drug dealer our dear mother sold Nicky to in exchange for drugs and a nicer list of clients." The name sounded vaguely familiar. Shane knew he had heard it before. He tucked it away for later reflection. "Go on." "Brian came up with a plan to escape, to get her away from Benny. They started meeting together in secret. The day Nicky turned 16, they snuck off and got married. Brian thought if he could get her over the state line, they'd be all right." Shane's brows drew together. "Wouldn't they need parental consent forms?" "Nicky did. Brian was already 18 by then. But hell, man, getting around something like that is child's play for those of us in the system long enough." Shane nodded, indicating that Nick should continue. "Well, Benny had already begun to suspect she was doing something behind his back, so he had them followed. Benny's guy called it in, and when they got back to Brian's place, Benny was waiting." Nick's voice grew quiet. "Nicky never told me exactly what happened, but I heard about it on the streets. It was brutal." Shane didn't ask him to elaborate. Ian already uncovered the fact that Brian had been shot execution style and Nicky had been taken away in an ambulance. He wasn't sure he wanted to know any more detail than that. "The rest is kind of sketchy. Like I said, Nicky doesn't like to talk about it, and I don't push. Nicky disappeared that night, but 2 of Benny's men showed up dead, and he was found barely alive in a gutter somewhere. I guess not even hell wanted that rat bastard." "What happened to Nicky?" Nick shook his head. "I don't know, man. Benny said he'd killed her, but other than a shitload of blood at the scene, there was no evidence. She just disappeared. That was it for me, man. With Nicky gone, I had no reason to stick around. I blew town. It was another couple of years before I even knew she was still alive." Holy shit, Shane thought. Glad that he was hearing this first instead of Sean. He was going to have to call all of his brothers in on this one, because Sean was going to go ballistic when he found out. "So where's she been all this time?" "How the hell do I know?" Shane leaned back and crossed his arms over his chest. "You expect me to believe you haven't been in contact with her all this time?" he said, shaking his head. "Yank someone else's chain, Nick. I'm a twin myself." "Yeah, I heard that," Nick said, narrowing his eyes, looking at Shane more closely. Shane kept his expression neutral. It was almost impossible for anyone outside of the immediate family to tell them apart if they didn't want them to. "And I didn't say we weren't in touch. I said I don't know where she's been." "She didn't tell you when she contacted you?" Nick shook his head. "No, she refused to. But I used to get these calls, you know, with no one on the other end. And sometimes I'd get these texts with an ICE, in case of emergency number, the ID blocked, but I knew it was her. I was just so happy she was alive, I didn't question it." A sad smile ghosted about his lips. "And she always sent me something on her birthday." They sat in silence while Nick finished off another donut and cup of coffee. Shane excused himself for a few minutes. When he came back, he was tucking a small phone back into his pocket. "Come on, Nick. We have to get over to Sean's." Nick blinked. "Sean's?" "Yeah," Shane said with a smile. "My brother's." Chapter 14. "Resistance is futile," Sean drawled in amusement as Nicky prowled around the apartment looking for a quick and easy exit. Sean wasn't kidding when he said he had everything wired. The man took his security seriously. It had become a bit of a game, really. She'd already been mildly electrocuted by the wires along the windowsill and brought to her knees by a high-pitched alarm that threatened to shatter her eardrums. Nicky wouldn't have believed he could have a system that she couldn't easily bypass. But nothing about Sean's setup was vanilla, out-of-the-box technology. Every last piece had been customized so that any attempts to disarm it in the traditional way would be immediately, and somewhat painfully, thwarted. One thing was becoming increasingly obvious. Sean Callahan was more than a simple garage mechanic.
"Who are you?"
she asked, sliding onto one of the stools at the counter. Sean smiled, placing a plate of fluffy pancakes and fresh fruit in front of her. Her stomach growled loudly. As far as incarcerations went, this place was pretty sweet. Mind-blowing sex, simple but luxurious comfort, and, she thought as the small bite of pancake melted in her mouth, good food. But being a captive was still being a captive. As tempting as it was to stick around and play house, she had things to do, people to kill. "I could ask the same of you," Sean answered smoothly. Nikki's only answer was to shrug. If he wasn't sharing, she didn't see why she should. Besides, his pancakes were to die for, and she was going to need her strength. She would be out of here soon. She might as well enjoy it while she could. Sean was watching her intently. Nikki had the distinct impression she was being analyzed. "What?" she finally asked through a mouthful of fluff. "You're not freaking out." She chewed, swallowed, and downed the small glass of orange juice he'd placed in front of her. "Should I be?" Sean leaned back against the counter, crossing his massive arms over his broad chest and one ankle over the other. It was such a supremely masculine pose that Nikki found herself fighting a smirk. He was a damn fine-looking man, and given his performance over the last few hours, he definitely earned the right to be a little smug. She wished she hadn't made it quite so easy for him, though. It was somewhat demeaning to recall her begging pleas and whimpers. "You were yesterday." Yes, she supposed she was. When she realized that Sean had come inside her, she'd panicked. But once she calmed down and did some calculating, she realized she was still protected. She knew she was clean, and Sean certainly seemed like the type to ensure he was as well. What her mind had trouble grasping this morning was that last night, the thought of using a condom never even occurred to her. Even more bizarre, the minute possibility that she was pregnant did not horrify her nearly as much as it should have. She shrugged, not knowing how she should respond to that. It seemed like Sean's expectations were changing, which meant hers had to change as well. It was much easier to focus her attention on the plump, juicy strawberries that were currently calling out to her than on the heavy, emotional stuff. "Got any whipped cream left?" she asked. Sean's eyes glittered. He had used quite a bit on her last night. With a masculine grace that had her clenching her thighs together, Sean retrieved the last canister from the fridge and topped her strawberries. His eyes dropped suggestively to her chest, prompting her to recall in vivid detail the way he had covered her nipples and licked her clean. The same nipples that were currently pushing against the material in a dramatic bid for his attention. She eyed his lengthening shaft warily as she licked the cream from her lips. Beneath the thin pants he had slung low over those hips, she'd never seen a V that exquisitely defined before. There was no hiding those assets. He watched her watching him, growing more aroused by the second. "Keep looking at me like that while you're licking your lips, and you will not get to finish your breakfast," he warned. Even his growl had her girly parts snapping to attention. It was a low, almost feral sound that shouted out a great big hey to her erogenous zones. As delicious as an encore sounded, she meant to keep her wits about her this morning. No more losing herself in the mindless throes of passion. She had to finish what she came here to do, and time was of the essence. She pulled her eyes away from his impressive package and focused on the tattoo on his bicep. It was a breathtakingly intricate Celtic design, with some sort of detailed mechanical device in the center that reminded her of a Da Vinci sketch. "Tell me about your tat," she said. "Family crest," Sean answered, his voice slightly rough. "Yours?" She wasn't sure to which one he was referring. She had several. Last night he had spent a considerable amount of time tracing the spiraling design over her hip with his tongue. And surely he'd had a lovely view of the fallen angel on her back when he'd taken her from behind. Nikki slammed a wall down on those thoughts before the desire for an encore became unbearable. She had no intention of sharing the reasoning behind her ink. It would be impossible to explain that without explaining everything, and there was no way in hell she was going to do that. Those were memories that she had commanded to the deepest, darkest pits of her blackened heart, for her and her alone.
Nothing so meaningful, she said elusively. How many brothers do you have?
6. You?
Just Nick. Any sisters?
3, by marriage. It was an interesting answer, she thought. Most men would have just answered no, or maybe mentioned having some in-laws, but Sean considered these women to be as much a part of his family as if they had been born into it. A sharp but brief pang of envy shot through her at the thought of being part of this man's life beyond a night or two. Would his brothers and their wives accept her quite as fully and easily? No, she thought wryly. There wasn't a chance in hell of that happening. If what she'd seen in the hospital lobby was any indication of the type of women Callahan men went after, she was about as far off the mark as she could get. The minute she finished her breakfast, Sean whisked the plate away, along with the silverware, glass, and mug. He hadn't prepared one for himself, she'd noticed.
You're not eating anything?
She asked. He gave her a wicked smile. Now, baby, whatever gave you that idea? Sean sat down on one of the stools and patted the counter. Come up here. Excitement flared through her body, but she really should be going. She shook her head, but the denial got stuck in her throat. And why couldn't she get her legs to move? Sean chuckled, reaching out to capture her, and then smoothly lifted her onto the countertop as if she weighed nothing. He repositioned himself on the stool between her legs, his hand bringing a resounding crack on her right bottom cheek as she fidgeted. Behave, he growled, or I'll bind you again. She stilled, though the thought of restraints was incredibly arousing. Odd. She had never seen herself as a submissive, but with Sean, she needed to be. He took his time with her, spreading her legs, rubbing chilled, juicy strawberries over her soft folds, then topping the area with whipped cream. Biting, sucking, licking, kissing, devouring her as if she was a 7-course meal. He brought her to the edge several times, only to pull back and begin the onslaught all over again.
You know,
she panted as she tried to thrust her hips against his face and take the release she so desperately needed.
It's not polite to play with your food.
Sean laughed against her, and it was one of the most erotic things she'd ever felt. You're right, he agreed. He kicked the stool away quickly and freed himself, plunging into her, filling her until she thought she would burst. He fucked her hard and fast, taking his release the same time he gave her hers. He was still leaning over her when the doorbell rang. Sean cursed and grabbed for the remote beneath the counter as a small mounted 5-inch screen flared to life above them. 2 unfamiliar men looked directly into the security camera, flashing badges. Fuck, he muttered, withdrawing from Nikki's wet heat. Even if they hadn't flashed their badges, the dark suits, white shirts, black ties, and shades screamed fed. Nikki, baby, go on into the bedroom. I've got some business to take care of. Nikki blinked but said nothing. Sean thought these guys were here for him. He didn't seem at all surprised, just annoyed at the timing. Just how many feds showed up at his door anyway? She couldn't think about that now. She had to get the hell out and do some damage control. The fact that Fisher and Brooks were here only drove that point home. She'd stayed too long, taken things too far. There would be consequences. Sean pulled on his jeans, not bothering to grab a shirt. He waited until Nikki disappeared into the bedroom before remotely disengaging the locks on the lower door.
Agents Fisher and Brooks, DEA, the taller one said. May we come in?
Sean examined both badges and IDs before allowing them to enter.
What can I do for you?
One of the men removed his sunglasses and considered Sean for a moment before answering.
We're looking for Nicolette Milligan. Is she here?
Nikki? What did the DEA want with her? Did it have something to do with her brother? Christ, he was going to kick that kid's ass next time he saw him. While Sean's mind raced, his face remained calm. He even managed a tight smile.
Well, now, why don't you tell me what you need, and maybe I can help you?
The shorter, stockier agent returned his smile, but without a trace of amusement.
Are you aware of the penalty for holding a federal agent captive, Mr. Callahan?
Federal agent? Captive? What the fuck?
Hey, guys,
said a familiar voice as Nikki emerged from the bedroom fully dressed. She didn't seem at all surprised to see them.
Nix?
Nodded the tall one with a genuine and far too affectionate smile. Fisher, his badge had proclaimed. Sean turned around to face her, his eyes glowing like lasers.
You're a Fed?
Nikki had the good sense to blush a little.
Sort of.
As she dropped all pretense, Sean got his first good look at the real Nicolette Milligan. Strong, quiet, and impossibly alone.
I'm sorry, Sean. I couldn't tell you.
Son of a fucking bitch. He'd suspected something, but not this. It didn't make sense. Ian had back doors into every federal database there was, and he'd turned up nothing.
Does Nick know?
No. No one does. Except them.
She flicked her eyes at the two men waiting patiently, then looked at him.
And now you.
Sean felt something rip through his chest. It was at once sad and proud, tentative and hopeful.
But then, you understand all about secrets, don't you?
In that moment, he knew that she had just given him a rare gift. She trusted him. Maybe not completely. He doubted anyone was granted that much of a boon. But it was enough. One of the men shifted his weight impatiently at the door, clearly anxious to be on his way.
You can't just leave, Nikki,
Sean said. Nikki was the woman meant for him. She couldn't simply leave. She looked at him again, a sad smile ghosting her lips as she laid her hand on his arm.
You have no idea how much you've done for me,
she said softly, and Sean couldn't help but notice how her eyes were like fluid quicksilver. How could he ever have thought them hard and cold?
I have to, she said simply.
There was an awkward silence as they all stood there in Sean's living room. The two agents exchanged looks of veiled disbelief with each other. There was no question what he and Nikki had been doing. He looked exactly like a man who had spent the last 12 hours fucking hard, and Nikki, despite the fact that she had cleaned herself up and gotten dressed, did as well. There was no denying the glow on her face or the sexual tension between them. Sean analyzed both men carefully, their body language, their facial expressions, assessing their relationship with Nikki. They both liked her and respected her. The taller guy had a thing for her, but as far as Sean could discern, it was purely one-sided, and he hid it well. Nikki probably didn't even know, but Sean did. He caught the taller one's eye and made sure that he got a very clear message. Nikki was his, and he did not share. Sean flicked a glance back at Nikki. Her actions were just as telling. She avoided looking any of them in the eye. Instead, she looked at their shoulders, smoothed her hoodie, checked out her laces. Despite the lack of verbal exchange, there was an awful lot being said in that room.
I can't let you do this,
Sean said, wrapping his hand around Nikki's wrist. He didn't know what she was planning to do, but there was no mistaking the anticipation surrounding them, like a team preparing for a mission. He expected her to resist. She didn't. If he hadn't been so blinded by the need to keep her close and here with him, he might have listened to the warning bells going off in his head. Nicky let him draw her into his arms, curling against him one last time, hoping the feel of his hard body, his warmth, and his scent would be enough to carry her through for a while. "I know," she said quietly, tilting her head up to his. She allowed his lips to brush hers for a moment before reaching up to cup his head. His eyes widened a split second later when she pressed the tiny needle into his neck. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her eyes filled with unshed tears as her two partners stepped up to ease Sean to the ground. "Jesus, he's a big one, Nix," grunted Fisher beneath Sean's dead weight. "Be careful with him," she said. "He's one of the good guys." Brooks snorted. "He's a fucking Mack truck, Nix. I don't think a little tumble's going to do him much damage. Nice use of stinger, by the way." Nicky put a blanket over Sean, then knelt beside him on the floor. His eyes were still open, and she knew he could see and hear everything. Her heart nearly broke with the shock and betrayal she saw in those beautifully expressive eyes. "It won't last long," she said, tucking a pillow beneath his head. "It's a paralytic, but a mild one. You might feel a bit stiff for a couple of hours. Drink lots of non-alcoholic fluids, and you'll get through it faster." She spoke quickly, hating that it had come to this, knowing there was no other way. "I know you don't understand," she said as a tear fell from her eye onto his cheek. She wiped it away, repeating the motion with the pads of her fingers, wanting just one more touch. "But I have to go. It's for the best." She leaned over and added quietly in his ear, "Take care of Nick, okay? He thinks the world of you. You're the only one he'll listen to. And tell him I love him." Nicky brushed one last kiss over his lips, then forced herself away. She set the lock and pulled the door tightly behind her, following the others down the stairs. "You got my gear?" she asked, her voice stronger as she hastily wiped the tears away with the back of her hand. "Is she crying?" Fisher said in disbelief. "You know, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it for myself." "Fucktard," she rumbled. "Give me my shit." "Now that's the Nix I know," grinned Brooks as he tossed her a badge and her piece. "For a minute there, I thought we rescued the wrong girl." Nicky snorted in response. "You didn't rescue anyone. I had the situation under control." "Yeah, that was obvious." The taller of the two shot her a questioning look. "So what's up, Nix?" "What the hell are you guys doing here anyway?" she asked, blatantly ignoring his question. "Looking for you. Why?" "Because we miss your smiling face and loving arms, darling." Brooks allowed his native southern drawl to color his words. He did it solely to annoy her. He knew the sound was like nails on a blackboard to her because she told him so every damn time. "Fuck you," Fisher chuckled. "You say the sweetest things. Relax, Nix. We know what's going on. The boss man dispatched us the minute word came through about your mom. Your leave is officially rescinded, effective immediately, just in the nick of time, too, by the looks of it." "You don't know what you're talking about," she snorted. She knew the rules as well as they did. They weren't allowed to have family or relationships. In agreeing to join them, she had given up all ties to her former life to become a spook. She'd broken those rules in coming to Pine Ridge by caring for her mother, staying with her brother, and hooking up with Sean. She'd been stupid to think she'd ever get away with it. They'd probably been using the tag embedded in her tat to monitor her activities all along. They all had them. It was how they remained accessible anywhere, anytime, without any actual trail. Between assignments, they were allowed to disappear, as long as they heeded the call to return when it came. God damn it, Nix. Quit fucking around. Brooks tosses his DEA badge into a bag in the trunk. Nicky already knew the bag held similar ID tags and papers for the FBI, NSA, CIA, and various other agencies. Their little organization didn't actually have an official name. Like the animals after which they had been named, the chameleons became who they needed to be at any given time. Nicky was a natural. Do you have any idea who that guy is? Former SEAL, maybe a Black Ops man, she rattled off, voicing what her instincts had already told her. Owns the garage in town. Fisher laughed. All true, sweetheart. But he's also a member of the Special Forces team we call when we need help. That gave her pause. She looked into his eyes, waiting for the punchline. But he was dead serious. The Ghost Team? She breathed in disbelief. That was the name she and her crew had given the group of independent Irish ops men who tackled jobs not even they would touch. The same. Yeah, no shit, Nix. Remember that clusterfuck in Kazakhstan a year ago? That was your boyfriend and his brothers. He's not my boyfriend, she said emphatically. Fisher laughed. Yeah, that's why his team fired off all those sniffers looking for info about you, sweetheart. Because there's no interest. Nicky paled as her heart studded against her chest. But she'd be damned if she'd show weakness in front of these guys. Her partners, like her, however, were trained to simply know. Their lives so often depended on it. Relax, babe, we've got you covered. But Jesus, couldn't you have scratched your itch with a regular guy? You know, one that doesn't kill people for a living? Geez, woman, you just attract trouble, don't you? Despite the roiling in her stomach, Nicky's lips quirked. Yeah, so everyone keeps telling me. Seriously, Nix, you're playing with some intense shit here. Don't sweat it, sweetie. Game's over. I won. I always win. It's not, and you haven't. Not yet, anyway. Brooks breathed. We know about Marscone, Nix. We know about the recon you've been doing. Fuck, she hissed. They were supposed to be using their resources on everyone else, not her. Another thing she should have known. With any luck, they knew only of Benny's business dealings and not of her personal history with him. No worries. We're here to help you. Her eyes lit up. Yeah? Yeah. I don't know how you find them, Nix, but the boss says this one's got to go down. Taser's got a real woody about this one. Nicky laughed at last. Taser was their leader, and the closest thing to a legitimate psychic she'd ever seen. It was he who examined potential chameleons, got inside their heads and decided which way they'd go. He had yet to be wrong about a single candidate. A vision of Sean filled her mind's eye, but she pushed it into a neat little box in the back of her brain and locked it away. That was over, effective immediately. Later, when she had nothing but time and space and solitude, she'd take out the key and page through the memories and try to make sense of it all. But she couldn't afford the distraction right now. Great. Now help me nail this bastard and get me the fuck out of this town before I start getting all sentimental. Brooks grinned in obvious relief. Get in the car, biatch. He made it sound like a long-suffering term of endearment. Ah, now you've gone and hurt my feelings, she said, faking a pout. Sticks and stones, baby. And there's no way I'm letting one of you guys straddle my ride. She strutted over to her bike and climbed on. Just try and keep up, will you? Chapter 15. Sean was already coming out of it by the time Shane arrived with Nick. It took both of them to get Sean into a sitting position on the couch. Shane called Michael immediately. After relaying what Sean was able to tell him, Michael confirmed that the best thing they could do was pump Sean full of water and other liquids to dilute the effect of the paralytic, and suggested they bring him up to the farm immediately to make sure there were no other ill effects. Nick was so quiet they nearly forgot he was there. He hovered in the background, watching and listening in disbelief. Nikki did this to you? He finally asked, his expression unreadable. Why did she do that? Because, Sean said, the words coming out a bit slurred as he regained control of his jaw. She knew I wouldn't let her go. Nick's eyes widened. She's gone? Sean nodded. Nick felt as though something heavy slammed into his chest. Part of him wasn't surprised, but another part, the one that he thought had been crushed into non-existence a long time ago, screamed in protest. She'd promised him she wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. Nicky had promised. But why? I was hoping you could tell us. Nick shook his head as the hurt that came from learning of Nicky's sudden and unexpected departure began to sink in. The initial disbelief and feeling of betrayal faded, getting buried back under that massive load of shit where it had resided for so long before Nicky came back and it all came slithering back to the surface. He shouldn't be surprised, not really. Their mother was dead. He'd left Nicky to deal with that all alone, choosing instead to go out and get himself wasted. He'd failed her in so many ways. How could he blame her for wanting to bolt? Despite the family issues, though, Nick thought that she and Sean had something going on. Sure, finding Nicky in Sean's apartment earlier had made him all kinds of crazy, but that was probably more the drugs talking than anything. It hadn't really been a shock. It would have been impossible to miss the way they'd looked at each other over the past couple of weeks. And when his brain engaged enough to think things through, he realized that Sean Callahan was probably the best thing that could have happened to Nicky. Because of Sean, Nicky was no longer working at Angel's. He'd given her a job doing what she loved, even though it had to be a pain in the ass for him with the special hours and all. He'd taken her over to Birch Falls and introduced her to Kyle McCulloch. Nicky's eyes had glowed for a week after that. Sean was strong, solid, and protective of her. And he'd been there for her when Nick hadn't. Looking at it now, seeing the tormented look in Sean's face, Nick could not help but think that maybe there was even more to it than he realized. It was more than a one-night thing for you. Sean met his eyes. Yeah. Holy shit. The guy's eyes were like lasers. They said a lot more than a single-word response did. You're in love with her. Yeah. There was no hesitation, no thinking. Sean never even blinked. But she laid you out, man. Icy flames flared to life in Sean's eyes, but Shane actually laughed. That's like foreplay to him. The only thing she's done is made herself irresistible. They made it out to Michael's farmhouse in record time. Shane suggested they drop Nick off at his apartment, but Sean didn't think it was a good idea. On the off chance that Nicky tried to contact him, he wanted Nick to be there. Introductions were made, and Sean was ushered directly into a room at the back of the house. Shane left Nick in the kitchen with Maggie while he joined his brothers. Nick was hesitant to accept anything, but it was hard to say no when Maggie placed a plate piled high with roast beef, mashed potatoes, sweet carrots, homemade rolls, and whipped butter in front of him. He looked as if he had never seen such a thing before. Go on, Maggie coaxed, smiling. They'll be a while, most likely, and it looks like you could use it. He thought to have only a little, so as not to insult her. But after the first bite, he couldn't help himself. It was easily one of the best meals he'd ever had. He tried to remember his manners, at least, forcing himself not to eat too hurriedly or to shove too much into his mouth at once. He wouldn't have believed it possible, but he finished every last bite. Would you like seconds? Maggie asked in amusement. Nick thought about it, then shook his head. As good as it had been, he didn't want to abuse her hospitality. Then you'll have room for this, Maggie said, bringing him a plate of caramel apple pie and vanilla ice cream. "Aw, Mags," Shane said as he entered the kitchen and gave her a kiss on the cheek. He paused and closed his eyes, inhaling deep. "Your special roast beef? Sit down and let me make you a plate." Shane winked at Nick, then turned his attention back to Maggie, placing his hand over his heart. "I swear, Mags, if Mick didn't call dibs first, I'd ask you to marry me." Maggie laughed and swatted him with a dish towel. "Need me to kick his ass for you, sweetheart?" Michael said, joining them. He pulled Maggie into his arms and kissed her passionately, leaving no doubt as to exactly which brother Maggie had chosen. Nick looked up at the man he'd met briefly upon arrival. He was just as big, just as formidable as the others. He sported the same blue-black hair and blue eyes, but Nick guessed him to be a few years older. He'd heard that there were 7 of them, and wondered if they all resembled each other so closely. Shane began tucking into a plate of food at least as big as Nick's had been when Sean came through the door. Other than moving a bit slower than normal, the effects of whatever Nicky had given him seemed to have worn off. "Smells awesome, Mags," Sean said, rubbing his stomach in anticipation. "Sorry, Sean. None for you." Michael didn't seem very sorry at all, snagging the plate Maggie had already prepared for himself. "It'll slow the purge of toxins from your system. Maggie has some great herbal tea for you, though." Shane could barely hold his snickers as Sean sat down, shooting daggers at Michael and mumbling something in Irish under his breath. "Don't listen to them," Maggie said, laying her hands on Sean's shoulders and shooting the others a fierce look. "Dandelion tea with a bit of fennel will make you right as rain, and I'll save you the last of the chocolate cake." Michael's smug smile faded as he looked up from his meal, his expression horrified. "That's my cake!" "Not anymore," she said firmly, squeezing Sean's shoulders affectionately. "Dark chocolate's as good as charcoal for filtering out the bad stuff. He needs it more than you do." "That's not true," Michael grumbled. Sean grinned as Shane tried to cover his laughter with a cough. After they had eaten their fill and the plates had been cleared away, Michael leaned back and glanced at Nick before turning his gaze to Sean. Sean had already briefed his brothers on what had happened. Shane had shared everything that Nick had told him. "So, how do you want to play this?" Sean looked at Nick, clearly wondering just how much to say in front of him. "She's mine. I'm going after her." Nick's eyes widened slightly, but to his credit he displayed no other reaction. Michael studied him for a while, then nodded. "All right. You want some help?" "Yeah, I think I'm going to need it." Nick looked up, clearing his throat. Thus far he'd remained silent except for occasional murmurs of thanks to Maggie. "I'm in." 3 pairs of similar blue eyes regarded him. "Might be more than you bargained for," Sean told him carefully. Nick heard the warning clearly but chose not to heed it. "I'm not stupid," he said, summoning the courage to look at each one in turn before settling on Sean. "I've heard the rumors." "What rumors?" Michael asked softly. "About you. All of you," Nick said carefully. "About how you do stuff." He flicked his eyes away as Shane arched a perfect brow. "Stuff?" Shane asked. Nick was no stranger to fear. He'd learned to deal with it at a very early age. Most of his life he'd been surrounded by powerful men who used terror and intimidation to maintain control. Drug dealers, pimps, politicians, dirty cops. But none of them chilled his blood as much as these 3 men did. They didn't need to say anything to be scary as hell. At that moment, Nick was profoundly grateful to be on the right side of things for a change. "Look, like I said, I'm not stupid. If you guys are capable of even half of what I think you are, then the smartest thing I can do right now is to keep my trap shut. But Nikki is my sister, and I'll be damned if I'm going to fail her again." A heavy silence permeated the kitchen. Seconds ticked by in the quiet, each movement of the old-fashioned clock sounding as if it had been multiplied 100-fold. The 3 Callahan brothers sat unnaturally still while Nick shifted in his chair. It was Michael who spoke first. "No one questions your heart, Nick. But there's more at stake here." "I know.
I know, Nick said, running his hands through his hair. The whole ignorance is bliss thing. Hey, I'm totally down with that. I don't know the details, and I don't want to know. All I'm saying is, I just want to be involved. There has to be some way that I can help.
Perhaps there is, Shane said thoughtfully. Nikki's always found a way to get in touch with you before, right?
Right?
Shane looked at Sean. Let's have Ian vamp up his mobile. If she texts or phones, he can get a lock. Sean nodded. It's a good start. Come on, let's hit the pub and get you geared up. Benny the Bull Marscone, now Richard Constantino, ran a portion of his business from a moderately sized two-story at the far end of a cul-de-sac in a middle-class neighborhood. Nikki shook her head as they checked the place out. It was all so normal. Husbands were out shoveling the latest round of frozen precipitation from the sidewalks and driveways, while kids laughed and played. Some made snow angels or snowmen. Some rode sleds and snowboards over the fair-sized hill just off the park. Others had built forts and were engaging in snowball battles, while moms chatted in puffy coats at the end of driveways with watchful eyes. Christmas lights decorated nearly every home in anticipation of the upcoming holiday. It looked more like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting than the home base of a vice lord.
Tell me how a drug dealer operates in a place like this, she said, shaking her head.
She held Fisher's hand loosely. She'd patted the feminine-looking parka to give the impression of pregnancy. Her hair was pulled back into a casual knot, and just a hint of makeup left her fresh-faced and young-looking. Fisher, in his Dockers and Northland jacket, was the epitome of the young professional with his stylishly boyish haircut and clean-shaven jaw. For all intents and purposes, they were a young, expecting couple checking out a few of the homes that sported for sale signs along the street.
Hiding in plain sight, Fisher said under his breath.
And how much do you want to bet he's got more than a few customers right here on Happy Street? It was true enough. Oh, probably not the heavy stuff, but maybe some weed, some mild pick-me-ups for the stressed-out moms, some perfectly acceptable pain meds and relaxants to make life a little more bearable when things got tough for the upper middle class.
He's smart, Nikki said, nodding pleasantly as she pretended to point out features on the nearest home. He handles the white-collar crowd now, no doubt leaving his minions to deal with the riffraff.
Fisher put his arm around her and pulled her close, placing a chaste kiss on her temple. Brooks, he knew, was stewing in the car 2 blocks over. They always battled for who would play Nikki's significant other, and Brooks lost the toss this time. Nikki couldn't help but smile.
Gloating doesn't become you, she said, knowing immediately what he was up to.
Fisher laughed. It suits me perfectly, and you know it. Now what's the best angle of entry, do you think? They took their time, pausing to stop and chat with a couple of curious residents about the local schools, nearest playgrounds, all the while registering every detail. By the time the street lamps began to glow and parents started ushering kids inside for hot chocolate, baths, and bedtime, Nikki and Fisher walked back to their car, a nondescript gray Malibu, and drove away. They convened with Brooks a few minutes later, trading the Malibu for a full-sized van equipped with the latest technology.
He's got security cameras here, here, and here, Fisher said, making points on the digital pics of the house they'd discreetly snapped, as well as the satellite images they'd pulled with a quick call to Taser. Though I would bet his security is a damn sight better than that piece of shit system he's advertising on his lawn.
Nikki nodded, pointing at the barely noticeable smudges along the window and door frames.
I'll say, these look like laser points to me. Break the stream when they're engaged and all hell breaks loose.
Brooks agreed.
Close-ups don't show anything like that on the attic level, though. He's probably just got the standard wiring. The idiot probably doesn't think he needs the extra protection up that high. That's because he's never met us, Nikki said with a grin.
Chapter 16. They waited until most of the houses had gone relatively dark, then slipped in like shadows, surrounding the house at various strategic points. Not surprisingly, Nikki was the first one in. She traded her suburban outfit for form-fitting body armor, a protection against the cold that would allow her the greatest range of motion. As the lightest and most nimble, she'd been able to easily shimmy up the porch supports to the first-story roof, then proceeded to use gutter brackets to noiselessly work her way toward the slotted angular vent. It took a few moments to loosen some of the slots, but she didn't have to do many. With her small frame and excellent muscle control, she was able to slither in like a snake. The first thing she did was disable the alarms along pre-selected windows for Fisher and Brooks. She worked quickly and efficiently, her hands steady and her mind calm and collected, though she couldn't completely quell the anxious wriggling in her gut. Finally, Nikki would have her vengeance. She found Benny in the master bedroom, lounging in a black silk robe that hung partially open. Nikki flinched at the pain that shot through her at the very sight of him. She had to remind herself that she was no longer a child, but a grown woman with the knowledge of at least 100 ways to kill a man in less than 10 seconds. Her mother was beyond his reach, and he would never, ever think to threaten her brother again. In his hand was a remote, the unmistakable moans and groans of a child pornography feature film filling the room. Nikki knew instantly that Benny hadn't changed at all. It only strengthened her resolve and her belief that he had to be stopped. Despite all of her training, Nikki felt her cool self-control slipping away as the awful sounds triggered terrible memories. How many times had she been forced to watch those horrible films? How many times had he schooled her in the ways of pleasuring men? And she'd been one of the fortunate ones. Benny didn't sell her like he had the others. He had developed a particular fondness for her, and generally kept her all to himself. The rage built up inside of her, but she tended it carefully, stoking it, but not letting it get out of control. Nikki stepped silently from the shadows. She only had a few minutes at most before the others disabled the guards she knew had to be lurking around. Benny always had plenty of protection, and made their way up to her. But Benny was hers, and hers alone. Nikki knew she must have been quite a sight to behold, dressed from head to toe in form-fitting black, her hair unbound and flowing over her shoulders, her pale gray eyes glowing luminously. She must have looked like an avenging angel. "Benny," crooned Nikki as she held a gun to Benny's temple, the soft click letting him know what she was about to do. "Long time no see, huh?" Benny's eyes widened in recognition as his brain processed the figure before him. "Nicolette?" he said, paling. "I thought you were dead." Nikki smiled, showing perfect white teeth. She was no longer the helpless young girl at his mercy, afraid that if she refused him, he'd kill her brother. All those years she'd let Nick believe she'd done all those things to protect their mother. That was only partially true. If it had only been Charlene she'd been worried about, if she didn't think Benny would use his considerable resources to make good on his threats, she would have taken Nick up on his offer to run away. No, Benny had discovered her real weakness. The bastard made sure that Nikki always knew Nick was one refusal away from an unimaginable fate. But she held all the cards now. Benny would never hurt her, her brother, or anyone else ever again. "I could say the same of you, Benny. We must have guardian angels, you and I." Benny licked his lips, regaining some of his poise. Such arrogance. Obviously, he had no idea the monster he'd created all those years ago. His lecherous gaze ran the length of her body. "Black suits you, Nicolette. It brings out the darkness in you." "You know all about darkness, don't you, Benny? Selling drugs, whoring out kids, torturing and murdering people?" Benny's brows creased in confusion. For a moment, he didn't seem to know what she was talking about. "Ah, You mean the boy who tried to steal you from me? Yes. I remember him now.
Benny actually chuckled.
Such romantic notions. I had to teach him a life lesson, Nicolette.
His eyes hardened.
Fairy tales are for children, and no one steals what belongs to me.
Nikki found herself momentarily speechless with his callousness.
I never belonged to you, you rotten piece of shit.
He waved it off.
I bought you from your dear, devoted mother herself. You can't buy children. Of course you can. It's done all the time. Do you think there are not still places today where families barter their children for food, shelter, or other necessities? Then there are people like your mother who do it for drugs and sex and the freedom of not having to care for you anymore. Don't kid yourself, Nicolette. Naivete doesn't suit you.
Naivete? Nikki couldn't remember a time in her life when she was ever naive.
You had a better life because of me, he continued. Fine food, your own private room, and beautiful clothes. I was 14. Old enough.
He shrugged again, without even a glimmer of remorse. The man was truly delusional. Are you still buying kids, Benny?
Benny grinned. Jealous, pet? Actually, you were always my favorite, Nicolette. Dark, fragile, and so passionate.
2 out of 3, Benny. Muffled thuds sounded through her earpiece, though Benny could not hear. Fisher and Brooks were taking care of Benny's henchmen even more efficiently than usual, and she knew why. They wanted to get to her before she did something irrational.
So tell me, Nicolette, why are you here? Surely you must have expended a lot of effort to find me.
She had. Benny had covered his tracks very well, but once she'd heard his name come up the year before in a raid, she knew she wouldn't rest until she tracked him down and hunted him like the rabid animal he was. It probably would have been much easier if she'd been able to use her team's resources, but this had to stay personal. Only Taser knew the gory details of her past. Even now, she was sure her partners knew only the bare minimum.
I did. But you know what, Benny? You're worth it.
She reached into her catsuit and pulled out a small dart and a blowpipe. She loaded and fired the poison tips into his legs.
What the fuck do you think you're doing?
He roared, loud and clear enough to be easily heard on the first floor.
Immobilizing you,
she said matter-of-factly. The fast-acting toxin was already numbing his legs. Nikki was a big fan of them. Completely organic, used for centuries by African tribesmen, they wouldn't show up on any normal autopsy. No one knew more about untraceable poisons than Nikki, and in her opinion, there was nothing better. 2 more, 1 in each arm, quickly followed. Fisher's voice sounded clearly in her earpiece.
First floor secure. Brooks is calling for a cleanup crew. Nix, hang tight. We're on our way up.
She was running out of time. They would never permit her to draw out Benny's fate as she wished, as she'd dreamed of doing all these years. The paralytic was fast, but not that fast. Still, she had no choice. She might be robbed of meting out her vengeance in its entirety, but she would not be robbed of this. Grabbing Benny's robe, she ripped the sash out of it and promptly stuffed it into his mouth. A searing pain slashed through her abdomen. She looked down to see a blade in Benny's hand. She cursed herself. She was better than this. Benny always kept 1 or more weapons within reach. Ignoring the pain, she grabbed the dagger-like blade from his fast softening grip, then reached behind him, extricating a small handgun as well. Footsteps were clearly audible on the stairs now. Judging by the triumphant look in Benny's eyes, he thought they were his guards responding to his shout. Nikki pushed open Benny's legs and settled herself between his knees. Looking into his face, she let him see the near-maniacal gleam in them.
You don't know how long I've dreamed of this, she whispered.
With one hand, she grabbed his manhood,
The other held the blade she'd taken from him. Benny's muffled screams were like music to her ears as she took one effective swipe. Fisher broke through the door first. "Jesus Christ!" he yelled, freezing as he tried to process the scene before him. Nikki barely moved as if transfixed, holding Benny's severed member in her hand, covered in blood. She was only vaguely aware of his presence. "Fucking hell, Nix! Nix, sweetheart, look at me!" Fisher commanded. She did. She turned her head slowly, seemingly oblivious to Benny's anguished, choking screams. Her eyes were silvery like the moon, her expression completely blank. "She's in shock, Fish," Brooks said, pushing past him. He took 2 steps before Nikki dropped the blade in Benny's appendage and picked up the gun. "Whoa, Nix, it's me, Brooksy, remember, darling? We've got to get you out of here now. Feel me?" Nikki blinked. Then she pointed the gun right between Benny's eyes, grinned, and fired. "Holy fucking shit, Nix, remind me not to piss you off," Brooks said as he drove away from the quiet residential neighborhood. By the time the cleanup crew was finished, there would be no indication of what had occurred. A for sale sign would appear on the property within the week, and the neighbors would believe that the reclusive owner had simply decided to remain in his second residence down in Florida. All of Benny's assets would be discreetly, untraceably liquidated. Nikki was shivering in Fisher's arms, despite the fact that Brooks had the heater blasting and Fisher had wrapped his coat around her. "You're scaring me, Nix. You're really fucking scaring me." Her eyes shone against the abnormal paleness of her face. She blinked once, twice, and Fisher was stunned by the pain he saw there. Nikki was the toughest agent he'd ever worked with. Cold, precise, unerring. The woman he held in his arms now was not the one he knew. Brooks pulled into the motel parking lot, keeping away from the lamps illuminating most of the area. Fisher bundled up Nikki and guided her through the shadows and into their room. Without hesitation, he pulled off the coat and carried her into the shower, where he held her under hot, steamy water until she started to come around. He breathed a sigh of relief when she finally pushed away from his chest and looked up at him. "Gee, Fish, we were always naked in my fantasies, and you looked a lot more like Hugh Jackman." He laughed and kissed her head as relief flooded him. "Welcome back, Nix. You okay?" "Yeah," she smiled wearily. "Nothing a 6-pack, a pizza, and a good night's sleep won't fix. Now get the fuck out of my shower." For once, Fisher didn't argue. "And bring me my shit," she yelled after him. Nikki knew by the burning across her stomach that Benny had managed to get in a pretty good slice, but thankfully no one had noticed it. Benny's emasculation had been so bloody no one thought twice about the copious red stains on her abdomen. She peeled off her clothes, making a mental note to burn them later, and took a look. Damn. The force and heat of the water directly on the open wound made her hiss, and she quickly turned her back to it. She exhaled heavily. Stitches would be required, but at least no vital organs had been hit. The sound of a bag being dropped on the floor preceded Fisher pulling open the shower curtain. Fisher's eyes immediately locked onto the ugly gash still seeping crimson. His eyes turned angrier than she'd ever seen. "Perv," she said, attempting to lighten the mood, but he just ground his teeth and glared at her. "I knew it," he said, letting out a string of oaths that surprised even Nikki. "Brooks," he called, and Nikki almost shivered from the power of it. Normally, Josh Fisher was an easygoing guy. Nikki was one of the few people who knew that despite the fact that everything about him screamed Boy Scout, he could be just as merciless and deadly as she was. Though this was the first time he'd ever turned that persona on her. Brooks was there immediately. His eyes dropped down to her wound, but his expression remained a mask. He said nothing as Fisher wrapped Nikki in a towel and tugged her out to the bed. Brooks got out the med kit and prepared the sutures. Without a word, Fisher helped Nikki into panties and a t-shirt, his movements quick and efficient. At one point, she started to protest, but a single glare from his eyes, which were now as black as onyx, and she thought better of it. She remained quiet as Brooks stitched her up with skill, refusing to acknowledge the pain of the wound or the treatment. Brooks said nothing, though his eyes occasionally lifted to meet hers, his expression unreadable. When he was finished, he covered the wound with a self-sealing pad and announced he was heading out for food. Fisher sat in the corner, ever watchful, his eyes burning into her. He stayed there, silent and unmoving, for several minutes after Brooks cleaned up and left the room. "You lied to me," he said finally, and the weight of the anger and the betrayal in his voice was almost suffocating. "I didn't," she said, but she avoided meeting his eyes. "Bullshit. You withheld crucial information. That's different." "No, it's not." Fisher got up and began to pace the room. "That was no standard assignment. It was personal for you. Beyond personal." Nikki's eyes followed him. She didn't deny it. Fisher paced the room a few more times. When Brooks came in with a pizza and a brown bag with 2 six-packs, Fisher stalked outside. "Give him some time to cool off," Brooks said, twisting the top of a beer and handing it to her. She took a long pull and eyed the pizza. She didn't have much of an appetite. "You know, then." He regarded her thoughtfully. Brooks had warm brown eyes and sinfully long lashes, an old-fashioned cowboy in a modern world. Yeah. He was a man of few words, but that one told her that the intel on her history with Benny had been shared, at least the highlights. No doubt Fisher had pulled a few strings when he saw how Nikki had lost it, and had felt the need to dig into the hows and whys. He was fiercely protective of both her and Brooks. "You hate me too?" "Hate you?" His lips quirked as he sat back in the chair. "Fish doesn't hate you, Nix. He only wishes he could have ripped the man's dick off himself. Knowing him, he would have choked the son of a bitch with it too." Nikki almost smiled. "We love you, Nix. You're one of us. You've got to know that." She nodded and blew out a breath. She loved them too. They'd been her family when she had no other. They'd saved her life as many times as she'd saved theirs. She tried to imagine what it would feel like if she learned that someone had done something so vile to either of them. Felt the answering roar burning through her gut. "There's something else that's got him worked up, though." Nikki looked at him questioningly. Brooks stood up and carefully removed the bottle from her hand, moving it to the table and well out of her reach. Nikki narrowed her eyes, waiting for it. "You've been suspended until further notice." Nikki dropped her head and blew out a breath. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. Suddenly, Brooks was beside her. He eyed her warily. Seemingly satisfied that she wasn't going to break the bottle and slit his throat with it, he handed the beer back to her, along with a flash drive. "What's this?" she asked, palming the drive. "Directions to a safe house. Taser says you need to chill for a while. Stay off the grid, get your shit together." He paused, pulling out a beer for himself. Then Brooks sat back and closed his eyes and stretched out his long legs as he raised the bottle to his lips. "Where?" "Dunno. Drive's flagged N2K. Need to know." "And you didn't look?" she asked skeptically. Brooks smiled without opening his eyes. "Of course we did. But it's encrypted." Chapter 17. The landscape changed as she traveled down I-81 south through Maryland and into Virginia. The mountains were more angular, the peaks were sharper, and the valleys more severe. They made for a beautiful view against the horizon. Piles of snow along the side of the road dwindled down into patches, then occasional puddles, then nothing. Along the highway she spotted big farms, horses grazing peacefully within the confines of split-rail fencing as far as the eye could see. Large, well-kept homes sat atop rolling hills, and Nikki couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for a life she would never have. At least she was free now. Her mother was gone. As hard as it had been, Nikki was glad she had made her peace with her before she died. The nurses said Charlene never regained consciousness, but Nikki knew in her heart that Charlene had heard her. More than once her mother's eyes had moved beneath closed lids. The cadence of her breathing had changed slightly in response to her daughter. Nick was going to be okay too, despite his most recent lapse in judgment. Something told Nicky he wouldn't be repeating that mistake again. There was no reason to. With Charlene and her out of his life, he wouldn't feel the need. It had been great to see him again. He was such a man now. All grown up, but still retaining enough boyish qualities to save him from complete darkness. He had his own life. He was in a good place. Pine Ridge was a nice town. There were decent people there, and he had a good job. She smiled. It wouldn't be long before he found someone and settled down. She would miss him. He was her twin, and without him, she would always feel as if a part of her was missing. But it was much easier to move on knowing he was surrounded by good people who would be there for him. Benny was gone. Really and truly gone. He would never hurt anyone again. He would never ruin anyone else's life. While his demise had been necessarily quick, she had made it as painful as possible, being sure to concentrate on those areas of him that had caused her the most grief. Castration had come first, for all that he had raped and used her. Then the bullet right between the eyes. She'd had the pleasure of seeing the naked fear in his eyes, and that alone was worth 100 suspensions. To see that rotten bastard know true terror, that eased her heart somewhat. Oh, she'd never forget the pain she'd endured, or that of her brothers, but there was definitely some closure in the knowledge that he would never, ever do that to any child again. She probably should have felt horror over what she had done, but she felt only a strange kind of numbness. She had brought a lot of people to justice over the last 8 years or so, but she had never done so with such extreme prejudice. Maybe, just maybe, if it had been only her life he'd ruined, she would have been satisfied with some other form of retribution. But it hadn't just been hers. And for as long as she lived, the eyes of all those other young girls and boys she'd watched him destroy would haunt her. Nikki threw her head back and let the breeze whip through her hair. The damp coolness of the pre-dawn hours felt invigorating against her skin as she opened up the throttle and shot forward. Eventually, friendlies became Shonies. Wawas became Flying J's. She'd kept her quasi-Ducati. That was her most prized possession, and she could not bear to give it up. She hadn't bothered to change her appearance that much either. She'd traded in her leather and chains for blue jeans, soft cotton tees and hoodies, comfortable knit knickers, and a plain leather jacket. She felt almost lost. For the next 3 months, she had no role to play, no persona to assume. It felt strange. She wasn't even quite sure who the real Nikki was anymore. She hadn't fought too hard against Taser's direct orders. He was right, as usual. Now that her mother was gone, Nick was on a good path, and Benny was delivered back into the pits of hell, her motivation had become somewhat cloudy. Her life's goals had been realized, all of her wants obtained. What was left? Nikki left the interstate for good somewhere after she passed the border into South Carolina, then began to wind her way slightly northwest, up and into Tennessee, following the GPS coordinates Taser had given her. Soft accents progressed steadily into a full, smooth southern drawl. She'd never been attracted to the sound before, but now found the easy cadence unexpectedly comforting. It made her think of Brooks, and, with a sharp pang, she realized she would miss him and Fisher in her mandated solitude. Nikki's journey finally ended in a little town called Tempest. Located smack dab in the middle of nowhere, Tempest was well off the beaten path, nearly 100 miles from the nearest major thoroughfare. There was an old railway station there. Nicky could easily imagine that at one time it had been a nice stop on the train routes between the north and the south, but time and progress had long since left Tempest behind. Nicky took in everything with a well-practiced eye while drawing more than a few curious stares as she cruised down the single main artery. The town proper consisted of maybe 3 square blocks. There was a diner, a small grocer's, a gas station with a single-bay garage, a post office, and an agway complex that dwarfed everything else. With a population of about 3,000, and that was a generous estimate, perhaps 30% lived in and around the main street in old but sturdy clapboard houses. The rest dwelled beyond the town proper in the acres of farmland and woods that sat at the base of the western edge of the Appalachians. A few miles outside, beyond the town limits, was Taser's personal refuge. Nicky wasn't quite sure what to expect. With Taser, you just never knew. She was as likely to find a one-room underground bomb shelter as she was a 2-story Swiss chalet. The guy's tastes were eclectic, to say the least. What she found was a very private, well-stocked cabin set askew in the middle of a clearing, surrounded on all sides by thick, dense forest. The place was clean and spacious, comfortable, but not fancy, except for the satellite gadgetry. The cabinets were filled with non-perishable canned and dry goods. Even the fridge had been stocked with an array of fresh fruit, cheese, milk, and several six-packs. The freezer held neatly wrapped packages of various steaks, burgers, chicken, ribs, and more. Nicky couldn't help but smile when she saw the single bedroom closet held an assortment of clothing, all casual, all women's, and all in her size. Even the bathroom, thank God this place had indoor plumbing, held her favorite shampoos, conditioners, body washes, and shaving gels. The man knew her better than she knew herself. Since all she had was a single backpack, it didn't take long for her to unpack and report her safe arrival, but that was probably unnecessary. She was quite certain Taser had been tracking her all along using the device embedded beneath her skin. All of the chameleons had them. It was a requirement, making them locatable anywhere, anytime. At first she resented it, but now she took some comfort in knowing it was there. With it, she was never really alone. After fixing herself a bowl of cereal and eating it on the shaded porch, Nicky did some exploring. Not far from the cabin was a wide, lazy stream with an honest-to-God swimming hole and big flat rocks she planned to sun herself on. There wasn't another place within miles. When the sun dipped below the horizon, Nicky went out and laid in the meadow. She looked up into the sky, watching it change from pink-tinged light blue to deep sapphire, filled with more glittering stars than she'd ever seen, and finally exhaled. It was perfect. Sean loved his family, he really did, but the frustration of one dead end after another made him cranky, ready to lash out at the next person who tried to speak to him. Not the most patient man, under the best of circumstances, he'd reached his limit. He'd had enough of sitting in the bar night after night, listening to them discuss options and next steps, as lead after lead failed to produce anything tangible. Finding Nicky and trying to learn what had happened in the last 8 years was proving to be quite a challenge, and there was nothing the Callahans enjoyed more than a chance to test their skills. Nicky, it seemed, had done just that by disappearing into thin air. The more they found, or didn't find, as was more often the case, the more intrigued they became. They meant well. They were doing their damnedest, but the fact remained. Nicky was gone. It had been 3 weeks. 3 weeks since he'd seen, heard, scented, touched, or tasted her. Sean was going out of his mind. Christmas came and went, and Sean was unable to enjoy any of it. Nothing held much interest to him except finding his woman and bringing her home. Only then would things begin to make sense again. "Anything?" Nick asked hopefully when Sean returned to the garage. Somehow he knew Nick would be there. He, like Sean, tended to take some small measure of solace in working with his hands. The change in Nick since his sister's disappearance was startling. It was like the kid grew into a man overnight. While he still retained some of his innate bad boy aura, he was more serious now, focused. Nick had told him everything he could, hoping that something would provide the information needed to find her. Sean almost wished he hadn't. It was impossible to hear the grisly details of what had been done to them as kids and not want to go on a killing rampage. One thing Sean knew for sure. When he found Nikki, and he would find her, she would never suffer at the hands of another again. There wasn't anything he could do about her past. What was done was done. But he would devote the rest of his life to making sure the rest of her life was as close to heaven as he could make it. She was already familiar enough with hell. It was a miracle she'd managed to retain any semblance of sanity in the face of such cruelty. What was even more amazing to him was that she had not only come out of it reasonably sane, she'd used it to become strong. Sean looked into Nick's pale eyes, the ones currently pinned on him with desperate hope. It couldn't have been any easier for Nick, having to relive all the horror, having to admit to things that no man should ever have to admit to. But, like his sister, he had survived and become stronger for it. Not as strong as Nikki, perhaps, but Sean could see him changing every day. "No," Sean said. Again. Christ, how he wanted to walk through the door and have something different to say. "You?" Nick shook his head. In the hopes that Nikki would contact him, he kept his cell phone on him at all times. He left it on each night while it charged, maxed out on volume. But so far, there had been nothing. No hang-ups, no texts, nothing. "She's okay," Nick said with forced confidence. "She's tough. She's just waiting till shit dies down, that's all." Sean nodded somberly, wishing he believed that, but he feared the worst. She'd dropped off the face of the earth. Ian had been tapping nearly every security database on the East Coast and running his custom face recognition programs, and he'd not gotten a single hit. On a hunch, Ian ran similar searches on the agents that had shown up at Sean's that morning, Fisher and Brooks. Ian found similarly troubled lives, but like Nikki, they seemed to have vanished in their late teens, with no digital footprint since. Each question answered brought two more. Who were Fisher and Brooks? Definitely not DEA like they'd claimed, but something. Ian reran queries against all the federal databases, but the results hadn't changed. So who did she work for? And why weren't there any records of her or the others? Ian had verified beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were all using their real names, but that in itself seemed paradoxical. If you wanted to stay off the grid, why wouldn't you change your name and become someone else? Why would you continue to use your birth name? Ian pointed out that it was actually quite brilliant, especially since, according to the digital powers that be, they didn't really exist anywhere anymore except in people's minds and memories anyway. And why had Nikki left so suddenly? At the time, Sean's instincts told him she was involved in something, but nothing had gone down that he knew of. They'd all been watching and listening for any hint of a covert op within a couple 100 miles. Sean was sure whatever it was local, but nothing had blipped on their radar. There had been a brief moment of hope when Nick suggested that maybe his sister was finally going to take down Benny Marscone. It made so much sense. But when they traced Benny to a local address under an alias, they found the place empty with a for sale sign out front and no indication of foul play. The biggest question, and the one that haunted Sean the most, why hadn't she returned to him? Why hadn't she trusted him? To make matters worse, something was niggling at the back of his brain. They were missing something, he was sure of it. But what? After an hour or so of accomplishing nothing, Sean pushed himself away from the innards of the old Camaro and wiped down his tools. Maybe what he needed was a fresh perspective. "I feel like shit," Sean poured himself into a seat at Maggie's ancient, scarred kitchen table. With the cheery sunshine, yellow walls, white cabinetry, and enticing aromas of the freshly baked goodies Maggie always had on hand, it was the most comforting place he could think of. Not to mention Maggie herself. She might be his brother's wife, but she took care of all of them, really. "You've lost your cry," Maggie said sympathetically, pouring him another cup of coffee. "Of course you do." Once again, Sean was glad Michael had brought Maggie into their family. She got it. She poured one for herself and joined him at the table, pushing a plate of cookies toward him. He went over everything they'd found and didn't find, again, methodically, accurately. "I'm missing something, Maggie," he said in frustration. "I know it." Her green eyes swirled and lost focus as she considered him. It was hypnotizing and freaky. "Yes," she said slowly. "I think you're right." "Can you see it?" "Well," she said slowly, working through things in her mind. "I'm not sure exactly. Let me ask you this. Are you and your brothers in any federal database?" "No, of course not, except for our official records." "So what if Nikki's in the same kind of situation? Working covertly, but with a freelance group? Surely you guys aren't the only ones." Sean considered this. Yes, there were others, rogue teams of disillusioned ex-military and others who ran missions under the radar. But Sean and his brothers were the best. In any event, it was worth looking into. He nodded. "I'll talk with Ian. He'll know how to find out." "Anything else?" She chewed a cookie thoughtfully. "Something's not right about this Benny guy." Sean stirred restlessly. He felt the same way. "Well, not him exactly. His house." Sean's brow arched, the hairs on the back of his neck tingling. "Explain." "Isn't it a bit of a coincidence that his personal residence goes up for sale within days of Nikki's disappearance?" "Yeah, of course, but we checked the place out. It's clean." "Exactly." She nodded emphatically. "Who cleaned it?" "Excuse me?" "Who cleaned it? From everything you've told me, I can't picture Benny Marscone rolling up his sleeves and diving into a bucket of pine sol. And a home is always prepped before it goes on the market. The real estate agents would have seen to it. Maybe whoever cleaned the place found something that might be useful." Sean pulled his cell phone from his pocket and called Ian. Within a few minutes, Ian called back. Sean listened intently. When he disconnected, he leaped up and pulled Maggie into a hug. "I love you, Maggie Callahan." A deep growl sounded from the doorway. Sean flashed Michael a brilliant smile and released Maggie. "You married a fucking genius, Mick." "Good news?" Maggie asked as her husband moved behind her and wrapped his arms around her possessively. She snuggled her backside against him, assuring him of her singular devotion. "You were dead on, both times. Ian says he's heard of a couple of renegade teams, one or two in particular that seem promising. He's going to start looking a little closer, call in a couple of favors. And the house? No professional cleaning service within 100 miles was used. Mick, grab your CSI shit. You and Maggie are going house hunting." Chapter 18. "Nikki's a chameleon," Ian said triumphantly, tossing a file down in front of Sean. The living space on the second floor of the pub, where Shane, Kieran, and occasionally Sean still lived, had become their center of operations. This was where information was gleaned and shared in their search for Nikki. "A what?" "A chameleon. A member of a highly successful covert ops team specializing in vice, drugs, guns, prostitution. But unlike other groups, this one's not made up of ex-military or those with traditional training. They pull kids from hopeless situations. The kids give up all ties to family and friends in return for a new life, and the organization basically erases them from modern existence. Then they're sent through a couple of years of highly unconventional training. We're still not sure exactly what that entails, but it's supposedly intense. She was working on a mission here then? Ian shook his head. Doesn't look like it. From what I've been able to find out, your woman fractured a few rules and took a leave of absence. They can do that? Not typically, though Nikki's just good enough that they'd look the other way, as long as she was careful. Except... Ian paused, shifting his eyes away from Sean's. Except what? Sean asked, the dread pooling in his stomach. Except they picked up on my sniffers and started paying closer attention. They might have been willing to overlook Nikki spending time with Nick once they determined she never revealed herself for what she was, and for burying her mother. But, once they realized she was sleeping with you, they got nervous and yanked her out right away. It doesn't appear that Nikki knew who you were, outside of being Nick's boss, of course. She probably guessed something of your background, but wasn't aware of your active status until they told her. He let that sink in for a few moments. So how does this tie in with Marscone? You guys already know the history there, so I don't need to cover that. Sean shot Ian a look of gratitude. The last thing he wanted was to hear any more about what Marscone had done to Nikki and her brother. But here's the thing. At some point in the last year or so, Nikki caught wind that Benny was still operating and took it upon herself to do a little investigating on her own. That's why she took the job at Angel's. Ian nodded. That and the fact that she needed a cover. Her last assignment out in Vegas was a perfect lead-in. All she had to do was ask her team to delay scrubbing the work records for a bit. No one looked beyond that when she applied at Jason's place. He's furious, by the way. You think Nikki took out Marscone? Michael spoke up. Nikki and her two partners, I'd guess. They must have had a professional cleanup team come in. Everything was squeaky clean, but there were still minute traces of blood found in the flooring and a couple of the walls, nothing that could be picked up without professional equipment. On the first floor, we picked up at least 4. In the second floor master bedroom, 2. 2? Sean had a sinking feeling he wasn't going to like what came next. Michael met his eyes. 1 male, matching the DNA footprint on file for Benito Enrico Marscone. 1 female, unknown. Sean closed his eyes, willing the rage under control. Just the thought that Nikki had been hurt had him ready to explode. He didn't even consider the other possibility. It was unimaginable. Don't even think that way, Shane said softly. She's still alive. We know they stayed at a motel about 20 miles out before vanishing. One of the ladies working housekeeping that morning said she saw 3 people matching their descriptions leaving, and all of them appeared to walk out under their own power. Sean released the breath he'd been holding. His heart started beating again. So you've got a contact with the chameleons, right? Can't we use them to track Nikki? This from Jake, who knew exactly what Sean was feeling at that moment, having gone through something similar with his wife Taryn a couple of years previously. It's not quite that easy. Sean fixed Ian with eyes like ice. Find her. I don't give a shit what it takes. Ian hesitated. Sean, there's something you need to know about the chameleons. It's not just something you walk away from. It's a lifetime commitment. Excuse me? Ian looked uncomfortable. Just what I said. The organization is very particular about who they accept. Potential candidates have to be extremely intelligent, have some natural skills, and possess an iron will. But their most important qualification? They have to have nothing else to live for. All was silent for a few moments as the weight of that last statement settled upon them. What about her brother? Shane asked. Sean wanted to clasp his brother on the back. From the little bit he knew of Nikki, he found it impossible to believe she'd be capable of completely cutting her twin out of her life. Given the fact that she's been contacting him over the past 8 years and spending a couple of weeks with him, that sure doesn't seem to be the case. If anything, Ian's eyes darkened. Sean didn't like that look. Not at all. "What is it that you're not saying, Ian?" Nikki didn't just bend the rules. She shattered them. While they might be willing to overlook a few minor infractions, they cannot ignore what she did here in Pine Ridge. "So what? They'll just kick her out or something, right?" "Haven't you been listening?" Ian's voice rose with his level of frustration. "It is not something you walk away from. You can't just leave. There's no such thing as a former chameleon." The temperature in the room seemed to drop at least 10 degrees in a matter of seconds. "What's happened to her, Ian?" Sean's voice was barely more than a whisper, but was easily audible in the absolute silence. "Honestly, I don't know. No one does. The only thing my contact heard was that she was suspended indefinitely and remanded to a secure location." Nikki's toe touched the porch flooring just enough to maintain the lazy, rhythmic arc of the porch swing. It was another gloriously beautiful day. The sun was shining. There was hardly a cloud in the sky. The air was balmy, with the slightest breeze carrying the scent of wild magnolia across the meadow. If she listened carefully, she could hear the steady stream of icy creek water over the flat rocks behind the cabin. Quite simply, it was paradise. There were no people, no missions. Other than a few modern conveniences for which she was profoundly grateful, the cabin and its setting was rustic. She passed her time doing simple things. Reading books from the impressive collection Taser had on hand, working out using the weight bags and various fighting implements she'd discovered in the shed, tinkering with the old Jeep out back. Nikki eventually forced herself off the swing and down toward the creek. It was here that she spent an hour each day, stripping down to what the Lord blessed her with and stretching out on the rocks like a lizard in the sun. She'd inevitably fall asleep, lulled by the sound of the water, letting her mind wander in the dreams that bled into her waking thoughts. Sean Callahan. The warmth and solidity of the rock reminded her of him. If she tried really hard, she could imagine that it was his hard body beneath her. Wants and wishes. A sad smile teased the corners of her mouth as she recalled their little dialogue that day. She now had everything she wanted, everything she could attain through her own efforts. She'd thought Sean was among the things she wanted, and for a time he had been. She'd given in to her desire, had taken him even as she had given him a part of herself. But somewhere along the line, Sean had moved from the want category into the wish category. He was something she was incapable of having. And Nikki didn't do wishes. She wasn't stupid. She knew she'd fucked up royally. They didn't have a lot of rules, but the ones they did have were law. No family. No friends outside of the organization, and absolute secrecy. They knew about Nick. That was enough to earn her a severe slap on the wrist, but nothing more. She was one of their best, and had never actually revealed where she was or what she was doing. They knew about her mom, too, but Charlene wasn't going to tell anyone now, was she? They knew about Benny. Allowing her to be the one to take him down was an added bonus. They would have gone after him eventually anyway. What was unforgivable, what had sealed her fate, was her brief affair with Sean Callahan. Of all the men in the world, why had she chosen to break her vow of celibacy with him? She hadn't willingly engaged, and so hadn't engaged at all, in any sexual relationships since they scraped her out of the alley Benny's thugs had dumped her into nearly a decade ago. So why now? Why him? Because he and he alone had done what no one else had ever done. For a little while, he had filled the Grand Canyon-sized hole in the middle of her chest. For a little while, she had felt truly loved, wanted, and desired. Even now, she couldn't regret it. That brief span of time with him was more than some people got in an entire lifetime, and it was certainly more than she'd ever expected. No, she realized as she lay in the sun, letting the cool water trickle over her fingertips and toes. She wouldn't change anything. She had experienced true happiness, and now had enough memories to sustain her for whatever small amount of time she had left. It couldn't be too much more. 6 weeks had already passed. It was more than she'd anticipated. It was a beautiful place for someone to spend their last days. It was a rare treat, she knew, one most in her position would never get to experience. She wasn't a fool. The only reason she was allowed into Taser's private refuge was because she'd never be able to tell anyone about it. This was her final gift. The chance to make peace with herself and whatever she believed in. When the end came, it would be swift, hopefully painless, and, if there was a God, she would never see it coming. But if she did, she'd already made up her mind that she wouldn't fight it. She'd accomplished what she'd set out to do. She'd broken the rules, knowing the consequences. She was ready to face her fate. It was Wednesday, which meant a new shipment of supplies would be waiting for her at the far edge of the property come twilight. She never saw who delivered them. She'd obeyed Taser's instructions to the letter, and they clearly stated that from 4 to 6 p.m. on Wednesdays she was supposed to remain completely out of sight. Nikki emerged from the woods, peering carefully this way and that. As always, she was alone. But this time, there was no shipment awaiting her. She sighed, bracing herself for the inevitable. Her time had finally come. She took the long way back, slipping off her shoes so she could feel the cool, damp earth and leaves beneath her feet. She wound her way through the forest. Her fingers stroked every tree along the way, memorizing the feel of the bark. She stopped briefly to admire every flower and inhale its scent. She listened to the sound of the awakening nocturnal creatures, the soft brush of the wind through the leaves. And when she emerged just short of the cabin, she looked up into the most brilliantly designed sky she'd ever seen. There was a light on in the cabin. The soft glow spilled out welcomingly. So much for her not seeing it coming. The aroma of steak and onions floated out to her, and she smiled. "There's nothing like a great steak. Wouldn't you agree?" the man asked without turning around. Nikki recognized him immediately. Taking a deep breath, she didn't think it would be this hard. She smiled. "Taser, you devil. I'm honored. I thought they'd send fish. He's been wanting to off me for years." The chameleon leader laughed, a hearty, genuine rumble that filled the whole cabin. He had long, straight hair the color of milk chocolate hanging out from beneath the do-rag that capped his skull. A neatly trimmed patch of facial hair appeared above and below his mouth, giving him a very sophisticated bad boy look. Intense amber eyes, almost golden, turned to smile at her. He took in her bronzed, sculpted flesh meticulously, scanning her from head to toe. Nikki didn't bother feeling self-conscious. Taser was just being Taser. It was said that he got the nickname from the effect he had on people simply by looking at them. Nikki joined him at the stove, plucking a mushroom from the pan. "Make yourself useful," he said, his voice as compelling and hypnotic as his eyes. "Start on the salad." He waved a skewering fork in the direction of a grocery bag spilling over with various green and fresh vegetables. She thought it was a little tacky for him to ask her to help prepare her own last meal. But what the hell? "How are Fisher and Brooks?" she asked, pulling out a colander and breaking lettuce leaves into it. "Like lost puppies," Taser chuckled. Nikki smiled too. It wasn't true, she knew, but it was kind of him to say so. Taser was nothing if not a psychological genius. He knew what people needed to hear and had no qualms about saying whatever was necessary to suit their purposes. And Taser would make this as pleasant as possible. That was okay. Nikki had a similar gift, only hers allowed her to see through the bullshit and hear what he was really saying. I had to send them off to Seattle just to get some peace. They're driving me nuts. Nikki's translation. Taser didn't want them to know when or where it would go down. Yeah, she agreed. They do that. They're good agents, though. The best. It was her way of letting Taser know that neither of them had a hand in what she'd been up to. Surely he already knew that, but she was just confirming it for good measure. Taser nodded, amused. This place is awesome, she said after a while. The silence wasn't terribly awkward as they prepared the meal together, but it had been quite a while since she'd had the chance to speak to another human being. She hadn't realized how much she'd missed it. Thought you'd like it, he said. It's my own personal therapy. I come here when things get to be too much. Too much for Taser. The thought was almost unimaginable. Taser was the embodiment of knowledge, power, and control. She said as much to him, evoking another round of laughter. You make me feel like a god, Nix. Aren't you? She quipped. You've been insinuating as much for years. Demi-god, he corrected with a smile. There's still a touch of humanity floating around somewhere. I've been trying to quell it, but it's elusive as hell. Nikki, for one, was grateful for that touch of humanity. Without it, she wouldn't have lasted 6 weeks. She wouldn't be sitting here now, laughing and enjoying a delectable meal. She told him that, too. They talked, keeping the subjects light. Nikki thought Taser might slip something into her food or drink at some point, but hours afterward she still felt no unusual symptoms, just a pleasantly full belly and a sense of the inevitable. Taser insisted she stay in the bedroom. He would take the couch. She half expected him to offer her a chance of one last night of passion, but he didn't, brushing only a chaste kiss across her forehead when he bid her a good night. It was just as well. She wouldn't have accepted. Then again, he probably already knew that, just like the prescient bastard knew everything else. As Nikki lay in bed, she stared up at the ceiling and did something she hadn't done in a long time. She prayed. She asked for forgiveness and for God to watch over her brother and Sean. She thanked him for these last few weeks of peace, and she asked for special consideration for Taser, who was only doing his job. When she was finished, she closed her eyes and drifted off, never expecting to wake again. Chapter 19. It was quite a shock when she felt the warm, humid breeze across her bared shoulders the next morning. The birds were singing, their gentle music clearly audible in the early morning hours. Nikki opened one eye and looked around. The room looked exactly as it had yesterday, and she was alone, wearing the same clothes she'd gone to sleep in. She'd deliberately chosen a silky white nightie rather than her usual cotton tee and panties. Perhaps she had some kind of latent princess fantasy, but she wanted to look pretty in her final moments. She could hear Taser in the other room, moving quietly, as if afraid to wake her. For some reason, that thought struck her as funny. Are you ever not beautiful? Taser murmured when she emerged shortly thereafter to find him lounging on the couch, coffee in hand, laptop balanced on his long legs. Nikki paused, stunned by his words. Deciding she must have heard wrong, she shook her head and proceeded to pour herself a cup of coffee. Taser looked completely at ease as he directed his attention back to his laptop, not at all like someone who was going to kill her and dispose of her body. She guessed that kind of mental control was what made him so good at it. He did stretch out his hand, however, silently commanding her to refill his mug as well. She did. I never really pictured you as the cruel type, she said conversationally as she took a seat across from him. Is this part of my punishment? His golden eyes lifted from the screen. Do you find my company so punishing, Nix? Not at all. On the contrary, I think I might genuinely enjoy it were the circumstances different. What circumstances would those be? Oh, come off it, Tay. We both know why you're here, so why not just get it over with? I know you're into the whole psychological mindfuck thing, and don't get me wrong, you excel at it, but enough's enough. Taser did something he rarely did. He blinked. Let me see if I understand this. I send you to my private retreat for little R&R. Provide you with everything you need. Clothes, food, distractions. Cook you a fine meal. Give you my bed. Make coffee and let you sleep in. And that constitutes fucking in your mind. Mind fucking, not regular fucking, she clarified. The corner of Taser's mouth quirked. My mistake. Please, continue. Nikki got up off the couch and crossed her arms in front of her chest. She began to pace the width of the room. Golden eyes followed her closely. She completed several passes before she spoke. Why don't you just kill me already? She blurted out finally, stopping to glare at him. Taser's expression did not change. He remained the picture of ease, traces of amusement clearly visible. Do you want me to kill you? Well, of course not, she snapped, as if she was talking to an idiot. But I fucked up, and rules are rules, and you know you have to make an example of me, so go ahead and just fucking do it already. He considered her for a moment. You seem really preoccupied with the concept of fucking this morning. Do you need to get laid, Nix? Ugh, she cried out in frustration. Don't be such a dick. The quirk became a full-fledged grin. Methinks the lady doth protest too loudly. Taser! Okay, he said, chuckling. Come over here. He patted the seat beside him. Warily, she made her way over to the sofa and sat down. Taser tapped a few keys and then closed his laptop. Nix, I am not going to kill you today, nor am I going to fuck you. He grinned. I do, however, reserve the right to do either or both at some future point in time. Nikki rolled her eyes and snorted. Now that we've cleared that up, know this. Your vacation ends now. Get in the kitchen and make me some breakfast, woman. Fuck you, Nikki said with affection. Taser laughed. That's my girl. I already ate anyway. Go grab something for yourself and bring it back here. We can talk while you eat. Nikki rose and began to walk away, then turned suddenly and regarded him. You're serious, aren't you? You're not going to do it? He made an X over his chest. Cross my heart. She believed him, even though he routinely insisted he'd had his heart surgically removed years ago, and it felt like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stared at him for a few long moments, wondering if anyone really knew the man before her. You know, you look an awful lot like Tommy Gunn with the whole stash beard thing going on. Taser chuckled at the adult film star reference. He really was quite attractive when he smiled like that, and when he wasn't trying to kill her. Where do you think I got the idea? He's one of my idols. My rod's bigger, though. He winked. Nikki sighed, her expression martyred, and wondered why she even bothered sometimes. You know, I still can't believe you're just reinstating me, giving me another assignment. Nikki tossed the apple core toward the woods for some creature's later delight and licked the last of the peanut butter off the spoon. They sat on the swing together, rocking lightly. Nikki's foot was tucked at an angle beneath her, Taser was lounging back, regarding her with those golden eyes, reminding her of a huge cat sizing up his prey. She still housed some doubt as to whether or not Taser was being honest with her. Maybe this was all part of the plan, a ruse to get her feeling comfortable and unthreatened, to relax her guard. Even though she had already decided she wouldn't fight her elimination, her instincts would probably kick in anyway. She was more than capable of inflicting some serious damage, and maybe Taser just didn't want to take the chance of losing anyone else. There weren't that many of them to begin with. "Oh, it's not that easy, sweetheart. This is not just any assignment. There are consequences for what you did, you know." Nikki narrowed her eyes. Maybe Taser's plan all along had been to put her in an unwinnable situation. She'd go down in the line of duty. It made sense. Even if she couldn't make it back alive, she'd take a few of the bad guys with her and Taser wouldn't have her blood on his hands. Sure, everyone knew the rules, but there might be a few agents genuinely upset if Taser did her in. If someone else did it, it was a win-win. For everyone except her, that was. "Just what are we talking about here?" "I'll let your partner fill you in on the details." Nikki frowned. Partner? Oh, shit. Taser wasn't going to make Fisher or Brooks take her out, was he? A form of penance for not checking her before things got out of hand? They all looked out for one another, took care of one another. Their teams were so close, it really didn't matter who actually messed up. They all shouldered the responsibility. Sharing the blame was the only way they managed to remain upright sometimes. But surely this didn't count. Fisher and Brooks couldn't possibly be held accountable for anything that occurred in Pine Ridge. They weren't even there until they showed up at Sean's place. Technically, she'd been on leave. "Fisher didn't know. Neither did Brooks," she blurted out. "They had nothing to do with what went down up north." Those golden eyes burned right through her. Taser was the only one she knew, besides a certain hard-assed Irishman, that could truly outstare her. "They should have been watching you more closely. If they had, we might have minimized the collateral damage." Collateral damage, a.k.a. Sean Callahan and the Ghost Team. Icy blue eyes, and the expression Sean wore the last time she'd seen him, rose unbidden in her mind's eye. Had he been searching for her? Had he enlisted the aid of his brothers? Fisher already told her they'd been attempting to do a background check on her. Maybe Sean was really pissed about the whole Stinger thing. He was definitely not the sort of man someone got the better of, not without retribution anyway. One look at Taser confirmed her theories. The Ghost Team was giving him a hard time of it. The idea almost made her smile. So few were capable of getting close enough to plant a thorn in Taser's thick hide. The very thought that Sean might be looking for her, that he cared enough to do so, sent a thrill down her spine, even if he probably did want to kill her. She quashed the thought immediately, returning to the defense of her teammates. "It's irrelevant," Taser said, halting Nikki's argument before she could get going properly. "Fisher and Brooks are currently deployed elsewhere. You've got a new partner, one who I know will be able to keep you in line." The back of Nikki's neck prickled, a natural response to the suggestion that anyone was capable of such a thing. Nikki answered to no one. Well, except Taser. But that was by her own choice. The man had literally saved her, both her life and her sanity, maybe even her soul, but she didn't like to think too closely about that one. She still wasn't entirely sure she had one, or if she did, how much of it was intact. "Who?" His mouth twitched. "You'll see soon enough." "Prick." "God, you're hot when you talk dirty, Nix." Taser chuckled, completely unfazed. Nikki rolled her eyes. The soft whir of nearly silent chopper blades had Nikki looking up sharply. "Oh, good," said Taser. "He's here."
Nikki stood and put her hands on the rail post, squinting for a better view. A sleek black helicopter suddenly appeared over the treetops and prepared to land right in the clearing in front of her. She watched as the pilot expertly maneuvered the craft, touching down as lightly as a feather. Whoever her new partner was, he was one hell of a pilot. The engines were cut, and the soft whir grew fainter over the next several minutes as the blade slowed and then finally ceased moving. Only then did a familiar figure swing gracefully out from the pilot's seat and begin walking toward the cabin.
Sean Callahan.
She'd know that confident, stalking gait anywhere. Images of those broad shoulders, muscular chest, and lean hips were hardwired into her brain. Nikki glanced back at Taser. He met her gaze head-on. She swore his eyes were actually glowing. What was he up to? Had Sean proven to be too much of a threat? Had Taser tricked him here to this remote, God-forsaken location using her as bait? Did he expect to eliminate two birds with one stone? No, the sane part of her said. Not even Taser would be that arrogant. To take out Sean, he'd have to take out the entire ghost team, and while the chameleons were good, they weren't that good. Nikki turned back toward Sean. She watched him close the distance between them, stopping only a foot in front of where she stood. "Meet your new partner," Taser said from behind her, amusement lacing his voice. "Nix? Sean Callahan. Sean Nix Milligan." Nikki wanted to turn around and scowl at him, demand to know what game he was playing at. But she couldn't. It was impossible at him, demand to know what game he was playing at. But she couldn't. It was impossible to turn away from Sean's icy blue gaze. Without touching her, Sean held her as captive, as tangibly as if he'd bound her head to toe. His expression was fierce, but the reasons behind it were undeterminable. Was it hunger? Anger, resentment, relief, need? Or, like her, did he feel all those things at once? They stared at each other forever, or so it seemed. Time didn't flow around Sean Callahan like it did everywhere else. It might have been a few seconds or a few minutes. Then, with the suddenness of a cobra strike, Sean pulled her into his arms and commanded her mouth. Nikki's head swam with the taste of him as her body ached against him. Was he bigger, harder, or was her mind playing tricks on her? The thought of fighting him never even entered her mind. Sean assumed immediate and absolute control of her heart and body, with her mind chasing behind, yelling, "Wait for me!" For those few moments there was nothing else in her world. "Ah, I'd forgotten you'd already met," Taser spoke up, and Nikki felt, rather than heard, the growl in Sean's chest at the blatant interruption. Had Taser not reminded them of his presence, Nikki was sure Sean would have taken her right here on the steps. Even worse, she would have let him. The sound of Taser's voice brought Nikki back to reality, or at least cut through some of the Sean-induced fog to which she seemed so susceptible.
"He's my new partner? How is that possible?"
Sean's eyes sparkled like blue diamonds. He had released her lips, but his arms kept her tight against him, and his massive arousal in a cast-iron grip. "Call it a collaboration, if you will," explained Taser. "A joint venture between the chameleons and the ghost team." Sean's eyebrow arched at the reference. "The ghost team? Is that what you call us?" Taser shrugged. "Blame her. She's the one who came up with it."
"What kind of collaboration?"
Nikki asked suspiciously. As Sean's heat and need seeped into her, she grew stronger. It was odd, she thought, how his presence both controlled and empowered her at the same time. At Taser's suggestion, they moved inside to continue the conversation.
Nikki made a move to take a seat next to Taser, but Sean tugged her down next to him. He refused to let go of her hand, even for a moment.
Think of it as a transfer of sorts, Taser said a while later after he'd outlined things. Technically, you still belong to me. Sean growled audibly at this. But your assignment is to assist the ghost team. Sean will be responsible for you during this time.
Don't I get a say in this?
No, both men answered emphatically at once. Nikki frowned.
For how long?
Indefinitely, answered Taser, though it was Sean's whispered answer she heard more clearly. Forever. Nikki was quiet as her mind whirred along at the speed of light, trying to process everything she'd learned in the past hour. Talk about a mindfuck. In her wildest dreams, she wouldn't have envisioned the direction this day would have taken. Hell, she hadn't even expected to see another day. But something didn't make sense.
You're outsourcing me? What do you get out of it?
Chameleons never worked with others outside of their own. It was one of their most basic rules of operation. They were spooks, and no one ever saw them in action. Besides getting you out of my hair, lowering my blood pressure, reducing my risk of stroke?
Yes,
she said through clenched teeth.
Besides that?
Taser exchanged a look with Sean. I get the cooperation and assistance of the ghost team when I need it. Nikki's jaw dropped. As tight-knit and exclusive as the Chameleons were, the ghost team was even more so. To be a member of that team was a blood right, outsiders definitely not welcome. A collaboration between the two? Unheard of. You're kidding. Nope, not kidding. She looked at Sean.
Why would you do this?
His eyes blazed for a moment before they softened. His thumb made little circles over the back of her hand. Don't you know? Nikki suddenly felt paralyzing fear. He couldn't be saying what she thought he was saying, could he?
But the team, it's all your brothers, too. Why would they?
She let the question hang, blinking against the sudden moisture that seemed to be filling her eyes. Because, he said, reaching into his pocket as he slid to bended knee. Once you accept this, you become part of the family. Nikki blinked furiously, certain that she was hallucinating. That couldn't possibly be a diamond ring. It couldn't be the most perfect, clearest, most radiant diamond she'd ever seen, blanked by stunning blue sapphires on either side and set in antique white gold intricately carved with Celtic symbols. She brought both hands up to her mouth, and they quickly became soaked as tears poured freely over them. Her body shook involuntarily as she struggled for breath. Nicolette Milligan, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? It was way too much. Way too much. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. She tried to expand her lungs, and nothing happened. And then, for the first time in her life, Nikki Milligan fainted. Chapter 20. If I'd known that would shut her up, I would have tried it years ago. Taser's voice cut through the fog. She was lying on something soft, a bed, she realized. Her body listed to the side a bit, as if something heavy weighted that side of the bed. A human something, if the heat it radiated was any indication. Something cool was draped over her forehead and eyes. She was grateful for that. It gave her a reason not to open her eyes and face them just yet. I don't know, Wings. When a woman blacks out and pitches forward like that in response to a proposal, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Taser laughed. From the sound of it, he was not the one sitting on the bed. Maybe it was a swoon, Or maybe she found the idea of marrying you so horrifying, her body locked down in self-defense. Go ahead, yuck it up, T-Man, and I'll do my best not to remind you of that pretty little senorita who had you by the short hairs in Honduras. Taser stopped laughing immediately. You wouldn't. Don't push me. I've got the scars, and Shane still has nightmares.
Wait. Wings? T-Man? They knew each other.
Hey, I think she's coming around, Taser said. I'm out of here, dude. Good luck. I'll be back in a couple of hours. Try not to level my cabin in the meantime, will you? Nikki didn't hear him leave. Taser was the original spook, but she sensed that he had gone. Sean lifted the corner of the cloth, and she found herself staring into two perfectly beautiful, crystal blue eyes that crinkled when he smiled at her. You okay? She blinked.
You know Taser, she said.
It wasn't a question. Sean sighed. Timothy? Yeah, I know him. We went through buds together, ended up in the same SEAL unit. Haven't seen him in years. Now I'm thinking I should have shot him when I had the chance. She blinked again.
You knew? About me? About the chameleons?
No, he answered honestly. It was Ian who figured it out. I didn't know T was involved until negotiations began.
Negotiations?
He put the cloth to the side and pushed a lock of hair from her face. To get you back. He spoke as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Where were you hurt? Nikki blinked again.
Hurt?
That prick, Marscone. Where did he get you?
How did you...
Mick picked up traces of your blood in the bedroom at the house. At Nikki's glare of disbelief, he shrugged and added, He's a genius. Nikki's hand went to her abdomen. Sean lifted her top, his face hardening when he saw the angry red line beneath her navel, extending from one side to the other. He seemed to grow right before her eyes, getting larger, harder, meaner. But when his fingers traced the line, his touch couldn't have been gentler. I'm sorry, he whispered huskily. I should have protected you. I should have known. Nikki was floored. He was blaming himself for what happened. One look into his eyes and the pain she saw there confirmed it. In that moment, she completely lost the few remaining pieces of her heart. And she knew, without a shadow of a doubt, she was being given the opportunity of a lifetime. She sure as hell wasn't going to waste it.
Yes.
Yes, what? He looked at her with tormented eyes.
Yes, I will marry you.
Sean's eyes darkened to that lovely sapphire she loved so much, the color that told her he was feeling especially strong about something. Yeah?
Yeah.
Sean's heart exploded in his chest, or felt like it did. So powerfully did her words affect him. He hadn't realized until that point just how unsure he was of her answer. If she had said no, it would not have stopped him from trying that much harder to get her to see the error of her ways, but it was much easier this way. She was his cry. He was hers, and they were meant to be together. Suddenly she was in his arms. He needed to feel her, to hold her, to possess her until she was incapable of forgetting to whom she belonged. She'd said yes, agreed to become his wife. There would be no takebacks, no second thoughts. She kissed him back so passionately it literally stole his breath away. His hands tangled in her hair as she gave him orders. When her heart pounded so forcefully against his chest, his rose to the occasion and matched hers, beat for beat. Mine, he growled, dropping down to lave kisses along her jaw, nipping at the delicate skin on her neck, and delighting in the little whimpers that escaped her. Her hands roamed restlessly through his hair,
across his shoulders, up and down his arms as the rest of her body arched up, envious of the attention. He licked her collarbone, and she shivered. What was it about this woman that tested his control so desperately? He realized he couldn't care less as his hands found the neckline of her shirt. In one swift tug, he tore it in two, bearing her to him. Sean growled against her chest, a deep animal sound that made her whimper and thrust her breasts out in demand. "You are never to go braless around another man again," he rasped, taking one stiff peek into his mouth. Nikki arched clear off the bed. Her response pleased him. "You don't own me," she breathed. He stopped, pulling away with her nipple still between his teeth. "Yes," he said, his voice deep and low. "I do. Just as you own me." "So," she gasped, gripping his head and pressing him back to her. "You'll stop wearing those wife-beaters around the garage?" He chuckled against her breast. "Only for you, baby." Her nails raked against his scalp, over his shoulders and down his back, leaving trails of fire until he thought he would melt from the heat of it. He placed his hands reverently on her belly, kissing gently her scar. He already knew from Taser that Nikki was not pregnant, and seeing the remains of the damage that had been inflicted, he was glad for it now. His child would grow here someday, but he could wait. He wasn't quite ready to share her yet anyway. Sliding between her thighs, he hovered just enough to relieve her of her shorts. "You're so beautiful," he whispered. He removed his shirt, needing the direct contact with her silky warmth. Slowly, tenderly, he kissed the crease where her legs joined with her body, first one side, then the other, until he paused above her sex. "I have dreamed of tasting you again," he told her. "The hunger gnaws at me until I can barely stand it." He dipped his head and gave her one long, slow lick between her folds. Nikki moaned and fisted her hands in his hair. Another slow lick, and her heels pressed into his upper back, coaxing him deeper. Sean was only too happy to oblige. He wrapped his arms beneath her legs and held her in place at the hips, burying his face in her sex from nose to chin. She couldn't move, pinned by his superior strength. He nibbled her sensitive spots, penetrated her with his tongue, licked her flesh until she couldn't stand it anymore. "I need to taste you, Sean," she gasped. Please let me taste you too." Sean quickly removed the rest of his clothes. Then, in one smooth move, he lifted her up and twisted her so that his back lay on the bed and she was on top of him. Another deft maneuver, and she straddled his face, her mouth poised above a very thick, engorged erection. There would be no subtle seduction, not this time. He was okay with that. They had a lifetime for that. He needed her here, now. She drew him into her mouth, sucking hard and fast, putting her hands to immediate use. She stroked the base in rhythm with her lips and tongue, fondling his balls and tugging gently. Sean sensed her rapidly rising climax, doubling his efforts, licking, sucking, nipping, until she could hold out no more. She shattered with a heart-wrenching cry of his name. Sean pinned her to him, extending her orgasm as long as possible while trying to contain his own. When he was satisfied that he had wrung as much from her as he could, he released his iron grip and lifted her. She fought him like a little tigress, unwilling to relinquish him. As much as he loved her sweet mouth, he needed something else. "Baby, please," he pleaded. "I need to be inside you." She growled, and had he not been so consumed with desire, he might have laughed at the very perfection of it. She gave him one last, long, lingering pull that nearly did him in, before rotating on his chest. "Ride me, woman," he commanded, lifting her above his straining erection. She obeyed instantly and without hesitation. She placed her hands on his chest and impaled herself upon him so forcefully he sucked air between his teeth and cursed. For a moment she remained suspended, letting her body adjust to his generous girth and length. Then she looked down at him and smiled wickedly. "Mine," she told him, lifting slowly, contracting her inner muscles as she did so, erotically milking his cock until only the tip remained inside her. His eyes widened, his hands gripped her hips as her nails curled into him. Then she slammed down again, another perfectly executed impalement, using the speed and force to rob him of his breath. "Jesus, baby, that is so fucking good," he moaned as her slow, squeezing ascent had him drawing blood from his bottom lip. "Don't fight me, baby," she crooned, her voice low and feral. "Give me what I want." Another swift penetration, so thorough he felt the entrance to her cervix. "Take it," he choked out. "Oh, God, baby. Just take it before you kill me. It's so good. It's so fucking good." She increased her pace, riding him hard, keeping the penetrations deep and violent. As much as she loved it, he was glad she was in control. He would have been afraid to take her this fiercely, but one look in her eyes and he saw the same fire, hunger, and need he knew was reflected in his own. He felt her muscles beginning to contract even more. Dear God, she was going to tear herself apart if she kept this up. He clamped down on her hips and took control, thrusting from underneath. Nikki's head fell back as she climaxed a second time. This time, he joined her. Exhausted, she fell across his chest, panting heavily. "Needed that. Thanks," she wheezed before closing her eyes and succumbing to sleep. Sean used the last of his strength to wrap his arms around her and hold her close. Then he whispered a silent prayer of thanks. "Christ, you two fuck like rabbits," Taser grumbled the next morning. He'd ended up spending the night in his workout shed, unable to get a moment's peace. While Nikki blushed slightly, Sean was completely unrepentant. "Honduras," was all he said, and Taser didn't say another word. By the afternoon, Nikki was packed and ready to leave. While Sean was loading things into the copter, Taser pulled Nikki into a hug. "You take care of him, Nix. You hear me? He needs someone like you to watch out for him." Her eyes glittered. "I thought you said he was supposed to take care of me." Taser winked. "Nah, I only told him that because he has such low self-esteem." "I really should have shot you when I had the chance," Sean's voice sounded from very near. Taser laughed. "Yeah, you probably should have. Invite me to the wedding, will you?" "Not a chance," Sean mumbled, though Nikki saw the truth in his eyes. As much as they liked posturing against one another, it was obvious these two shared a deep, mutual respect. Minutes later, Taser exhaled the breath he'd been holding as he watched the chopper disappear over the trees. He sat down on the porch, stretched out his legs, and took a long pull from his beer. Never had he met two people more hard-headed, stubborn, and every damn bit as good as they claimed to be. They were perfect for each other. God have mercy on both their souls, he thought, smiling. Epilogue. 6 months later. With exceptional skill and precision, Nikki made her way through the building silent and unseen. One by one, she neutralized the men that were unfortunate enough to have drawn the graveyard shift at the rural meth lab. The banter of her husband and brothers-in-law in her earpiece as they secured the grounds was both informative and comforting. Muffled grunts, soft pops, and occasional rustlings assured her that they were meeting with equal success. Judging by the tone of Sean's grumblings, he was still a bit annoyed with her for rejecting his suggestion of remaining outside with Kieran while he and Shane disabled the lab and staff. His curses still scorched her ears from before, when he watched her remove a small utility vent and shimmy inside. While Sean vented into their comm sets, Kieran made his way around to the opposite end of the house to disable the electricity, cable, and phone lines, as well as the small satellite transmitter receiver. If someone discovered Nikki in the house, they would not be getting the word out past their perimeter. Nikki bit back a smile. She was giving him the silent treatment in response to his little outburst, and he was pissed. Sean Callahan riled was truly a sight to behold. His eyes glowed with unsurpassed intensity. His muscles bunched and rippled with repressed anger, and he became, in Nikki's eyes, the sexiest man alive. Yeah, he was pissed, but it was worth it, because the sex they'd be having later as a result of it would be epic. She gave Kieran the all-clear to enter through the back and started setting the detonators. Once they secured the building, they were going to take it down, destroying every last piece of equipment with it. By the time they were done, there would be nothing left. Her communication with Kieran earned her another earful from her husband. A familiar tingle started below her navel. Epic. Sex. She put those thoughts on hold as she slipped into the last room, where half a dozen men were busy cutting, weighing, and packaging product. "Last 6, she said, her voice little more than a thought, but easily picked up and relayed via Ian's custom design. "Wait for me," Sean barked in her ear. "We're coming in." By the time Sean entered the room several seconds later, 4 of the men were face down and unconscious, and Nikki was facing off against the last 2 in a dramatic triangle, guns drawn in both hands. Sean came in behind one of them. One swift, silent blow to the back of the head and the dealer went down like a brick, never even knowing what hit him. "Damn it, woman!" Sean said, looking as dark as a thundercloud as he removed the gun from the prone man's hand and pointed it at the last standing occupant. "You were supposed to wait for me." "Why?" she asked, knowing the question would only agitate him further. He growled a low warning that had their target paling considerably. "What part of love, honor, and obey did you not understand?" "I'm sorry, baby," she said, though there was no apology in her voice, just amusement. He looked around at the mess on the floor and shook his head. "You really are the perfect woman, you know that?" Ignoring the prone figures littering the area, she closed the space between them until only a few inches separated them. Her hand came to rest on his chest, even as her lips brushed against the underside of his chin. Her gun, like his, was still pointed at the man in the corner. "Should I go back over there and, let you take care of this?" Despite his irritation, the corners of his mouth quirked and his body shuddered. "Yes." The petulance in his voice reminded Nikki of a small boy who'd been deprived of all the fun. "Would it make you feel better if you shot something?" she asked indulgently, lowering her gun and slipping it into the waistband of her pants. She moved to his side and stroked his back, almost as if she was petting him. The man in his sights uttered a little gasp and promptly wet himself. "Yes," he said, his eyes brightening. "Nothing fatal," he added. "Just something to take the edge off and maybe impress you a little." Impress me, baby." Nikki glowed with pride as she stepped back again, enjoying the view as she watched his muscles flex and come to life. He was a beautiful, dangerous man, and she was so in love with him it actually hurt, an ache so sweet and addicting she couldn't survive without it. Realizing he didn't stand a chance in hell, the last remaining man dropped his gun and put his hands up. Sean looked disappointed, then decided to put a tranq dart in him anyway. "Did I ever tell you how sexy you are?" Nikki purred. Sean grunted and pulled her to him, ravishing her mouth. "Get a room, will you?" Kieran grumbled as he joined them. "Next time I vote we take Nix and leave Sean at home.
She's just as lethal and looks a hell of a lot better in body armor." Sean did not lift his head, but shot his youngest sibling the middle finger. Shane laughed. "Come on, guys. Unless we want these bad boys to be ashes, we need to drag them out with their buds before this place goes nova." "I say we just toast them," Kieran said, looking down with disgust at one of them. "What does T want them alive for anyway?" "Don't know," Shane said. "And not our problem." Nikki had a pretty good idea what was going to happen to the captured. She almost felt a stab of pity for them. Death would be kinder. Taser had a special punishment for scum specialized in drugs targeted towards kids. Most of the stuff this facility produced looked like innocent candy. Things that even diligent, concerned parents would never suspect. The small squares coated in hallucinogenics and coke dust were popping up in schools everywhere, and this place was a major supplier. Reluctantly, Sean pulled away from Nikki. "Duty calls, love. I'll just wait outside. Let you boys do all the manly hefting and lifting. And don't worry, I'll shoot anything that comes near you." "God, I love that woman," Sean said fervently as his eyes watched her walk away. Nikki walked outside and positioned herself at the corner of the property fence. She leaned against it, rifle in hand, looking for anyone foolish enough to try to come out and make a buy tonight. They'd never get near her family. She looked up briefly, admiring the stars. It was slightly overcast, so there weren't too many visible, but there were a few that were twinkling brightly amidst the occasional breaks. A long-forgotten rhyme rose unbidden in her mind. "Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might, have the wish I wish tonight." She chuckled silently. Wishes. It wasn't that long ago that she refused to even consider such things. Wishes weren't for people like her. Nikki didn't believe that anymore, but try as she might, she couldn't think of a single thing she would wish for. Nick was doing great. Nikki got to see him nearly every day, and the two of them were closer than they'd ever been. Sean promoted him to lead mechanic at the garage, and Nick had really risen to the occasion. Sean no longer worried about leaving the garage for several days at a time. Nick had a girlfriend now, too. A pretty, quiet girl that took classes at the local community college and was studying to be a veterinary assistant. Nikki couldn't have been happier for him. Nikki had free run of the garage and could often be found tinkering on some old piece of junk Sean had collected for her. To hell with jewelry and flowers, her husband knew just what would get her eyes sparkling. Now that she and Sean were officially married, the guys treated her with a lot more respect, too. All around, it was much more comfortable than it had been, especially since she could talk shop with the best of them. And on weekends, sometimes they'd take a cruise over to Birch Falls and hang with Lena and Kyle. She and Kyle were working on ideas for a new custom series that would be featured on one of the popular cable shows come spring. She was now part of a big, loud, and fiercely loyal family. If she'd thought any of them would look down upon her, she was soon proven gravely mistaken. It was somewhat daunting to find herself with 6 additional big brothers, all lethal but protective as hell, and 3 sisters. She'd come to know each of them pretty well in a relatively short amount of time. Kieran, the youngest, and quite possibly the most boyishly adorable, though he was unmatched in martial arts skills. As part of her ongoing team training, she sparred with him weekly and was learning a lot of great stuff. Shane was just as soft-spoken and polished as she'd first surmised. He was quite brilliant, a human computer of sorts, and a source of inexhaustible knowledge. He also had the very useful gift of reading people with astonishing accuracy. Quiet as he was, there was no one more fiercely loyal to Sean than he. Besides her, of course. Ian was the good-time bad boy. It was Ian, she learned, who had ferreted out all the information about the chameleons and had ultimately been the one to track her down. His wife, Lexi, was as kind and good-hearted as she was beautiful and had welcomed Nikki into the family warmly.
Their little boy, Patrick, was as much of a rascal as his father, and just as irresistible. Michael was the medic of the family, easily the most logical and rational among them. He was particularly interested in Nicky's knowledge of organic toxins, and the two of them got into deep discussions on the topic. His wife, Maggie, though only a couple of years older than her, was clearly the motherly influence, and Nicky was just as drawn to Maggie's big, welcoming kitchen as her husband. Jake was a little harder to figure out, but Nicky liked him instantly. Large and intense like Sean, but generally quieter, he was the day-to-day manager of their family, it seemed. Nicky was especially fond of Taryn. Like Nicky, Taryn had been forced to endure horrific acts at a young age, though under a completely different set of circumstances. In her, Nicky found someone who truly understood, as well as the hope that she, too, could learn to live a semi-normal life. The only one she was a little afraid of was Cain. He was the oldest and largest among them. Surrounded by a darkness that let him become part of the shadows around him, Nicky often had the feeling that he was also the most dangerous. To have been accepted by him as she was probably the thing that amazed her the most. And of course Jack Callahan, the family patriarch, had welcomed her with open arms. It didn't take long for her to think that maybe someday she could think of him as her father too. If all that wasn't enough, she was married to a man that surpassed every fantasy she'd ever had. Sean Callahan was quite literally the man of her dreams. He was big and strong, highly intelligent, and superbly skilled. And he had become her entire world. Her lover, her friend, her confidant, her protector. The list went on and on. She still wasn't quite sold on the whole one soulmate concept, but she did know that she loved him more than she ever believed possible. Whenever she spoke with him about this, he would simply smile, take her in his arms, and tell her that that was exactly how it was supposed to be. Nicky sighed. Maybe wishes came true after all. Special note from Abbie. This book is fiction, but unfortunately exploitation of children is all too real. It is not a problem only found in third world nations or big cities. It is happening everywhere, and it is happening right now. Child sex trafficking, child pornography, pedophilia. The internet is filled with horrifying statistics and heinous accounts, but it all boils down to this. No child should ever have to experience any of it. Be aware, pay attention, know the people who are around your children. Talk about it. Educate them. For more information, visit http://www.fbi.gov/about-us/investigate/crimes_against_children. This concludes Seeking Vengeance by Abbie Zanders. Narrated by Aidan Snow. Copyright 2015-2016 by Abbie Zanders. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Abbie Zanders and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.